can you make Donnie start? And, oh, hold on a second. Mr. Clerk? No.
Good morning.
Mr. Clerk? Hi, Mark. Good morning. I love your flag.
I think I'm good right now.
Hi.
We have those are all open public comment, and some of them are the rest of these are Latin culture, 20, and yeah, you are correct. 9 specific to that so far, plus some. We're still opening C2 and the redevelopment agency together. Is that okay? Sweet. Thanks for checking in.
Oh yeah.
Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Clerk, can we turn this on? Mr. Clerk, good morning. I'm going to call this meeting to order and get started. We've got a full house. It's Wednesday, May 24th, 2023, and we're going to start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. It's so good to see all of you here today. I'm going to ask Mr. Austin Brown to lead us in the pledge this morning. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Always a privilege to have you in chambers. Mr. Clerk, can we start with the roll call?
I sure can. Councilmember Breckus?
I'm here.
Dewar? Dewar is absent. Martinez?
Here.
Ebert?
Here.
Taylor?
Here.
And Vice Mayor Reese?
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And Ms. Dewar is in the back, and she'll be just joining us in 1 second.
Thank you.
We're going to start first with public comment, but we have a couple of special proclamations. And for the first one, I'm going to bring up Travis Truhill. It's, of course, National Public Works Week, so we're excited that you're here, and as well as your team.
We're excited to be here as well. So from the Office of the Mayor, City of Reno, Nevada, proclamation. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, emergency management, and services that are vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and public health, high quality of life, well-being of people of Reno, Nevada. And whereas these infrastructures, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedication, efforts of public works professionals who are professionally mandated first responders and the engineers, managers, and employees of all levels of government and private sector who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas the City of Reno, Maintenance and Operations, Public Works, and Utility Services Departments collectively maintain 710 miles of paved roads, 784 miles of sanitary sewer pipes, 530 miles of storm drain line, 30 sewer lift stations, and more than 200 buildings, 650 vehicles, and 300 traffic signals. Whereas it is the public's interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and the children in the biggest little city to gain knowledge and maintain ongoing interest and understanding in the importance of public works, first responders, and the public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2023 marks the 63rd annual National Public Works Week. Now therefore, our Mayor, Hillary Sheevy, does declare May 21st through the 27th, 2023 as National Public Works Week. Thank you.
Mr. Trujo, I'm going to ask your team to come up and we're going to take a picture. We want to honor you. Thanks so much for all that your team does. We really do consider you to be part of our public safety team, and it's a focus for us. I know the mayor often thinks about it in terms of police, fire, and public works, so it's really an honor to have all of your folks here. So we're going to take a picture, but as we're getting up, I'm going to also just call you out. I understand that last week at Harvard, you made quite the stunning presentation, and so I want to just say thank you for your leadership. Thanks for growing with the city. It's an important thing. So let's come on up and do a picture.
We're going to need to from you. Some of you I'm going to pull into the front. Are you to the front row? Squeeze on in there. Brian's on using Frank, you're going to pull in the front row. That way we can get everybody in there. Can you see? Can we get everybody in? Okay, 1, 2, 3. We're gonna take a couple photos. I was gonna say, Phil, thank you. There we go. Thank you, everybody. And there are refreshments out front. Everybody just talking about.
Okay, a couple of more proclamations. Emily Kidd, I think you're here, and we're going to talk a little bit about Internal Audit Awareness Month. Thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Emily Kidd for the record, your city auditor. Today I'm here about Internal Audit Awareness Month. So here we go. From the Office of the Mayor, the City of Reno, Nevada. Whereas internal auditing is an independent consulting activity function that is insightful, proactive, and future-focused, adding value to both public and private sector organizations, and whereas governing bodies and senior management rely on internal audits for insight and objective assurance that existing internal controls are adequate to mitigate to mitigate organizational risks, that governance and risk management processes are effective and efficient, and organizational goals and strategic objectives are met. And whereas internal auditing is an established profession with a globally recognized code of ethics and internal standards for the professional practice of internal auditing, and whereas internal auditing is an increasingly sophisticated and complex activity requiring specialized knowledge, training, and education, and whereas we recognize the important role of internal auditors and the positive impacts of the internal audit profession in promoting efficiency, accountability, effectiveness, and success. Now, therefore, our Mayor, Hillary Sheevy, does declare May 2023 as Internal Audit Awareness Month. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kidd. Really appreciate you. We'll do one afterwards. Emily and I take photos together all the time. Okay, we've got one more, and I think Megan Berner, you're coming up to chat with us a little bit about Historic Preservation Month. Great month we've had. Councilmember Dewar led the task last week with a special awards evening, and so it's great to celebrate all things historic preservation.
Yes, good morning. I'm Megan Berner, Arts and Culture Manager for the record. The month of May is National Preservation Month, and this year the theme is People Saving Places. And it recognizes the people doing the work of historic preservation in communities across the country. The Historical Resources Commission just hosted their annual Historic Preservation Awards a couple of weeks ago and honored 19 individuals, projects, and a new category this year, Legacy Businesses in the City of Reno. This year, we are also celebrating 30 years of historic preservation at the City of Reno. 30 years ago, our city adopted code that created the Historical Resources Commission and the Historic Preservation Program. So with that, I'd like to introduce Melissa Hathey, our Management Assistant in Arts and Culture, who is the city's point person for historic preservation, and I'm going to invite her to read the proclamation for Historic Preservation Month.
Start here.
Yes.
From the Office of the Mayor, City of Reno, Nevada, this proclamation starts with, whereas historic preservation is an effective tool for promoting sustainable development, revitalizing neighborhoods, fostering local pride, promoting tourism, and maintaining community character. And whereas it is important to acknowledge and celebrate the benefits of history, architecture, and archaeology in our lives and the contributions made by dedicated individuals in helping to preserve the tangible and intangible aspects of the heritage that have helped shape the city. And whereas historic preservation can be the center of community discussion, uniting residents behind an important cause. And whereas the month of May is National Historic Preservation Month, and the City of Reno Historical Resources Commission is holding the 25th Annual City of Reno Historical Preservation Awards ceremony, which just passed on May 11th, 2023. And whereas the City of Reno is marking 30 years of historic preservation in the city, now therefore, our Mayor, Hillary Sheevy, Mayor of the City of Reno, do hereby declare May 2023 as Historic Preservation Month.
Congratulations. Congratulations. And Councilwoman Dewar just did something really remarkable with the awards. I think it's the first year that we've done that.
Yeah,
And it
I
was
mean,
impressive.
we took it to the next level. We were celebrating 30 years of historic preservation in Reno. And as Megan said, we initiated a new award for legacy business, and I've never seen happier people, and I'm just going to tell you who these people were. You had Fasani Painting, Miguel's, you had Louis Basque, you had Savage and Son, and let's see if she gets the last one. Casales,
Casales.
Halfway Club. Amazing. They were virtually all there, brought their whole families. And to be able to celebrate businesses, I think Savage and Son, 128 years in Reno.
Wow.
Just remarkable stuff. So incredible. I hope everyone comes to the next one. We hope to up our game and even exceed
Yeah.
this year's.
Great job. Thank you
Yeah,
for doing
thank
that.
you.
I think it was fantastic.
Yeah.
All right, Madam Clerk. Or Mr. Clerk,
That's
sorry.
okay. So we are opening public comment.
Yes, I'm going to
All
send
right.
it to you.
It should be noted for those in the audience that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Please note that the council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you are called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. If you are an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand at this time. And lastly, while in this room, please be respectful. Warnings will be issued by the presiding officer if there is disruptive behavior. You will be asked to leave chambers if the behavior continues.
Okay, thank you so much. And just to remind everyone, everyone has 3 minutes. Okay.
All right, so our first public commenter will be Jerry Mifsud, followed by John Pratt, followed by Terry Brooks.
All right, Jerry. Good morning.
Can you blow this up over here, Johnny? Homophobic, huh? So, you think I'm homophobic, Devin? Well, the,
Can you please state your name for the record?
Pardon me?
Can you please state your name for the record?
You know who I am. The Nevada Ethics Commission has found violations by one of the city council members. The 5 ethic laws cited in violation have been that you've done this for your own personal financial interest, participating in negotiations which has a financial interest, insufficiently disclosing your interest in those negotiations and discussions, and not abstaining from the discussion of votes. This is the conduct of a sitting city council member, and I ask, why is this member still sitting? And any CEO of any organization would fire that person. What kind of leverage does this person have? He has the leverage to throw me out of here a year ago. It's been our anniversary. Remember me wearing this shirt and it was too open for you and you threw me out, you and Thornley? Well, I'm wearing that same shirt. Throw me out. You can't do it because you have no ordinance. So your conduct and calling me homophobic, I was, as a 6-year-old little boy, I was molested and raped by my own father. I was forced to do gay things I didn't even know were sex or gay. And you call me homophobic. You're heterophobic. You think that every heterosexual has it in because you have the right and the freedom to be what you want. I knew Harvey Milk. You didn't. I watched Harvey Milk die. You didn't. I opened up 2 restaurants on Castro Street. You didn't. But you stand there and you call me homophobic in front of 2 council members and you're still sitting here. Where's your vice mayor when it says vice mayor? You're going to step down, Hillary, and you're going to pass that on to the vice mayor. Is that going to be Devin? You want him to be the mayor and you passed over Jenny and you passed on Naomi? They should be the next mayor. That's the way things go. Not you. You have violated and created an erosion of trust in city government. You're unstable.
Jerry?
Go on.
please, no personal attacks and address the
I
whole
can't hear
council.
what you're saying.
Please, no personal attacks.
You know what? I've been doing this for several years. Why now are you saying this, Mayor?
I've been saying it.
Why, after all these years I've been up here, I personally attacked you? And you've not said anything. Now you're gonna stick up for Devin. What's the deal that you have with him?
It's for all of us, just address
For
the
all of
council
us,
as a whole.
this is my
please.
right to freedom of speech, and you've interrupted. I want every minute back that the mayor's interrupted me. I have every right. This is my right to free speech, Mayor. I can say whatever I want. And if it's uncomfortable for you because of Devon or Devin, whatever his name is or her name is, that's too bad. He called me homophobic in front of the city council. What are you gonna say about that? Is that proper? Speechless? There's so much corruption that's going on here in City Hall. Some of you are not complicit. Some of you know what's going on and say nothing. But on your way out, you're taking back a terrible regime. And this hesitate, from saying anything. We used to be friends, Hillary, but
We're still friends, Jerry. All right.
I'm glad you think
Thank you
so.
so much.
Next, we have John
Thank
Pratt,
you.
followed by Terry Brooks, followed by
Jerry.
Luis Hutino.
Kindness, my friend, kindness.
John Pratt, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Luis Hutino. We have John.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is John Pratt, and I'm the president of the Nevada Veterans Alumni Chapter. I'd like to thank Council Member Ebert for her generous donation to our chapter. And I just want you to know it's going to make an immediate and significant impact on our chapter. A little bit about our chapter. We recently found out this week that we were named Nevada Alumni Association's Outstanding Chapter of the Year, so we're really proud of that. Our primary goal is to support veterans in their ongoing transitions. We refer to them as endless transitions, whether it's from the military to civilian life to the academic environment, or from UNR out into their next stage in their career. These transitions can be difficult for some and very challenging for others. There's very few that don't face a significant challenge with their transitions. Another thing about our chapter is we are raising an endowment scholarship of $30,000 for a graduate student who has run out of their post 9/11 GI Bills, and we're about a third of the way there so far. Our chapter has grown from 17 members in July of 21 to over 50 members this year. Although having 50 members is an all-time high for us, it is a small representation of the veteran community in our area. We want to expand our reach and connect with a broader demographic of the veteran community. Councilmember Ebert, this donation will dramatically increase our promotional efforts and expand our programming efforts in the Reno community. There are some negative stereotypes about being a veteran and some misconceptions about veteran service organizations that we are struggling to overcome. So if people in the community can see who is a part of our chapter, we think that's the best way to overcome these negative stereotypes and misconceptions. I believe that actions speak louder than words, and seeing our members in our community with our t-shirts, stickers on their water bottles, laptops, will send a much louder message than any social media post or marketing campaign we have been able to come up with so far. This donation will also add a critical addition to our programming calendar. What has been missing is a marquee family event. This donation will help us achieve our goal of providing a family-friendly event that is free for our members and for their families. In closing, I'm very proud to represent a committed and passionate chapter, and thank you again for this generous and impactful donation. So thank you.
Thanks, John. Nice job.
Thank you.
Next, we have Terry Brooks, followed by Luis Hutino, followed by Mario De La Rosa.
Good morning, it's me, Terry Brooks again. And today I'd like to face the act of discrimination when it comes to economics and race. When people are discriminated against because of their race, they may not get to rent or buy a home just because of their race. So instead of renting or buying a home where they desire to live, they may wind up paying more for somewhere they don't want to live. And when people are discriminated against because of their race, they may not get the education they wanted just because of their race. So instead of receiving their desired education, they wind up in frustration while seeking an occupation. When people are discriminated against because of their race, they may not get the job they want just because of their race. They may wind up with a low-paying job and have trouble paying their rent. That's another situation that they are not able to prevent. And without a good job, they may not have health care. And being in that situation would be a difficult burden to bear. And that burden would be even worse if they find themselves in poor health, all because of discrimination that prevented their access to wealth. Some of these problems in the past were a result of bad politics, but some of the improvements in our times are a result of good politics. It was bad politics that deprived some people of their rights, and later it was good politics that returned to people their rights. So in the past, discrimination also involved economics. And even today, discrimination of the past has affected our present economics. If people were not discriminated against and had the chance to earn more money then, they would be more wealthy now from what they would have made way back when. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back when I can afford more paper and a pen. Oh, by the way, just so you know.
What chapter are we on?
This is chapter 7. I've only got 39 more chapters to go.
And we will supply you with all the paper and pen that you need. Anything you
I'll
need.
keep
But I'm
doing that.
excited for the book to come out soon,
Okay,
and we'll celebrate.
all right.
All right.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Thanks. Great job.
Luis Hutino, followed by Mario De La Rosa, followed by Mark Markel.
Good morning.
Buenos dias, good morning. My name is Luis Latino, and I have been living and growing with the Reno community for the last 27 years. And I'm here to support first the job of the Latino art and culture, promoting traditions and our cultural Latino heritage. And I am also here to support the proposal B20 and B21. Hopefully, the city councils approve those items. This could be a beginning of something big and a good way to our Reno community. Thank you so much.
Nice seeing you.
Mario De La Rosa, followed by Mark Markel, followed by Raymond De Leon Perez.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mario.
My name is Mario De La Rosa, Executive Director with Latino Arte and Culture. I would like to say thank you to Councilman Miguel Martinez for his donation of his discretionary funds to Latino Arte and Culture to support our mission to create, produce, and provide a wide range of activities, wellness services, and facilities in the Reno community. We are one, but of only a few Latino 501c3 nonprofit organizations in Northern Nevada, and the only one that works in the whole spectrum of the arts and culture. We started this journey in 2003 when Ana Maria Cavallone and I started the first Latino theater group in Nevada. And during 30 years, we have created, produced, organized, and presented many manifestations of the Latino arts and culture. According to a survey by Americans for the Arts, we are an organization that makes the community more desirable by creating pride in where we live and work. We unify neighborhoods from different backgrounds. We infuse lives with joy, pride, and a sense of belonging. With our bilingual theater, we attract audiences speaking 2 different languages. We are capable of having 2 different cultures with 2 different backgrounds in the same room and have them understand and enjoy the same play. This is what bilingual theater allows us to do. This is diversity, this is inclusion, this is equity and access. We also organize outdoor festivals and events during the year, events that attract thousands of attendees. These events spur business development and support local jobs. Thank you, Councilman Miguel Martinez, for the opportunity you give us and the community to have a place we can call home. With this new space, our organization goals are possible. And following the idea of activating Tiglia's Paradise Park, we are organizing the second Mariachi and Folklore of the Nations Festival, scheduled for June 24th on Carville Drive, an adjacent street to the park. As you know, in the space, we'll offer workshops such as children's theater, salsa dancing for seniors, and several more, and organize events for the whole community. Just recently, Latino Art and Culture received a grant from Nevada First Generation Network from the University of Nevada, Reno. This funding will support dozens of students considered first-generation college students with mentorship sessions with access to role models that are bicultural and bilingual. This grant will allow us, these first-generation college students, to have access to artistic activities and workshops. We are pleased with this opportunity to keep serving our future leaders. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Good job.
Mark Markel, followed by Raymond De Leon Perez, followed by Jasmine Cruz.
Cool. Hi.
Hello. Hello, Mark.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council members, and City Manager. My name is Mark Markel, and I'm a Reno resident. First of all, I'd like to thank God for willing me alive, and thank the doctors at Longwood Lundy University Medical Center for saving my life. I was just recently, I fell on my face, and I was taken to the hospital, and I'd like to thank the nurses at the hospital, renowned, and I'd like to thank CareChest for giving me this wheelchair. 40 years ago, I'm still suffering from this. I was in a drunk driving crash. And 40 years plus, I'm still suffering after the effects of getting in a car with a drunk driver. And I just like to warn people not to drive with drunk drivers, and don't drink and drive. It is a terrible thing. I was past year, and we were drinking wine in the mountains of Southern California, 4 gallons. And we were on our way to get more, and we rolled 8 times, and I was ejected from the vehicle, and it landed on my head, putting me in a coma. And 40 years later, I'm still suffering from that tragic day that I suffered. But I don't know. I just want to warn people not to drive with drunk drivers, and please don't drink and drive. I'm sorry, but thank you.
Great message. Mayor Cashel would be proud.
Raymond De Leon Perez, followed by Jasmine Cruz, followed by Ann McNutty.
Good morning. My name is Raymond De Leon Perez, and I'm here to support Latino art and culture. Why? Because I'm from Puerto Rico. I've been living here in Nevada, in Reno, exactly for 9 years. And I'm come from that kind of programs. And the place that I grew up, it was a bad place. Murders, drugs, prostitution, everything. And programs like that saved my life, stay me out of the streets, acting, sports, doing a lot of things to keep me out of drugs. Most of my friends, when I was a kid, they're died now. They're dead, I'm sorry. And they got murdered because of that, because of the streets. And when I met Mario de la Rosa, our life changing here, because it was the typical life: go to work, get back home, eat, go to sleep, and then go back home, work next day. When I met them and they gave us the opportunity to be in a play, Wizard of Oz, I was the wizard. It was a nice moment to remember my moment when I was a child. And most important for me, it was that I have the opportunity to not only do it myself, doing it with my family, my 3 kids, my beautiful wife, all together, being part of that play, changed my life, changed my wife's life, and also changed my oldest daughter's life, that she every day fight with anxiety after pandemic. And with this play, you can hear her voice in a record message that she said, I met new friends. So B20 and B21, it's a nice and amazing program to help people out there, because our young people, our kids, need this kind of stuff. Thank you.
Jasmine Cruz, followed by Ann McNutty, followed by Gordon Gassage.
Hello, my name is Jasmine Cruz. I'm the beautiful wife.
I love you.
I moved here 9 years ago with my husband and my 3 kids, and I'm here in favor of B20 and B21 because it's amazing for the community and for the family of all ages. We participated in a bilingual play back in February with our kids. It was a great opportunity for us to spend time together, to see our kids develop talents, and to share with other parents and kids. We love the experience and we will keep participating. Prices are really affordable and the promos are wonderful for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ann McNutty, followed by Gordon Gassage, followed by Courtney Burns.
For the record, Ann McNulty. I'm the Executive Director of Care Chest. Good morning, Mayor Sheevy and council members. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Councilmember Ebert for her generous donation to our agency. Care Chest is a nonprofit that has been in this community for over 33 years, and we provide services for low-income Nevadans in need for medical resources that they are vitally in need of. The gentleman that just spoke, Mr. Markel, I believe is his name, he received his scooter from us, which was not planned that he was here. So these funds will assist individuals in Nevada with services like Mr. Markel received, which was the power-operated vehicle that he's using. We provide medical assistance by assisting people with durable medical equipment, diabetic testing supplies, medical nutrition, prescription assistance, home modifications, vehicle modifications, and assistive technology. In the last year, our agency served over 18,000 Nevadans in need, and we provided almost 34,000 items to those individuals. We also have expanded our services into rural Nevada in the last 4 years, as well as statewide. We have another office now in Vegas, and we're serving the full state of Nevada now with our services. And so I'm very excited to be here to share with you that information, but most importantly, I would like to, again, give a heartfelt thank you to Councilmember Ebert for her generous donation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. You guys do remarkable work, absolutely remarkable work. I'm just curious, do you get any funding from Health and Human Services on the county side?
Not from the county side, but we do receive state funding.
Okay. I think that's, a lot of people think that your agency is funded by many different areas, and you really rely on those donations. Am I right?
We do. The donations of durable medical equipment, we receive lovely donations from the foundations in this community, as well as monetary donations from individuals as well in this community. But we do rely on those donations so that we can refurbish them, clean them, and make sure that they're in working condition to loan them back out.
Yeah. And I think you touched on that. I want to, if you can't make a donation, but I know that there are some people that have extra medical supplies or walkers or things like that. What about those kinds of
Those
products.
are vital.
Can
Our
we-
agency
Can
started.
we donate those kinds of products?
Please
Okay.
do, yes. Our campus is located in Golden Valley, and we accept those donations of gently used, durable medical pieces of equipment. Walkers, wheelchairs, hospital beds, you name it, we'll take it. And then, we make sure that they're properly sanitized and they're in safe condition, and then we loan those back out. That's how our agency started over 33 years ago, was taking in those pieces of donated durable medical equipment.
And they're very expensive for a lot of people that don't have insurance and those types of
Exactly,
things. So
yes.
I just want everyone to know, because a lot of people don't realize that you guys will gladly take them.
We would love to take them.
Okay, thank you so much, and please come back and please give us updates. Let us know how we can help.
Thank you so much.
Great job.
Thank you.
Gordon Gossage, followed by Courtney Burns, followed by Miguel Angel Ochoa.
Good morning. For the record, it's Gordon Gossage with Regenesis Reno. And I do have something positive to say about the reason I got here, but I just have to just get on there what I heard earlier, and that is that there is no place for personal attacks in this room. That's not what democracy is about. My uncle, Giuseppe Villela, died in the South Pacific on the island of Bougainville in 1944 for my right to stand up here and talk to you and talk about issues of import, not to attack you. People have their own personal demons they need to wrestle with. This is not the place to do it. And we've seen a level of coarseness both here and in the Washoe County Commission chambers that is unprecedented. And I don't know how to get people to stop it. I just wish that people who are in love with some of these people who continually say this stuff would just get them to stop. And one of the things that I always think about, when my Uncle Joey, as he was known, when he went to the South Pacific, he went there knowing that his father couldn't even read and write in his native Italian. And when I look at the Latino members of our community, and I see a big family down by the river, I think of my relatives, where you have generations of people who, can only speak one language, and then you have the ones in between, like some people on the dais who can speak both languages fluently. And that's the reason I'm here, is to support items B20 and B21 for our Latino community. I think Councilmember Martinez, who now has the Latino seat on this dais, it's an amazing thing that has begun in this community. The Latino community at 26% of our population, compared to its power, has the worst ratio. And I can understand people who grew up here. If you're my age, when you went to high school, the Latino community was about 7% of the community. It was 7% to 26% is a big change. But I strongly, strongly support the Art and Culture Center. I hope it gets to be a much bigger institution, and I'm going to be working with Mario on that. And I just want to commend you guys, all of you, for allocating this $10,000, and I really hope that it's the beginning of some really great contributions to and from our Latino community. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gordon.
Courtney Burns, followed by Miguel Angel Ochoa, followed by Ana Guerrero Gonzalez.
Good morning. My name is Courtney Burns. I am the chair of the American Legion Auxiliary Nevada Girl State Program. This program is a week-long leadership experience for young women in the state of Nevada who are between their junior and senior years in high school. And it is presented by the American Legion Auxiliary. And we would just like to thank Councilmember Breckus for her support today. Thank you.
Thank you. Good work.
Thank you, Miguel Angel Ochoa, followed by Sordero, followed by Rebecca Ochoa.
Hello. Well, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members and audience. My name is Miguel Angel Ochoa, and I have so many things to say, but I'm here to support B20, B21, and I'm so proud of living here in Reno. I moved here 8 years ago, but I came here 12 years ago for business purposes. And then I fell in love with the city. I fell in love with everything around it, especially nature, because I grew up in Southern California. But I got to tell you this, I'm here to support B20, B21, Latino Arte, and the efforts that Miguel Martinez is doing for all of us here. Because as a young gay man in Los Angeles, being part of a Latino LGBTQ support group saved my life. I'm a psychologist. I feel like I'm one of those stories that made it in the US. But more importantly, the fact that Latino Arte, it's not only supporting Latino events, like Mario said, and everybody's been mentioning, but the LGBT community, the Spanish-speaking Latino, Mexican, and multicultural community that only speak Spanish. And where do they go? We have our center, which they do a great job, but we need a support group. And Latino Arte has received funds, and that's what we're doing. We're supporting Latino LGBTQ, and not just for us now and what the impact that we can do for the young community, for those immigrant community that only speak Spanish, but think towards the future. In about 10, 20 years, Reno will be 50% Latinos, if not more. I mean, it is what it is. Times are changing. We are growing. But I think that Latino Arte is the future for what we could do. And I want to mention something really quick because I think it proves a point. I remember being 22, 23, right before graduating college, and working for a nonprofit organization called the Old Timers Foundation in Huntington Park. And I remember it was Old Timers, it was a senior center, and they gave us a bungalow in the back for LGBTQ anything, STD testing, support groups, pool parties. And I remember one day going to the CEO of the nonprofit organization and saying, why don't we bring the STD mobile unit to the senior citizens, right? I mean, there has to be a need. I mean, it is. Lo and behold, it became a thing, and to this day, it's still a program that the Old Timers Foundation adopted for STD testing for all ages, really. I mean, but I'm here to say that not only does Latino Arte support Latino events, Fiesta Wells, Dia de Muertos, a bunch of events, and only those that experience those events connect heart to heart when they see their culture displayed with such pride like Latino Arte does. So I'm here to mention that, and we have a Latinx social club. Please let everybody know, and if I need to come back and mention that so that we could put it somewhere on the website so that every Spanish-speaking LGBTQ member can come and be part of our Latino support group. But more importantly, we need this building. We really need the space. And where else? Teglias Park. It's a wonderful park. It was the first park I visited here in Reno. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. Great job.
Melissa Taylor, followed by Grace Patori, followed by Chad Sweet.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Taylor. I live and work in Ward 3, where I have had the honor of serving as Executive Director of Reno Little Theater for the last decade. Now in our 88th season, Reno Little Theater, or RLT, is the longest running community theater in the state of Nevada. And for the last 7 years, we have had the immense pleasure of hosting Latino Arte for several events and performances each season. Over the years, we have worked with Latino Arte as hosts, collaborators, fiscal agents, and now as cheerleaders. It has been an honor working with Latino Arte and seeing firsthand how their programs unify, educate, and ultimately strengthen our entire community. While we look forward to continuing to support Latino Arte with access to RLT's space and resources, I'm happy to say that thanks to their successes, growth, and the need for their programming, which you have heard about several times this morning, the space that we can offer and the support that we can offer is now less than they deserve and far less than they need to continue to maximize their impact in our community. I'm here in support of items B20 and B21, which will allow Latino Arte to expand their programming and impact by providing them with a space for additional artistic and cultural events. Your support of these items will allow them to continue to infuse our community with joy and to spur economic development and show support for both the Latinx community and the arts and culture professionals in this city. Thank you.
Grace Patori, followed by Chad Sweet, followed by Jamie Hemingway.
Good morning. My name is Grace Patorti. I am a resident of Reno for over 45 years. The first 15 years I lived in Reno, I lived on a small street called Hillborough, right off Montello Street. It is the community, that community that still resounds with me. I still call that community my home. It's where I raised my children. They went to Glen Duncan, they went to Trainer, they went to Hug. They went to Paradise Park. I can still see the little toddlers on those little horses going whoop, whoop, whoop. Great place. So this community is important for this city, and that's why I'm here to support B20 and B21. Even though I no longer live there, I live in Ward 4, this is still home to me. This is where the people who are my lifetime friends reside. This is who we are as a city. So this is great that we're doing something positive in this area, which has seen problems, in particular, blight. I mean, Kmart closed, Lowe's closed. So this is a really positive step for this community. So I would urge you to help them in any way they can, not only now, but in the future, because this organization is doing amazing work for this community, and they deserve everything we can possibly do to help them. And one more thing, this is also the community where my neighbor played mariachi. And instead of complaining about the loud mariachi, my children and I decided every time there was mariachi, we'd go in our backyard and dance. And we did for years, and we still love mariachi. And I think this city needs more mariachi events and cultural output. Honest to God, it's the best fun you could ever have, dancing
don't
with
you
your
think we should
toddlers
play
to
mariachi before the council meetings, every council meeting? People would be so much happier.
Mariachi for everyone.
I swear they would.
So this location is the perfect spot, because this community, when I lived there 45 years ago, was racially diverse. My children went to school. They didn't come home and say, why is this person this color, that person? It's just the way they were. And it's an accepting community for all. It's a loving community. I love this community, and I think I'm going to retire back in this community, because the best people in the world live in this community, in my opinion. So, and the other thing is, Mario, he's amazing, the work he's done. So we need to support him this year and every year.
Thank you, Grace. All right,
Okay,
Grace's
thank you.
Mariachi Band. When you get it, bring it to council every Wednesday or every other Wednesday.
Mariachi for all. I'm
telling
all
you,
for it,
people
man.
will be a
It's
lot
great.
happier hearing mariachi before they come to a council meeting. Thank you. Good job.
Chad Sweet, followed by Jamie Hemingway, followed by Juan Manuel Briones.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chad Sweet, and I am the Technical Director and Production Manager at Reno Little Theater. And I have had the great pleasure of working alongside Mario and Ana Maria and their whole community at Latino Arte and Culture for the last 7 years or so. And I am, of course, in wholehearted support of B20 and B21. I echo everything that my colleague Melissa said before me. And I also would like to say that very few things in my professional life have given me as much joy as working with Latino Arte and Culture and witnessing the joy and the beauty and the love and the community that they bring to Reno as a whole. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And Chad, I think, how long have you been with Reno Little Theater?
9 years.
Okay, 9 years.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, great job. I know they love you and adore you. Good work. Thanks.
Jamie Hemingway, followed by Juan Manuel Briones, followed by Karina Acosta.
Good afternoon. For the record, I am Jamie Hemingway, Public Information and Development Officer for Washoe County Library System, and on a personal level, a big fan of Latino Arte. I'm here to speak in support of items B20 and B21. In my personal life, in 2019, I somehow got connected with Ana Maria and Mario and worked with them to bring the first Dia de los Muertos festival to the streets of the city of Reno. I got to see from the inside how they operated, how they planned, the love and care and creativity that they put into making that event a big success. And here we are, they're still going, it's still going strong, and it's a wonderful community event, very family oriented, extremely fun. And in my life, working for the library system, I've also had the pleasure of working with them. I have to say that they have opened the doors for a lot of entities like Washoe County Library to come and table at their events and reach Spanish speakers. It's an extremely important thing. It really opens the doors, and it helps entities like the library system reach Spanish speakers, get more patrons into our doors. So really we work together, and we consider them a partner of ours. And this opportunity to have the activity center at Paradise Park, that just is going to open way more doors. And really the library system is looking for more opportunities to reach the Spanish-speaking community. And our outreach team specifically, we're looking at this as something that we can kind of get in on as well. So we'd love to work with Latino Arte and bring some librarians down to this location, and we'll bring our bilingual librarians, we'll issue library cards, maybe we can give some classes, technology classes, and tell people about some of the great library resources that are available too. So fully in support, we look forward to where we can go from here. Thank you so much.
Great job, and thank you for your service at the library. Important work.
Juan Manuel Briones, followed by Jody Anderson, followed by Donna Klontz.
Good morning. My name is Juan. She is my translator, if you use okay, guys, because I feel more comfortable in my language in Spanish.
I'm Julia Page. I'll be Mr. Juan's interpreter.
Mi nombre es Juan. Llevo 11 años viviendo en la ciudad de Reno. Tengo mi negocio junto con mi esposa y nos hemos visto beneficiados en los eventos que Latino and Culture han hecho en la ciudad.
I'm Juan. I've been living here in Reno for 11 years with my wife, and we have found benefits of participating in the events that Arte and Cultura offer.
La importancia de la cultura en nuestra comunidad es vital. Una comunidad sin cultura es una comunidad que está destinada a no progresar en las futuras generaciones. Yo quisiera que todos apoyemos a Latino Arte y Cultura.
I would like for everybody to support Latino Arte and Cultura. A community without culture has no progression in this community.
La cultura no conoce idiomas, la cultura no conoce religiones y la cultura no conoce nacionalidades. Así que la cultura es para todos y necesitamos apoyarla.
We need to support culture. Culture doesn't distinguish languages, doesn't distinguish nationalities.
Y tampoco religión.
No religions.
Yo apoyo ese 20 y ese 21 y les pido a todos, por favor, que hagamos lo necesario y un poco más para que Latino Arte y Cultura tenga su propio espacio para nuestra comunidad, tanto latina como afroamericana, de cualquier lado del mundo.
I ask you for your support of SB 20, SB 21, and to do the necessary and more to welcome every culture, Latinos, African American, and everybody.
Muchas gracias por su tiempo, fue un placer estar con ustedes.
Thank you for your time. It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, good job.
Jody Anderson, followed by Donna Klontz, followed by Astrid Perez.
Good morning. For the record, this is Jody Anderson, community activist and business owner. Been here 26 years. I came from Detroit, Michigan, which was radically racism. 8 Mile was a defining line. Everybody lived behind 8 Mile and then above 8 Mile, all the white people. I happened to grow up right there on that edge. And now, 26 years later, Black people are everywhere in Michigan, and it's a beautiful thing. It's come together. The support of the reality that we're all facing today is that we have to come together. I found Latino Arte 8 years ago in the play, but I had met Mario probably about 21, 22 years ago when I came back from Guatemala doing mission work. So I was greatly impacted by the gentleness of this culture, and I've strived to understand everything about this culture and how I can impart my greatness to their greatness, because they're very resourceful people. If you're familiar with Latino Arte, then you're familiar with all the fun. But if you didn't see Wizard of Oz this spring, wow, talk about it. I had a Jamaican and a Detroiter, an 8-year-old and a 12-year-old Detroiter that just recently relocated up here. They don't know the language. They understood everything. They were so enthused about acting in a bilingual play. So we are making differences daily. We have generations that they're raising up. This resourceful community has done more in the last 8 years than I've seen across the board in any state. Even through COVID, they were producing materials and things, and no one stopped working. So we really need to support this organization. I can thank Miguel Martinez for separating his money and you guys all supporting the idea that we can be at Paradise Park. Just recently, I'm familiar and attached to the family that was devastated with the 8 kids being hit at that corner. And 3 of them are not going to make it, more than likely, because of their heads being split by the vehicle. These are family members of my good friends, best friend. So if we don't come together and develop something for these youth, why were 14 and 15-year-olds out at 3 a.m. in the morning, double bunked in a car? This is the kind of stuff these guys address. These people stay home. They communicate. They build bridges for everybody. We don't want outsiders out there in the dark hours scaring us anymore. Over 150 people are affected by that accident, by one act of one useless, wasted night. Now everybody's affected by it. And it's a great time for us to build on this, because we just did a vigil there a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, I believe. And the ceremonial breaking ground of what you guys are doing here, this is most important. These people, this language isn't hard. The only thing that's hard is about training your brain to slow down and listen to the differences. But these people speak English and Spanish, and they're comfortable in their skin. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Donna Klontz, followed by Astrid Perez, followed by Zelia Amador.
Could I get the overhead? Really quick, please? Thanks.
Morning, I'm Donna Klons. I live here in Reno. I have several things to bring to the council, and I'm here also in support of Latino Arte at Paradise Park, but I have some things that I want to bring to your attention and ask for your help with on that. I have been involved in putting on our senior resource fairs for the last 6 months. We're about ready to go up to Spanish Springs area. We love our libraries. They're our partners in this process too. I might even try to get Mario and company to come with us to Senior Resources to do some Spanish speaking outreach toward Latinos up there as well. So I wanted to let council know 2 more times at Spanish Springs. And then to let you know that Age Friendly is now alive and well and doing its surveys for the Washoe County and also the city of Sparks. It's 5 years since we started our Reno's Age Friendly, and this survey is pretty much like we did when we asked folks what would make the Reno community better for all of us as we get older. And this is out and about in the community. So if you see it, encourage folks to fill it out. When the numbers come back, it will help the new planning for Washoe County, full age-friendly, and Sparks to do some age-friendly work on improving the community. So I'm going to switch to Paradise Park for the last couple minutes. I am a senior myself. I am at Paradise Park a couple of times a week with the seniors up there. The seniors there love that place, and I am glad to see that new activities will be brought in the afternoons and evenings to Paradise Park as well to involve the Latino community that lives around there, many of whom are seniors. I am telling you, I will help bring the seniors that are there playing during the day to try out the new things that are being brought in by Latino Arte and Culture Group. It's important. I love the culture myself. I speak enough Spanish to get myself in trouble. I love Latino culture too. Let's do mariachi. I love mariachi. Anyway, the 2 things I wanted to bring, I want to ask council to ask staff to work on a couple of things on the contract. Part of it is the space. Get a chance to have the Latino Arte folks sit down with staff at Paradise Park and work out something that will work better for them in that space. They need, Latino Arte needs an office space. They also need space for their for some of their supplies and their equipment, probably their staging kinds of things. And I'm looking forward to that as well. It's not going to fit in a 10 by 10 office. That office right now has been occupied by someone on staff for the last 7 years who runs the programs during the day for recreation. Forcing her to move out of her office is not going to be a happy thing. Let's work on something that will make all parties successful, comfortable, and that works with what they need. So please have staff work on those devil in the details on this contract. Also, the hours at the end of the day. We and the seniors have been looking forward to expanding a few more senior activities in the building, and it looks like Arte would love to be there after 5. So try to keep that in mind as well. I really appreciate your time, and thank you, Miguel, for donating the $10,000. That's wonderful.
All right, thank you so much.
Astrid Perez, followed by Zelia Amador, followed by Yolanda Gonzalez.
Hi, love your shoes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Astrid, and I'm part of Latino Arte. I've been living in Reno since 2007. I moved from Mexico, and I started doing things for the theater on 2012. First, I want to say that I'm in favor of B20 and B21. I also want to take the time to say thank you to Ana Maria and Mario de la Rosa because they became a second family for me and my daughter since 2012. I've been through a lot of hard times as well as good times, and they were always there for me and my daughter. I always found love and support from these great people. Within all these years, I have seen the great job they have done in our community, fighting for the ones that most need it, our Latino children, women, LGBTI plus community, as well as our hardworking men and immigrants. I am happy to be part of this group. Every time I perform, I feel very happy because I know we're changing something in somebody's life. Every time I perform in different places, I feel like I can be a different character, but at the same time, sometimes I can get identified with some characters. I've been part of this group for all these years because I love it. I love all the great programs they have and all the activities they do for our kids and adults. I want to say that I'm happy for this group, and I want to say that I hope we can get the support. I want to help this group for the rest of my life because I know we're going to change a lot of lives, as well as the present and the future generations. So I want to say thank you for all your support, and I hope we can get this little room to keep supporting our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Zelia Amador, followed by Yolanda Gonzalez, followed by Uriel Cholula Rivera.
Hi, good morning. My name is Lilia Amador. I speak English, but her English is better. So I just want to use her, okay?
I am Lilia Amador.
Okay. Cuando mi hijo tenía 4 años,
When my son was 4 years of age,
él era un actor, él le gustaba contar chistes y él quería ser un artista.
he was an actor, he used to tell pranks, and he wanted to be an actor.
Surgió un concurso de niños.
There was a children's competition.
Y yo lo llevé porque él le decía a todo el mundo que él iba a ir al concurso de niños y él iba a ganar.
So I took him because he was telling everybody that he was going to win the competition.
Lo llevé y no lo aceptaron porque era un niño de 4 años, aunque dijeron que lo hacía muy bien, pero no me lo aceptaron.
They told me he did a very good job, but because he was 4 years old, they could not accept him.
Él se decepcionó mucho.
He got really disappointed.
Él dejó de actuar, dejó de contar chistes, ya no quería hacer nada de esto.
He stopped acting, he stopped telling pranks. He didn't want to do anything of this anymore.
Gracias a Dios conocí a Ana María y a Mario de la Rosa.
Thanks be to God, I met Ana María, Mario de la Rosa.
Y hablé con ellos de lo que había pasado con el niño y me dijeron, bingo, caíste en el mejor lugar. Ellos me dieron la oportunidad para que el niño empezara a actuar.
I shared with them what had happened, and they said, bingo, you've landed where you need to be, and they allowed me to bring my child to them.
Sí, desde esa fecha empezaron a hacer obras de teatro para niños, hicieron varias obras de teatro para niños.
At that time, they were doing some theater pieces for children.
Ahora mi niño tiene 15 años.
My child is now 15 years old.
Y desde ese tiempo hasta ahora ha hecho obras de teatro, muchas de niños y otras ya de adultos.
Since that point forward, not 15 now, he's been acting in plays.
En el medio de ese tiempo yo lo intenté llevar a una academia.
During that time, I tried to take him to an academy.
En donde pagaba $200 por mes.
Where I was paying $200 a month.
Y para ponerle un manager y que lo pusieran a trabajar, me cobraban $10,000.
And for him to have a manager and for him to be able to act, they were charging me $10,000.
Y hablé con Ana María y me dijo, no tienes por qué pagar. Diego puede seguir con nosotros.
And I shared that with Ana María, and she said, you don't have to pay that. Diego can stay with us.
Y él siguió actuando hasta ahorita. El niño ha hecho casi 15 obras de teatro.
He's continued to act. My child now has acted in 15 plays.
Ahora él quiere seguir en la actuación.
He wants to continue acting.
Y creo que es por todo el apoyo que ha recibido por parte de Ana María y Mario de la Rosa.
And I think it is because of all the support he has received from Ana María y Mario de la Rosa.
Por otro lado, estando yo llevando a mi niño al teatro,
while I was taking my child to theater,
Ana María me ofreció la oportunidad de yo también actuar en las obras de teatro.
Ana María offered me the opportunity to also be part of the plays.
Yo le dije que tenía pánico.
I told her I'm gonna panic.
Pero siempre quise hacerlo.
But I always have been wanting to do it.
Y ella me dijo, tú puedes, hazlo.
He told me, you can do it, just do it.
Y sí he hecho ya como 7 obras de teatro.
And I have been able to participate in 7 plays.
Lo único que puedo decir es que apoyo 100% B20 y B21.
What I can just share is that I completely support B20 and B21.
Y estoy muy agradecida con Ana María y Mario de la Rosa.
And I'm extremely grateful with Ana María and Mario de la Rosa.
Gracias.
All right.
Yolanda
Thank you.
Gonzalez,
Gracias.
followed by Uriel Cholula Rivera, followed by Elizabeth Martinez.
I think it's afternoon. No, it's still morning. Council, thank you for the opportunity to come up here and speak. My name is Yolanda Gonzalez. I'm a local banker and mortgage lender. been here, well, I'm going to age myself now because I've been here 61 years.
Wow.
This is where I've seen our community grow. And one of the things that I've really have appreciated being a Latino back in the days when there wasn't that many Latinos, you can maybe count 5 or 7 families. I can tell you that what I have seen with the Latino art and culture has been amazing. They are a wonderful organization, and of course, I'm here to support B20, B21. I can tell you right now that I have been very involved with our Hispanic community for years, and it's wonderful to see that we're not just known for a Cinco de Mayo. We are going to be known for the last few years as cultural developing and arts. And that's what I've seen the development of Reno as well, is the culture and the arts. And I'm here to support that. I think that they deserve to have a facility and to continue to grow. And I'm happy to see that Miguel Martinez has participated in such way of such support along with the council members. I'd like to see them not only have a small space, but a larger space in the future, because they need to continue to develop and continue to bring that wonderful things that echoing everything that everybody has said in support of them. Truly, we are more than just one event of Cinco de Mayo a year. We're part of culture, theater, all kinds of things that go beyond just a one-year event type of thing. So please give your support to and endorse, please, the B12, B20, and B21. I'm here to say that our community is growing. We're not just mariachis, if you will, although I love mariachis. I think that we're here about theater, about bringing awareness of not just what Latinos can bring to our community, but you can see that there is a power in this community, and it's just not being, I think, there's not enough organizations that develop all the things that we can bring in our culture for the Latino community. So thank you very much.
All right,
Uriel
thank you.
Cholula Rivera, followed by Elizabeth Martinez, followed by Dan Gallagher.
Good morning. My name is Uriel Cholula Rivera. I'm a student at the University of Nevada, Reno, and I'm also I have participated with Latino art and culture, and I think that this organization really contributes to the community by organizing the events, because they support the local businesses and they also generate some revenue for those business. And I feel really welcomed by this organization, and I have participated with them in one of their plays, and it was a really good experience. So that's why I'm here supporting the B20 and B21 items, and I hope that they get the space that they need to continue growing and working with these workshops and all the plays that they have. Thank you.
Elizabeth Martinez, followed by Dan Gallagher, followed by Kyle Edgerton.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Martinez, and I'm nervous, so I need translate, please. Estoy aquí para apoyar a Latino Arte.
I'm here to support Latin art.
Porque hace un tiempo participé en una obra de teatro y me enamoré del teatro.
Because not too long ago I participated in a play and I fell in love with theater.
Tiempo después involucré a mis hijos en las clases de teatro.
Later I asked my children to participate in plays as well.
En este momento tengo 2 adolescentes.
Right now I have 2 teenagers.
Y el mayor es autista.
My oldest son is autistic.
Y le gusta involucrarse y aplaudirle a todos en las obras de teatro.
He likes to participate and applaud everybody in the play.
En total tengo 4 hijos y están involucrados en estos talleres.
I have 4 children and they all participate in these classes.
porque pienso que es una buena opción para ellos para desarrollarse en su vida,
I think it's a great option for them to develop in their lives,
para no estar involucrados en pandillas,
so they're not involved in gangs,
convivir con más niños
so they can also share time, spend time with other children,
y que vean que hay muchas oportunidades buenas en esta vida para ellos.
and so they can see the great opportunities that are available in this life.
Los ha ayudado a hablar más en público y decir lo que quieren.
They've been able to learn how to speak in public and to be able to express their needs.
Me perdí. I'm sorry.
Las necesidades, compartir lo que quieren.
Latino Arte hace muchas cosas buenas para nuestra comunidad.
Latino Arte does great things for our community.
No nos discrimina,
They don't discriminate us.
nos involucra en la comunidad
They make us participate in our community.
y no es solo para la comunidad latina, es para todas las personas de diferentes nacionalidades y edades.
It's not for only the Latin community, but for all our community and for all ages.
Los eventos y los talleres que imparten traen mucho beneficio para todos
The events and the classes they offer benefit many of us.
y por eso apoyo la B20 y B22.
That's why I support B20 and B21.
Thank you.
Dan Gallagher, followed by Kyle Edgerton, followed by Henadina Tolsted.
Hi, I am Dan Gallagher. I'm the president of Washoe Little League. I would just like to, up top, thank Councilman Martinez and the entire council for the donation to our Little League under item B25. If you are not familiar with Washoe Little League, we are in our 64th season, operating out of South Reno. We are the home to 1,000 kids ages 4 to 15 playing t-ball, baseball, and softball. I'd like to just underscore our softball program. This is our second season with softball in our area. And what started as a 60-girl pilot grew to a 235-girl league now. We were once, as a Little League, 10% female. We're now 26% female with these girls playing and having a game to go up to all age levels, and we're really excited about that program. We've been working with other Little Leagues in the area to foster Little League softball and giving girls access to that sport, and it's an initiative that we're really excited about. Like all Little Leagues, we are 100% volunteered, powered by moms and dads and grandparents. Operating for 64 seasons, this is truly a community collaboration that gets handed down generation to generation. Every opening day, I meet a grandparent who played in our league, who then had a kid and coached in our league, who is now a grandparent either rooting on their kids or still coaching. And that sense of community and tradition really is rich down in our own community league and in South Reno. Donations like this help us maintain and improve our facilities, help us buy equipment and uniforms, help us provide scholarships to kids who don't have the means to participate or pay registration fees. So donations like this really allow us to uphold our commitment to the community and ensure that every child has a chance and access to play the game, and it's really appreciated. Beyond the tangible impact of the donation, I think this donation is just a powerful message from a body like this. It just tells our players that the community supports them and that their dreams matter. It represents a shared belief in the power of youth sports and how that develops our future. And it's a testament to this body's commitment to the development and well-being of our children. So I think it matters a lot. But not only that, your support fuels the passion of our volunteers to keep going and putting that work in, but it also ignites the dreams of our young athletes and just it enables them to reach their full potential. So on behalf of all of our youth athletes, our coaches, our parents, our volunteers, and our Washoe Little League Board of Directors, I just want to say thank you for your donation and support of our league. Thank you.
Kyle Edgerton, followed by Henadina Tolsted, followed by Alma Rubio.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Kyle. How are you?
I'm great. It's good to be among friends. And I'm here speaking about some friends as well. I have some longer remarks, but I'm just going to edit myself out a little bit. I'm here to speak in support of B20 and B21.
Can I have you state your name for the record?
I apologize. Kyle Edgerton, resident of Ward 3 in Reno. Yeah, you've already heard a torrent of support in support of B20 and B21. I'll just pile on briefly. You've heard a lot about the organization. You've also heard about the people behind it, Mario de la Rosa and Ana Maria Caballon. They really are at the heart of what our Latino art and culture is doing. They're people that I have called friends and compañeros for going on 15 years. And I have seen the progression of their work and how it's served the community, and also how it's adapted to the community's needs. I think my first interaction with the organization was in a play that was focused on immigration issues. I played an ICE agent with a very un acento muy malo. And that the point of that was, again, to educate the community, to reach out to community about immigration issues when those were very much a source of concern. And now that has evolved a lot more toward cultural outreach, inclusivity, other issues that are very much of the moment. So this is an organization that has always served and provided a Latinx perspective, but is also evolving to meeting whatever the needs of the day are. Again, and even beyond the theater component, which I know best from having a brief cameo, and also recently taking my children to El Mago de Oz, the Wizard of Oz in Spanish, bilingual production. There's so much more. There's arts, there's cultural heritage, education. There's so much that they're doing, and you've already heard a lot about it today. I think this proposal checks all the boxes that the council should be concerned about. It's diverting resources to a portion of our community that obviously is in need. You've heard about the ability for these programs to provide healthy outlets for youth, to promote unity among the community, appreciation of diversity, and so much more. So again, I'll just pile on with everyone else's comments and encourage you to support B20 and B21. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kyle. Hopefully you'll be there June 8th, 9th, and 10th. Ana Maria and Mario have a great play during the month of LGBTQ Pride.
I'm aware.
So it's an exciting opportunity for all of us to join in the sport. Reno Little Theater is, of course, hosting as well. So it's going to be awesome.
Looking forward. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk.
Penadina Tolivstead, followed by Alma Rubio, followed by Tony Ramirez.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Penadina Tolivstead, and I'm here for the support of B20 and B21. I have been part with thank you, so you can hear me better. I have been part of Latino Art and Cultura for the last almost 20 years, ever since the inset of it. And I've been doing different parts and different positions and since helping out, volunteering all the time, and being part of the cast and helping out and being promoting what we do. I come also from the health issues promoting, in the sense that I've been working as a volunteer for the Hopes Clinic and before for Nevada AIDS Foundation. So it's been like over 30 years that I've been doing this. Because of that, they have been helping out for me to be able to do testing, HIV testing, STD, along with the for the health education. And we are promoting by doing pamphlets, giving out, and educating people, mainly in the Hispanic community, but also we are inclusive of everybody. Knowledge is power, I have always said that. And the more we know, the more we are able to help each other. Because we are human beings, and we are human beings that we are able to encourage everybody. And I thank you the opportunity that you are giving us. Thank you, Mr. Martinez and everybody else. I am very grateful. And Mario de la Rosa and Ana Maria Caballon are being part of my life, and they will be. Thank you, and enjoy. And yes, there's a lot more than mariachis. We do a lot of stuff, even health issues, which is very important for everybody. Thank you again.
Alma Rubio, followed by Tony Ramirez, followed by Carla Sanchez.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Mi nombre es Alma
My name is Alma Rubio.
Conocí a Ana María y a Mario de la Rosa
I met Ana María and Mario de la Rosa
cuando hace 7 años un trágico accidente mató a mis niños y aquí Julia no me dejará mentir.
when actually 7 years, my children died in a tragic accident, and the interpreter was the interpreter back then.
Sin conocerme, ellos vinieron a ofrecerme su apoyo y ayuda y me han apoyado en los momentos más difíciles de mi vida.
They reached out to me to offer their support and help without knowing me.
Hoy somos familia, apoyo B20 y B21 porque sé que ellos hacen un buen trabajo, porque son buenos seres humanos. Gracias.
Today they are my family. I'm here to support B20 and B21.
Porque sé que ellos hacen un buen trabajo, porque son buenos seres humanos. Gracias.
They do a great job because they're amazing human beings. Thank you.
Tony Ramirez, followed by Carla Sanchez.
Council members, my name is Tony Ramirez. I am the Government Affairs Manager with Make the Road Nevada. We're a nonprofit organization mainly based in Southern Nevada, but we just opened an office in Reno. We work to elevate the power of working class immigrant communities in every community across the state. And on behalf of our membership, we are a membership-driven organization. We're here in support of a B20 and B21. We know that this agreement with Latino Art and Culture will bring strong community programming to our neighborhoods. Thank you, Councilman Martinez, for bringing this forward, and thank you to Latino Art and Culture. Appreciate the time, and just on a personal level, I heard there was a Latino social club. I'd like to be a part of that. Thank you.
Carla Sanchez.
Hello, my name is Carla Sanchez for the record. I am the youth organizer with Make the Road Nevada. Tony basically already said everything I was going to say, so I just want to say that I'm here in support of B20 and B21. Thank you so much for your time and your support.
Ms. Sanchez, tell us where your new office is. You all opened a new office.
I don't have the exact address right now, but it is on Plum.
Yeah, it's just off Plum there.
Yeah.
Great space. Hope you'll be very happy there.
The address is 690 East Plum Lane.
Yeah. We just want to make sure everyone knows where you are and the good work that you're doing. A number of us were at the grand opening, so we were able to see the facility, and I think it's a game changer for our region. So thank you to Make the Road.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our in-person public commenters. We do have 3 commenters registered in Zoom, so we will hear from Bill Shrimp, followed by Sandra Quinos, followed by Travis Miller. Mr. Shrimp, when you are ready, please unmute and begin speaking.
Hello, good afternoon. Can I be heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
You're good. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Good morning. My name is Bill Shrimp. Good morning, Council. Thanks as always for being here. Being on the Council is a tough job. Thank you for doing it. I cannot hang out all day. I'm commenting now on agenda item F4, sideshows. In your discussions this afternoon, ask the attorney if I'm crazy or wrong. It's interesting, Mr. Brooks talked about good politics and race this morning. That's why I'm here. I believe Mr. Brooks was referring to outright racism. I'm here to talk about implicit bias. Reno is addressing sideshows because of an unintended consequence of something that occurred at the state legislature. This body is about to cause more unintended consequences that in reality will impact your constituents, Mr. Martinez, more than your constituents, Ms. Taylor. The proposed ordinance for item F4 reads in part, spectator means a person who is present at and views a race, drag race, race competition, contest, test, stunt, trick, takeover, ride, or exposition. Madam Mayor, Ms. Dewar, the next time you're stuck in a sideshow, you will be criminals. Taken literally, so will the cops who bust the sideshow because they will be present and they will view it. Practically, as the police chief discussed last meeting, Madam Mayor, you and Ms. Dewar have no worries. I probably don't either because I'm a middle-aged dorky white guy. No worries. A car with 3 or 4 young adults, late teens, early 20s, they have something to worry about. Now make these young adults Black, Filipino, or Hispanic, and it's looking even worse for their interaction with the Reno criminal justice system. Imagine a 19-year-old Filipino talking to the judge. I just got off work, Your Honor, and the sideshow happened on my way home. The judge reads the law and asks, were you there? Did you see it? The person tells the truth and says yes. Now he's a criminal because the judge's hands are tied. The judge will not pull up YouTube and watch the chief's comments last meeting. A judge will not read the staff report on this item. A judge will read the ordinance. Make the law reflect the intent of the staff report. Prevent another unintended consequence, and add some simple language that includes criminal intent to the definition, such as spectator means a person who is present to add views and encourages or supports a race, drag race competition, contest, test, stunt, trick, or takeover ride or exposition. It should be no surprise that all of us, the police, me, and even you, Madam Mayor, have implicit bias. Please ask your experts this afternoon if I'm wrong. Do the actual words in the ordinance matter, or do the staff report and chief's comments matter? Please reject F4 today. Take another meeting. Get this right. Thank you again for being here and doing this challenging job. I do appreciate it. Have a good day today, folks.
Next, we have Sandra Kinos. Please unmute and begin speaking when you're ready. Ms. Kinos, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Perfect. Good morning, it's still morning, members of City Council and Madam Mayor. I appreciate the time given here to speak on behalf of item B20 and B21 in support of Latino art and culture.
Could you please state your name for the record? Thank you.
My name is Sandra Quiros, for the record. I am the Executive Director for Tu Casa Latina. I am here to support this project that Latino art and culture is present for at Teglia Park. Just a note that as changes take place in our community and in our school system, we see the arts are slowly disappearing, and these programs are much needed. As a survivor myself, growing up, I can say that art, music, dance, song, and poetry saved me. The arts allowed me to find myself in many ways, and it was also a therapeutic outlet for me. And I know that for the many survivors that come through our office, some have joined the theater and some will say that it saved their life, that they could identify with someone in a play, sort of develop an alter ego where it allowed them to express themselves in a different form through art. And I'd like to end with the words of Whitney Houston that said, "Children are our future. Teach them well, let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty that they possess inside." And I think Latino arte and culture bring that to our community. So I thank you for your time and for your attention to this matter.
Next, we have Travis Miller. Mr. Miller, when you're ready, please unmute and begin speaking. Mr. Miller, can you hear us?
I do hear you. Can you hear me now?
We can. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Hi, my name is Travis Miller. I'm the spokesperson for the Northern Nevada Solar Coalition. We're a group of like-minded individuals and companies looking to promote clean energy in Northern Nevada. We're made up of citizens and that are recognized that solar projects make significant reductions in carbon emissions and pollutants, and those actions have positive benefits for the entire community. Unfortunately, solar remains a significant expense. While the solar industry has reduced direct costs to customers over the years, Indirect costs account for a growing percentage of the price for a homeowner pays to go solar. Some significant indirect costs are related to fees charged by homeowners associations as well as jurisdictional bodies. Permit fees from local building departments are rapidly increasing in many local areas, accounting for a growing cost and burden to solar adoption. And a disturbing trend of using solar permitting fees as a method of revenue generation has been emerging throughout the state. Permitting fees are intended for code enforcement cost recovery and not for revenue generation. Most electrical permits incur fees between $40 and $80. This is non-solar electrical permits. These fees are typical when replacing a main breaker panel, adding a circuit breaker, or a new appliance such as an air conditioner. A solar project is a single electrical circuit, very similar to those receiving $40 to $80 permitting fees. Unfortunately, currently adopted Reno fee schedules directs the building department staff to apply a different fee formula for solar permits. These alternate fee structures are based on the valuation and result in dramatically higher fees, averaging about $300, but can balloon to up over $900. Last week, the City of Reno Building Department enacted a redefinition of valuation, and this change resulted in an additional 30% increase in permitting costs for solar. In the end, solar customers can see permitting fees that are 5 to 10 times larger than the fees for other similar electrical permits. Valuation-based formulas are intended for construction of new buildings, not for adding a single appliance to a home. This inappropriate method application results in discriminatory charges to solar customers. Accordingly, we would request that the City of Reno amend the fee schedule such that a solar permit fee is charged in the same flat rate fee structure as other similar work, such as the $81 fee to replace a home's main breaker panel. The Reno Building Department has an excellent opportunity to promote clean energy by adopting fee structures that encourage behaviors that benefit the community. Another new option to improving permitting process has been provided by the National Renewable Energy Laboratories in conjunction with the National Department of Energy. Together, they've developed the Solar App Plus platform. This is a solar project review platform that automates permit reviews, expedites issuances, and reduces costs for both consumers and building departments. I submitted my statements here. There's links to those websites from energy.gov and NREL and Solar App available.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. That concludes our live public comments. For the record, we received 9 comments which were general in nature or not directly associated with the agenda prior to 4 p.m. on May 23rd. These comments were written correspondence received via our reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office, and copies of these comments have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on the reno.gov meeting portal. In addition, we have 3 voicemails to play for you, which we will play for you now. I apologize. We received the voicemails and transcribed them, and they are part of the permanent record. So with that, we are ready to move on to approval of the agenda.
Okay, thank you so much. Before we do that, I'm going to hand it over to City Manager Doug Thornley. Is there any changes on this agenda?
No,
Are
Madam
there
Mayor.
any
We are ready
changes
to
on
rock
this
and roll.
agenda?
Move to approve.
Excuse me,
Right.
Mr. Manager, did you hear from my liaison about let's see,
Sorry about that.
let me see which one it was.
B23.
Oh, B23. Did my liaison get in touch with you about that?
I'm afraid he did not.
Okay. I would like that pulled from the agenda. Thank you.
Okay. So, B23, off the agenda.
move
Hold
to
on.
approve.
Do we have to, hold on a second. Asking city attorney, is that something that we would, if we're going to pull it, do we have to make a motion for you?
No, you can just pull it off.
Okay.
Not ready for prime time. We do that every so often. So,
All right. All right.
as posted without B23.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, moving along, let's
So
go
moved.
to approval of the agenda.
Yep.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, approval of the minutes. May I get a motion, please?
So moved.
I have a motion from
Second.
Councilwoman Dewar, a second from Vice Mayor Reese. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, at this time, we're going to head into the consent agenda. I'm going to ask council members if they have any items they would like to pull off of consent. And oftentimes, council members pull the same items. So if it's been pulled, please don't repeat it. All right, I'm going to start with you, Councilwoman Dewar.
None today.
Okay, thank you so much. Vice Mayor Reese.
Nothing, ma'am.
Councilwoman Ebert. Councilwoman Taylor.
Nothing, Madam Mayor.
Councilman Martinez.
Nothing for me, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
All right, and Councilwoman Breckus.
None.
All right.
A record. Yes.
Yeah, that rarely happens. Okay, good job, everyone. All right, I have a motion from Vice Mayor, a second from
We do
Council.
have public comment. I
Oh,
apologize.
sorry. Before we go back to those motions, I'm going to send it back to you, Mr. Clerk.
Okay, I apologize. Just one moment.
Just yell at me if you need me to stop.
All right, so I apologize. For the record, we did have 5 individuals in the room who did not wish to speak but wished to express their support for items B 20 and 21. Those individuals were Rebecca Ochoa, Conrado Cordero, Ana Guerrero Gonzalez, Ricardo Javier Rivera Perez, and Karina Acosta. For the record, we received 5 comments which were directly associated with the agenda item prior to 4 p.m. on May 23rd. Those comments were written correspondence received via our Reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office. Copies of these comments have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on the Reno.gov meeting portal. They represented 5 in favor. In addition, we did receive 33 voicemails, and transcriptions of those voicemails have been made and provided to council. And then we do have just one Zoom attendee who would like to give public comment. That is Paco Lachoy. And whenever you are ready, unmute and begin speaking.
Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Paco Lachoy. I'm a 55-year resident of the city of Reno. I come from the LGBTQ community, and I also chair the Reno Senior Citizen Advisory Committee. I am very much in favor of activation of Paradise Park and the things that are planned with the Latin culture. To me, it's very important that our city be diverse and that we welcome all forms of culture into our society. And if you know anything about the LGBT community, we tell our stories. And one of the ways we tell our stories is through our culture. And so that people understand. And I think it's very important for the Latin community to be able to do that to our community. It also activates Paradise Park, which is underutilized and a park that a lot of people during the daytime do not want to go to. Talking with the new Parks and Rec director, it is important that we activate all of our parks and do whatever we can. This is a step forward into making Paradise Park more of a community park. My personal feeling is we need to change the name of the park from Taglia's Paradise Park Activity Center to Taglia's Paradise Park Community Center, because that's really what it is, a community center. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That concludes the public comment.
Okay, thank you so much. Before we go into those motions, Councilman Martinez, would you like to pull 20 and 21?
Nope, not at the moment. Yeah,
okay, I would
thank
like
you.
to pull 20 and 21. All right, thank you so much. Anyone else? Seeing that they're done, I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar, I think, and a second from Vice Mayor Reese. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, great. All right, I just wanted to touch on 20 and 21. Very, very exciting. I think you can tell by the public comment that we saw today that everyone is elated. And so we're excited to help you do that. I want to say thank you to Councilman Martinez for the generous donation. I do want to also put on the radar that sometimes if we don't reach out to everyone using our properties, that can be problematic. And that's where we have I think our own issues when it comes to bringing everyone involved. And what I mean by that is there has to be also outreach with the people that are using those properties as well, like the seniors. I think they're very excited to have this opportunity to work with you because it will activate, it will get them involved in your culture, and there are many Hispanic seniors out there. So I think they're gonna really embrace this, but I also wanna make sure our staff does this because if we have not collaborated with everyone beforehand and it ends up on an agenda and we haven't done that, then people all of a sudden start to think, oh my goodness, they want to take away our senior center, they want to do these things, and that is not the intent. And so we really need to make sure that everyone understands they're welcome. And I know that that's important for you guys using the facility, right? And those seniors. So I just want to make sure with our staff, I asked Councilman Martinez to reach out to Paco. It sounded like you guys had a very good conversation. Was that something that staff did beforehand? Because the last thing I want to do is set up where we have, groups not feeling welcome using those properties. So I want to make sure that there should always be that outreach of saying, how can we collaborate together? Because then people think it's government trying to force our initiatives on people. And we've seen that before. And it has to be for the community, by the community, and not with government. I don't think that works well. So, but I do think it's super exciting. It's not just with this property. We see it with all our other properties. And that's what gets frustrating, is that people then think that we have these other intentions or these other things that we want to do on the government side, when really it's just bringing the community together to make it work for everyone. So I just want to touch on that, what your outreach was, so that so the public knows that this wasn't something that we're trying to steer.
Thank you. Thank you for pulling it, and thank you for the question. Nathan Elliott, for the record, Parks and Recreation Director. Mayor and Council, some of the outreach, and Noemi can certainly talk to this as well, but we've been speaking with the Senior Community Advisory Board and then with our Recreation and Parks Commission. And our message as far as Parks and Rec is activation in general. And I think a lot of folks have hit on that today. And this is a good example of where an unutilized space, without interfering with currently existing programs, can be activated by a partner rather than by government or by our efforts alone. So that kind of three-legged stool of public, private, and nonprofit is really going to be what helps turn the ship as far as activating our spaces in time. So also met with seniors, and our message is very clear as far as a department, that we want to see more for seniors and for folks in all of our facilities and all of our spaces. So hopefully this will kind of sound the gong to say, if you've got a great idea to activate our park spaces, come let us know about it. So
Yeah.
It doesn't stop here, it starts here. So,
Yeah, and I think it's something that we can build on. So I'm excited to see it. I just want to make sure that all of our seniors know that this is a collaboration and it's going to be exciting. But I think to your point, we also need to focus on some of the other areas in which we can build our seniors up. Because I think, honestly, it didn't do us any favors whenever we sort of said, we don't have any senior centers anymore. And so I would like the city to focus on our seniors as well, so that we can build up the programs and the centers that they want to see that tailor to them. But I think this is really exciting, and I think to your point, it will show everyone that, hey, we want everyone to be involved. We want to be an inclusive community. And so I just think that it's important that our seniors know that we're there wanting to see them grow and be involved with this exciting initiative. We want them to be involved and come to your plays and all of the initiatives that you're going to bring to the table, that they are welcome, right? So exciting. But I just wanted to make sure, because oftentimes we'll hear, well, I didn't hear anything about this. And so we just have to always do a better job of when we reach out to our groups. Like I don't know if you met with the Senior Advisory Board?
I have, not specific to this topic, but in general.
All right, what about Noemi? Did you meet with the Senior Advisory Board? Because I think they have a lot of meetings out of there, or they have a lot of initiatives out of there.
Noemi Martinez for the record, and thank you so much. In April, we did have a meeting regarding activation in general for all the facilities, which is what our Director of Parks and Rec had mentioned, and that was a discussion as to what's coming forth and the opportunities. Latino Art and Culture, as you heard, they've been a member that's been working with the community, and this is the beginning of many, in hopes that we can inspire others to continue to come forth and bring their activities. In addition to that, we also encourage, when we're in the meetings, for anyone in the community to fill out surveys. Those are read by staff, and to use those to be able to bring more ideas.
Okay, great. And then was there a conversation, Mario, were you able to speak with Paco Lachoy? No? Okay. So that's kind of what I'm talking about, is like bringing everyone in to collaborate together. And again, I'm grateful that Miguel reached out to Paco. That was super helpful. But I think all of you have to have a very cohesive relationship, because it's going to make it really flourish. And that's what I'm talking about.
I see. And also, as the staff liaison to the committee, I had conversations with Paco, and just, being able to be transparent. It's important that as we're working together, we're going to be building a community together, and that includes with all sorts of programming, not being exclusive. Within the Equity and Community Relations Office, that's really our goal, is to establish communities and how we can work together. With the approval of this opportunity, we will absolutely be working with Latino Art and Culture, our community, our committee for the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee, Parks and Rec, and as a whole, and our students. We had our students during the last council meeting come and provided some public outreach and some comments, and I think just hearing from them as well as how can we get into these activity centers. And they talked about a grandparent program, and so being really inclusive and bringing that all together.
See, perfect marriage, that kind of program, right? And you heard from Paco. Paco's super excited and can't wait to work with all of you. So I think it's going to be exciting. All right, thank you so much.
Before she leaves.
Yes, go ahead.
First, before you leave, Noemi, first of all, I want to thank you for putting a highlight on this issue, because the city has so many well-intentioned missions, goals, projects, and often it is that difficult coordination amongst all the groups that we can't execute on as well sometimes. So I'm glad that you brought that up. I am a little confused, because I thought, I talked to you, I thought Noemi or someone, maybe it was Cynthia, and asked if this had been on the Senior Advisory Board agenda, and I thought you told me yes, multiple times.
It was we did have this conversation on activation. The question was, as a whole, as we're activating our spaces in Reno, and that was a discussion that came forth, and we also emphasized that any programming coming forth will not be interfering with any programming that's currently in place at Paradise Park, as that's a concern.
Thank you. And then the follow-up question I had was, I thought it was, I think it was Donna Clance that brought up that the space is to be co-shared, and I was concerned about that, and I wanted to ask our Parks Director if there's an opportunity. I don't know the space well enough to know if there's an opportunity to create a separate office or even a panel designated space. It sounded like it's our staff that's moving out. Could you just explain that a little?
Sure. The space was walked several months ago prior to my arrival with the partner and then with city staff to determine what would be the best spaces to utilize without impacting one side or the other. Unfortunately, there's not a perfect solution as it comes to our staff, but we do care about them, and we understand that offices and space become an attachment. But we're working through that with the staff and hearing their concerns to make sure.
I didn't know they had a concern, but I suspected they might. And so I'm suggesting maybe that even the use of panels or something, just so that, I know when people co-share space, if they're not working on the same project, which I've seen too, where you have people job sharing, and so they just sort of close one part of the office or the other. I just want to make sure that our staff have adequate space to keep their papers and everything set up. Maybe, again, that's a panel designated area or something. I'm not familiar enough, but I hope you can work that out to
We
where.
believe we'll find a solution.
Yeah, that'd be great. And then it sounds like there's also a separate stage?
Not necessarily a stage.
Or it's more of an open auditorium?
It's more of an open space, correct. There is some paneling that creates a pseudo storage area that would cover spaces like that,
Okay.
so, but.
Well, something else we may want to consider, just if it is primarily plays and theater, we may want to consider getting one of those movable stages or something set up so that people can see the play better. So I don't know if that's a potential building amendment.
We'll leave that to the request of the partner and see, and we're here to support.
Well,
and
I'm
try to
bringing
make
it up
active.
because it says in the contract, alterations, additions, and improvements. They shall not make any alterations, additions, and improvements. So that's why I'm asking you, because it's our space. And so just something to think about.
Sure. If that's something that they want to bring forward, we'll have that discussion for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Olyak, could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Nathan Elliott, Parks and Recreation Director, for the record.
Thank you.
I'm glad Naomi brought that up because I think you guys are going to expand. I think you're just going to blow up and really need more space. And we need to focus on things like that and we be a little more creative, like instead of taking down historical buildings, maybe preserving them, putting one over there, and then you have your own building, right? So that you can grow and expand.
Right?
Things like that.
We hope that
So
happens.
I'm glad you brought that up, Councilwoman Dewar. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, and I thank you, Madam Mayor, for pulling this. I was a little bit confused to see this populate the agenda also because, we've had a lot of discussion about Paradise Park this year. We all know the great reinvestment going on that I think will be transformative along the audit corridor. And then we did the park apparatus replacement. But we also discussed that we had a master plan going on for the entire park. And I've been over there a couple times this year. I do think there's an opportunity to really re-envision that park. And so the further you put things in, the further you limit, you want to be a good partner to people, not say, well, we're going to repurpose it. But I was surprised to see this jump ahead of doing that master plan. You're aware we're doing a master plan for the park, correct?
Yes, Councilmember.
Okay, and I think that was going to come to us and explain how we were going to go about that process and everything. And I know you're new. And then there was also a memo to council about, it might have even been before Councilmember Martinez joined us, about the programming within the building itself. And I understood when we had when we did the master plan, we were gonna, do the physical, but also the programming element of the structure. And, some of it was financial. If this is one-time money, it's just one-time money for the lease. So, I don't know. I was a little surprised to see it come on, and I am able to support it today, knowing that the terms are very, if you will, give us discretion. But I would like to see the master plan done, because I think that's how other interests, the issues with the semi-programmed nature of the building, the relationship to the area, the school, the residents in the area, all gets considered. And I want it to be a fair planning process. And have you kicked that off yet, or where do you think you're at on that?
Somewhat unrelated to this topic, it is moving, and we'll get an update to city manager to share.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor.
All right. The other thing I do want to put on the radar, and Mario, maybe that's for you. I reached out to Mayor Ed Lawson. He really would like to expand on cultural initiatives in that whole corridor. So I think there's also a really good opportunity to collaborate with the city of Sparks. And we should also know that with our staff whenever we're working, on any of those initiatives to promote and bring them. I think it's a great opportunity for Sparks and Reno to collaborate together as well. Because that whole area, I think to Councilwoman Breckus, is being completely revitalized and a big vision. And I just think we will get so much more accomplished if we're doing it together. Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Yeah, just a positive note to the previous comment. I just wanted to point out, and item 3 in term, it says that the Latino Arte specifically understands and acknowledges that the city is developing a master plan for parks and recreation facilities. So I just wanted to say, I think everybody's been put on notice to the previous point that this plan is coming and it could affect, everybody's uses, whether it's seniors, Latino Arte, anyone. So it's in there.
Okay,
Thanks.
Councilman Martinez, why don't you give me a motion?
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Appreciate it. I move to approve a temporary license agreement with Latino Arte and Cultura for agenda item B20 and B21, the discretionary allocation as well.
All right. I have
Madam
a
Mayor, me
motion.
siento honrado de apoyar la moción y apoyar el arte y la cultura latina, merced tener espacio
Show
para
off.
crear una cultura vibrante en Reno.
Show off.
Gracias.
You are. Good job. All right, I have a second from Vice Mayor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, thanks and congratulations. All right. Okay, moving on, Mr. Clerk, sorry.
We are moving on to item C1.
All right, at this time, let the record reflect that the city council is opening the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, was proper notice given, any correspondence received? And I would just ask, do any council members have, or need to make a disclosure?
Proper notice was given and no correspondence received.
Okay. Vicky, Ms. Van Buren, you
Good
get to take it away.
afternoon.
How was your time in Boston?
It was long.
It was long.
Long days.
Okay, yeah,
A lot of
they're
information,
serious
though.
business.
They are.
They hold you captive in there.
A lot of good information, though.
I know
It was
how
a
it
real
is.
pleasure
They
to
do.
attend and represent the city there.
Yeah, yeah.
So.
Well, I think it's a little harder on us because the time change.
Could be.
Yeah. Anyway, go right ahead.
Sure. Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance. I'm here today on behalf of the College of Business of the University of Nevada for its public hearing and a resolution approving the issuance of lease revenue bonds. And I just have a quick summary so that council can see a few highlights of it. According to Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, it requires a public hearing to be held to receive comments from the public before they can issue the bonds. The College of Business of UNR is requesting a bond in amount not to exceed $165 million for the design, development, construction, and equipping of a new building for the College of Business at UNR. There is no responsibility or liability with the city with respect to these bonds. They do follow a different process since they are under INCHI issues the debt, and it's under the authority of the Board of Regents. And so that's a state-level executive branch entity, so they don't do like we do with the Debt Commission. I know that was a question previously. So they do have a different process, and as part of that process, they do have to hold a public hearing and bring it forward for public comment, and that's what we're doing here, is just affording them that opportunity. This in no way has any impact on the city or relates to the city in that regard. So as a proposed motion, we just want to hold the public hearing, receive the comments, and then adopt the resolution so that they can move forward with issuing their bonds. And that concludes my presentation. I'm glad to answer any questions, and we do have a representative here from UNR as well.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Do we have any public comment? Mr. Clerk? Madam Clerk?
No, Madam Mayor, we do not have any public comment registered.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to ask questions from the dais. Go ahead. Vice Mayor Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For my part, I want to just say how excited I am for the university and it sounds actually like their joint venture partner to get started on this project. You know, that part of campus, I think, is integral to how we see ourselves as a city knitting closer together with the university. And so I think Madam Mayor has long counseled me to know that every great city has a great university or a great community college system, a great educational institution that is a part of it. And so over the last, I think, really, there's a renewed spirit about it that I see existing. I think I attribute a lot of that to just the university's expansion as a top-tier university, one of the premier institutions in this country for research. And as they grow into those areas of importance, I think they'll knit themselves closer together with us. So obviously, the TEFRA hearings are a very specific and defined hearing that we hold here. And I'm not sure what the IRS thinks that we do in this space, but for my part, super happy to support the university's efforts, and I'll be looking forward to watching really that south end of campus really growing over the coming years. This, of course, is just one part of a larger project that'll be there when the various buildings do finally get built. I think you'll see a lot of massing of, people and cyclists, I hope, people staying for conferences and growing a healthy business incubator space for businesses, and the life sciences building will, I think, another complementary building. So excited to see the university's movement in this direction.
All right. Any further questions? Councilman Breckus? No?
No, I'll comment when the motion's on the table.
Okay. All right. No? Last but not least, Mr. Brown, would you like to come up and tell us why you think this is important? Future senator, future congressman, future president.
And we have
I just always think it matters. I'd love to hear just a little bit about, how you want to collaborate with the city, and we're always happy to do so. I think
this
it
is Mr. Vic
really
Redding.
matters.
He is here
Come
from
on.
the university as well.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. For the record, my name is Austin Brown. I'm with the University of Nevada, Reno's Government Affairs team. As a previous UNR graduate and current student there as well, I think the expansion of the business building in the Gateway District is going to be monumental to the success of this institution and all of the work that we've been able to do in collaboration with the City of Reno, the City of Sparks, and the Washoe County Commission. I also want to give a huge thank you to Mr. Vice President Vic Redding, who has been instrumental in the planning and strategic process that has
He
gone
seems
into
excited.
this. So I will turn it over to him as well.
Fantastic. Great job. Couldn't have said
Appreciate
it
it.
any better.
If I may, Madam Mayor, for the record, Vic Redding, Vice President, Administration and Finance. And let me start out by thanking the City Council for hosting this public hearing to meet that IRS requirement. I know your agenda is packed and you have a very busy day, so I do appreciate putting us on the agenda so that we can meet that and issue the tax exempt bonds that we need to finance this project. We're doing this project a little bit differently. I believe President Sandoval gave you the big overview in March, if I recall. He's much more eloquent than I am, but I'd like to update you on a few things that have happened since March. The project's moving very quickly. We're still on target to move dirt starting in July, pending Board of Regents' final approval 2 weeks from tomorrow. The official groundbreaking will be October 12th. It will be the first event of our sesquicentennial year.
Yay!
And everything is still on track, on time, and on budget. This is probably the most significant construction project I've been involved in the 23 years I've been with Nevada Higher Ed, and very fortunate to be the project manager on this. I could talk about it all afternoon, but I won't force you to. If there's any particular questions, I can answer.
Well, this is fantastic, and we look forward to continuing to work with you.
Great.
And anytime that we can help in any capacity, I'm really grateful that we really have, I think, a fantastic relationship. It's evolved over the years, and finally, I feel like we are becoming one town and gown, right? And so I'm just really thrilled for all the work you guys are getting ready to do and what you have been doing. So thanks.
And Mayor, I'd be remiss if I didn't put my thanks on the record for your city staff. Have been with us since we put the RFP out to help us select the developer, to help us craft the project, to help us make sure the project fits and activates that corner like everybody envisions. This is definitely a team project, and we couldn't have gotten this far without the city's help. Thank you.
Well, we really appreciate that because I don't think they get to hear it often enough that they're doing a good job. I think they have tough jobs, and especially if you're in government, it seems to be very popular to dislike government officials or staff members. And so we really, really appreciate you mentioning them and highlighting the good work that they do. So thank you. All right, that being said, would you like to give me a motion? It's in your ward.
Sure, motion to approve staff recommendations.
Okay, I have a motion and I have a second. All those in favor?
Could we have discussion?
Okay, go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I'm not voting in favor of this. I know we're just a forum, but I really think that a different forum would have been in order due to the sensitivity of, a lot of heated discussions we had here about the university's destruction of the last intact Victorian architecture block of, distinguishing Victorian architecture for this project that could have been saved, the displacement of residents in that vicinity, the largest of the region's transportation dollars to UNR when the region bought the lot there for the bus stop and then turned it over. I think that a different forum should have been selected, and also the missed opportunity for the region's business environment of the university to decide that they weren't going to invest in downtown and help us with our downtown revitalization by deciding to demolish what they demolished in the gateway and skip over investing in downtown. So for those reasons, I'm not supportive of this. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you so much. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Thank you. Congratulations. Nice to see you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, moving right along.
Madam Mayor?
Oh, go right ahead.
I don't know, this might be an appropriate, most of the people in the audience have left, might be appropriate time to take a break. We've been hard at it, and I know we have a pretty short agenda other than the budget after, so just an idea.
Okay, let's, I was thinking 12:30. Can we get through some of this?
Whatever you want to do, I don't know how long the budget presentation is. This
Yeah,
next.
that's a good question. How long? What do you think?
I mean, I have a few questions,
Vicky?
but.
I seriously have about 15 slides.
Oh, well then.
I know it's
yeah,
pretty
okay.
thick, but most of them are supplemental because we've had all the discussions before.
Okay, well then, I think to your point, that's a good idea. Why don't we take a break until, what about 1? 1 o'clock? Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right, and then we will reconvene. All right, thanks, everyone. Get up and stretch your legs. All right. Mr. Clerk, welcome back.
Thank you.
All right, we have a quorum.
Okay.
We need to stall for time because Vicky is in the restroom.
All right, we will start in a few minutes. I'm going to wait for a couple.
Okay. Just say
I'm going to
when.
wait for a couple people to show up.
Yeah.
I can't remember. We need to.
Where we are?
Charlie 2.
Charlie 2.
Okay, we're at Charlie 2.
Okay.
So at this time, Mr. Clerk, let the record reflect that the city council is opening the public hearing. Was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
So just for clarification, Madam Mayor, I believe we're opening item C2 and the Redevelopment Agency Board meeting together. And
Okay.
that being the case, we would open with taking roll for the Redevelopment Agency Board.
Sounds good.
Okay, so that said, Councilmember Breckus,
Here.
Dewar,
Here.
Martinez,
Here.
Ebert,
Here.
Taylor, Reese,
Here.
and Mayor Sheeby.
Here.
All right, Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Redevelopment Agency Board. And moving to public comment for that, there was no public comment received.
Okay, perfect. That being said, before we get into your presentation, I
And then-
think,
Approval of the agenda next, I'm sorry.
oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll take that.
Okay, let's do that. May I get a motion to approve the
So
agenda?
moved.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries.
Aye.
That's for the redevelopment, correct? Correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify,
Okay, thank you.
so everyone knows where we're at. Okay, Mr. Clerk, what else do you need from me?
Okay. Well, all right. Okay, so now we're looking for approval of the minutes, item L41.
Okay,
moved.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, now I believe, Mr. Clerk, we are all on the
We-
same page with both agendas, correct?
We are, and we are ready for the presentation.
Okay, that's fantastic. Before we head into presentations, I'm going to ask council members if they have any disclosures.
I do, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I am going to have Councilmember Reese read his disclosure, and any other council members, let me know.
Okay,
Okay,
Madam
ahead.
Mayor, fellow city council members, and Madam Clerk, item C2 and L51 involves adoption of a fee schedule for the city of Reno for fiscal year '24, including business license fees. In my private life, I'm a non-equity partner at the law firm of Hutchison and Steffen. The proposed fee increases are minimal, not significant, and will not financially impact me or Hutchison and Steffen in any material way. On this matter, I've sought guidance from the city attorney's office pursuant to NRS 281A.4204A. The law presumes that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in the public officer situation would not be materially affected by the public officer's commitment in a private capacity to the interest of another, where the resulting benefit or detriment accruing to any other person is not greater than that accruing to any other member of any other general business, profession, occupation, or group that is affected by the matter. Here, while I have significant pecuniary interest in my employment with Hutchison and Steffen, the resulting benefit or detriment accruing to me will not be greater than that accruing to any other member of the general business, profession, or occupation within the city. See Inway Reber, Commissioner Opinion Number 947C, 2009. The fact that I'm a non-equity partner will not impact my ability to impartially review and render a decision upon this particular agenda item. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And Madam Mayor, may I also ask the city attorney's office, is the disclosure sufficiently, have I read it correctly, and is it sufficient?
Yes, confirmed.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Before I head to you, hold on. Councilman Breckus?
Yeah. And mine pertains to item C2, the fee schedule. Madam Mayor, fellow city council members, and Madam Clerk, item C2 involves adoption of the fee schedule for the city of Reno for FY24, including business license fees. In my private life, I am a partner in Lamage LLC. This partnership owns a mixed-use building with a commercial space. Under the terms of the partnership, other partners have use privileges to that space and hold an associated city business license for the space. In other words, I do not hold or have a city business license. All the same, the proposed fee schedule increases will not financially impact my interest in any material way. On this matter, I have sought guidance from the city attorney's office pursuant to NRS 281A 420 sub 4 sub A. The law presumes that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in the public officer's situation would not be materially affected by the public officer's commitment in a private capacity to the interests of another, where the resulting benefit or detriment accruing to the other person is not greater than that accruing to any other member of any general business, profession, occupation, or group that is affected by the matter. Here, while I have a significant pecuniary interest in the partnership the resulting benefit or detriment accruing to me will not be greater than that accruing to any other member of any general business, profession, or occupation within the city. See in the matter of Weber Commission's opinion number 9-47C in 2009. The fact that I am a partnership of a property ownership, this will not impact my ability to impartially review and render a decision on this particular agenda item. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item. Thank you. And Mr. City Attorney, is this satisfactory?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sounds like we're all going to sound like broken records.
In the matter of
Go ahead.
item C2 fee schedule, Madam Mayor, fellow city council members, and Madam Clerk, item C2 involves adoption of fee schedule for the city of Reno FY24, including business license fees. In my private life, I own Tailor-Made Solutions. The proposed fee increases are minimal, not significant, and will not financially impact my business in any material way. On this matter, I have sought guidance from the city attorney's office pursuant to NRS 281A.4204A. The law presumes that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in this public officer's situation would not be materially affected by the public officer's commitment in a private capacity to the interests of another, where the resulting benefit or detriment accruing to the other person is not greater than the accruing person to any other member of general business, profession, occupation, or group that is affected by the matter. Here, while I have a significant pecuniary interest in my business, the result, benefit, or detriment accruing to me will not be greater than that accruing to any other member of general business, profession, or occupation within the city. See in regarding Water Commissioner's opinion number 0947C2009. The fact that I am a business owner will not impact my ability ability to impartially review and render a decision upon this particular agenda item. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilwoman Dora?
Yeah, I think I'm glad I asked this question some time ago. This is for item C2 and the part relating to the fee schedule. Madam Mayor, fellow city council members, and Madam Clerk, item C2 involves adoption of the fee schedule for the city of Reno for FY24, including business license fees. In my private life, I own 2 businesses licensed in the city of Reno, Desert Pacific Exploration and MinQuest Ltd. The proposed fee increases on both businesses are minimal, not significant, and will not financially impact my businesses in any material way. On this matter, I've sought guidance from the city attorney's office. Pursuant to NRS 281A.4204A, the law presumes that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in the public officer's situation would not be materially affected by the public officer's commitment in a private capacity to the interests of another, where the resulting benefit or detriment accruing to the other person is not greater than that accruing to any other member of any general business, profession, occupation, or group that's affected by the matter. While I have a significant pecuniary interest in my business, the resulting benefit or detriment accruing to me will not be greater than that accruing to any other member of any general business, profession, or occupation within the city. See in re. Weber Commission Op. Number 09-47C in 2009. The fact that I'm a business owner will not impact my ability to impartially review and render a decision upon this particular agenda item. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Megan, or Councilwoman Ebert, anything? No, Councilman Martinez? Nothing? Okay.
With the disclosures complete, if I could just clarify, at this time, we're opening item C2 from the City Council agenda and item L51 from the Redevelopment Agency.
Yes, that is correct. Okay, good. We're on the same page. Hold on one second. I'm just going to give you a disclosure for your record, Mr. Clerk. Due to the fee schedule and budget, I've sought guidance from the City Attorney's Office pursuant to NRS 261A and 420A or 424 and A, the law presumes that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in the public officer's situation would not be immediately or materially affected by the public officer's comment in a private capacity to the interest of another, where the resulting benefit or detriment to another person is not greater than that accruing to any other member of any general business, profession, occupation, or group that is affected by the matter. Here, while I have significant pecuniary interest in my private business, the resulting benefit or detriment accruing to me will not be greater than the accruing to any other member of any general business, profession, or occupation within the city. The fact that I'm a business owner will not impact my ability to impartially review and render a decision upon this particular agenda item. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure for the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item. Thank you. And there you go. All right.
And Madam Mayor,
Yeah.
could you indicate, just for the record, the names
Plato's
of the...
Closet and Closed Mentor.
Thank you.
All right. Now we move on. Go ahead. The floor is yours. Finally, you get to present.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Reese, and council members. Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance, for the record. Very pleased to be here today in front of you to present the budget for adoption. This is our public hearing for the budget. This is for next year's budget, fiscal year 24. When we look at the budget in total, we have $862 million in total, the general fund being the largest of that. This particular slide shows the ending fund balance as well as the revenues on here. So you have $320 million in the general fund. Of that, $290 million of it is the revenue portion. 60% of that revenue is from 2 sources, property tax and consolidated tax. And then salary and benefits account for 78% of the expenses in the general fund. The next largest is the sewer fund. The sewer fund revenue comes from user fees and connection fees, and the largest portion of the expenses in the sewer fund are for capital projects and infrastructure. The street fund, those revenues are dedicated property tax and gas tax. And then again, the major outlay of expenses in there for capital projects, large capital projects. From toward the bottom, you'll see the self-funded medical plan, workers' comp, fleet, and risk management. Those are our internal service funds. So it's just a good overview of the total city budget. When you look at the budget by function, that $862 million, you wonder, where does that go? Well, most of it goes to public works, maintenance and operations, and utility services. $271 million of the total budget goes to that, or approximately 31%. The next largest is public safety at $180 million. Public safety includes police, fire, and public safety dispatch, and that's about 22%. So when you look at those together, that's half the budget between those two categories. For proposed capital projects for fiscal year '24, this is an all-fund summary of all the capital included, and it does include some items that are not necessarily capital like the SCBA's, but it is a significant program that we do, and so I wanted to put that on this slide as well as a capital improvement. So it's $156 million going to the proposed capital improvements for next year. The largest of those, again, being streets and sewer because of the large projects going on there. General facility maintenance, we talked about that a lot during the workshops regarding deferred maintenance and the facility maintenance needs. And so this is the start of a new program with that. Fire apparatus is a continuing program that we have for replacement. That's $3.3 million. And then the remainder of them are just dedicated pools of funding that we have for certain particular items. When we met at the May 3rd workshop, these were the items that were proposed going into the budget. There's 14 full-time positions in here, and then some training and other outside services for contracts. It's a total of almost $3.8 million. The bulk of it is from other funds. There's only one small piece that is general fund, and that's due to the fact that we are still seeing that flattening of the revenues. We will see a slowdown with our growth as we grew so much in 2021. We grew 19% just in consolidated tax alone. So we're going to see that flattening going forward. So what was proposed on May 3rd were these items here. So the 14 positions plus some additional funding for contract services and then some additional funding for training increase. The only item on here that actually is in the general fund is the turnout replacement. This is the personal protective gear that the firefighters wear that does run its course and needs to be on a maintenance program. We have not had a maintenance program in the past on that, and so this would be the start of a maintenance program in that area as well. So that's the $400,000 you see there. The 3 fire medics that are shown for public safety for fire are cost neutral. They're 100% reimbursed by the federal reimbursement program through the GEMT, the Ground Emergency Medical Transport Program that goes on with that. So it is cost neutral to the general fund. When we look at the total city by function as far as the positions, you'll see those 14 positions added on here. 9 of those positions will be in public works, maintenance and operations, and utility services. And then 3 of those in fire, and then 2 in what we consider community support, which is development services. Those are the 2 positions that are out of the building fund. And so in total for the city, we're showing 1,456 employees. When we've gone through these workshops, we've had 3 of these workshops up to this point to get to this point, and so we've talked about council priorities and how do we build the budget in a way that it's fiscally sustainable. These are the things that we look at when we're building the budget. As far council priorities have been balance the budget, increase the general fund reserve so that we have that flexibility and we have that ability to sustain in times when revenues don't come in, and then also decrease unfunded liabilities. But part of this topic that came up was how can we do all of these things and potentially do some other things that we need to do with the budget? Well, this budget as we have it built is a balanced budget, meaning that the revenues coming in pay for the expenses going out, meaning ongoing revenues pay for ongoing expenses going out. So we're not balancing this budget based on savings from a prior year of any kind. We were also increasing the general fund reserve 1% up to 15%. Last year it was budgeted at 14%. We have 14 new positions that we discussed on May 3rd, and there is no general fund impact for those positions. The facility maintenance program, which was the big program that we talked about a lot with the new CIP book that showed the facility assessment reports. And then we talked about decreasing unfunded liabilities. The largest that we have are the workers' compensation and the other post-employment benefits. That one is the medical benefits that are provided to retirees when they retire. Some are eligible and some are not, depending on when they were hired. So the biggest topic for me that came out when we were discussing this on May 3rd was council brought up several times talking about how do we balance this? How do we balance the needs of what council sees as our priorities, and how do we balance that with our revenues that are slowing down? What can we do in order to try to still fulfill some of that, but still be fiscally responsible? So that's kind of the balancing act I wanted to show here. We have to look at one side, the funding that we have, and then council's priorities as well as far on the other side. So as we look at that, one of the things that came up was how can we fund some other things if we wanted to fund some things, especially public safety and parks. Those are critical needs within the city, and what could we do if there was something in that space? And so this chart is going to show you the other post-employment benefits, which we're currently shown as funding for $4 million a year. As I previously shown you, if we continue that same amount of funding for 10 years, this will be funded at 60%, which we consider fully funded. At that point, it could support itself, and we would no longer have to do the pay-grow program and contribute to this. And so this was the course that we're really on at this point. But given that the revenues are slowing down some, we do have an opportunity to reevaluate. Maybe council could potentially extend this a little bit longer. And so you'd still have a balanced budget. It's still fiscally responsible. But the only change here is instead of having it fully funded technically by 2033, it would just extend it a few years. So what you see here are several different scenarios. The green line is if we continued the $4 million as currently built into the budget. The blue line, which goes out much farther, just says that if we don't do anything for 2 years, contribute to this liability, after 2 years, then we do $500,000 after that, which is much smaller than what we've been doing. It's still fully funded by 2043, so it extends at 10 years. The next scenario, the yellow line, shows $0 for the first 2 years, and then we build back up to the $2 million, say $500,000. $1.5 million, $2 million, and then we continue the $2 million on. It'd be funded by 2038, so it extends this by 5 years. And then the last scenario is just if we just continued $1 million a year going forward, it'd be funded by 2040. So just gives some various options, but I think it's important to note on here, we weren't even funding this since 2016. 2016 is when we really started funding this. So if council chose to slow down a little bit on this to select some different priorities, I think that is clearly valid. But it's definitely a policy decision that you can make as far as where you want to be in this space.
And how much had we been funding? $1 million? Is that what you said?
We started out low, which you can see on the small side over by 2016, but we've worked our way up to $4 million a year. Last year, we contributed about 3.9, and I had built into the budget $4 million for the current year. And that is ongoing money, so if we slowed this down a little bit, that's still ongoing money that could be used for something else. It would just extend this a little bit longer until we're fully able to switch over and not do the pay-go anymore.
Would that violate our budgeting principles that we adopted?
It would not.
Well, I went through the CAFRs, and in is it true we budgeted $8 million for this?
4.
4?
Yes.
And what did we budget in 21 in 21?
Fiscal year 20, it was around 3.5 probably, because we've been building it up every year to get to a certain point. At one time, council did make a council direction. It was never a written policy. It was an unwritten direction that we would work up the funding to this benefit by increasing it by 40% of the increase in property tax each year. But we've done that since I've been here. We've continued to do that. Well, now we're at a point where we're putting $4 million toward that each year, and we're up to a significant amount. That's why I made the choice this year to just stay at the $4 million, because that is a significant amount we're putting towards it. As we move forward, the interest that we're earning on this as well. So you can kind of see some of these years don't look like it would balance out when we're only putting $500,000 toward it, but you got to remember for every year it's extended, we're also earning $4 million in interest in such too. So for every year it goes out more, we've got more interest going in there too.
Well, I have the 2014, discussion that was the basis for that, and I think
Hold on one second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait, let me ask you, where are we at in the presentation? Because I want to let everyone ask questions, but I also want to get through it all.
I just have a few more.
Okay.
Just a few.
Let's get through that,
Okay.
and then everyone can ask questions.
Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead.
So if you look at this and we go forward, what would be the next things that the city manager thinks are the priority based on what he heard from council? If council wanted to take a different direction and not fund part of it, fund some of it. Public safety and parks were the two big items that came out of the last meeting as far as this is really what we think we should be doing. So these are the costs for some of these things. So if we were to add 10 positions in public safety, you're looking at 5 police officers, a police sergeant, a police lieutenant, 2 police assistants, and a crime analyst. You're looking at about $1.5 million. This cost is just, the ones with the asterisks would be 6 months, so they wouldn't start until January. The others would be full year positions, all the others are. The park ranger would be for the area next to the river, which is just a really hard area to patrol, and both police and parks are in fully support of needing a position like this. In the governance and organizational effectiveness, one of your priorities, pretrial services clerk was requested by Muni Court. They have a lot of court mandates that they've had to arrange people around, assign different tasks to try to get some of those court mandates done. They really need someone to manage some of these things wholly instead of splitting the task among different people. The management analyst would be for the clerk's office, and that is for records management. We know that we've had an increase in public records requests. We've also had issues with the minute taking and such for council. And so this is deemed to alleviate some of that workload and be able to reorganize that workload to better meet not only the community needs, but your needs as well as council. Overtime adjustment is on here. That pertains to the item that council got a memo on regarding the overtime on the non-PERS compensable portion of the overtime. This affects the entire city. So when the half share split comes through with PERS, and that will be effective in July, what happens is their base wage is reduced, which inevitably reduces their overtime wage because it's 1.5 times that. So this is an opportunity to fix that on a citywide basis. We have manage unrepresented compaction issues. There are some issues that will be coming up soon with the new bargaining unit agreements that go into effect in July. And the main issue is that a lot of these groups have benefits, extra benefits or things that do not compare across the board. So we may have a management analyst that's represented, a management analyst that's not represented, and they're treated different ways because their benefits and their pay are not kept at the same level. So this is something that would fix that compaction issue and bring those benefits and other wages up to their counterparts because they aren't represented. Council discretionary funds, this is an item that was included to address some of the concerns regarding having funding for some of the other commissions and items. So these funds would be an extra $5,000 for each council member so that they could potentially give these funds to commissions or use these for other commissions as they see fit. And then the last item is a a management analyst for economic and community development. That's a position that would help with the business license world and be like the liaison for your businesses and community members and creating that real link between business license and the community. So these are just the additional positions and items that would be for your consideration if you wanted to. This gives you a breakdown of where all the money ends up. So general fund wise, you end up about $3.9 million. And so we're currently putting the $4 million toward OPEB. This would be 3.9 if you did all of these items. The remainder of the items touch the other funds, and that's mostly the overtime impact and that compaction issue impact for those smaller amounts that are touching the other funds. So the general fund piece would be, if council adopted this as it's presented, the general fund piece would decrease the OPEB for this current year, and then the other funds would either go to ending fund balance, or in the case of the housing fund, would decrease another expense line item. There's a 6-month cost for the 5 police officers and the sergeant, and then the total cost on the bottom tells you the total cost of this. If all the positions were 12-month positions on here, it's $4.4 million. The 10-year forecast on this, so when you look at it and you kind of spread it out, this is what I showed you in May 3rd. This includes the original 14 positions that were presented on that day. This has OPEB being funded in 2033, and this is the $4 million per year. You can see we have a balanced budget every year. The line at the top are your revenues, your expenditures are below. Lines on top of the bars, that means that we have a balanced budget all of those years. We did factor in factors for increases in PERS, increase in wages, and we're very conservative on the revenue increases over those years. So this is the second piece of that to show you how the total fund balance worked for that. And we're at 15% now, and it gets up to almost to around 18% at a certain point out there in fiscal year 33, based on the same assumptions for fund balance, and that's the percentage line. When you look at this, I built the same 10-year projection with the modeling, didn't change anything except I changed the OPEB into the positions or other items that would be funded if council wanted to do this. And I had changed the funding for OPEB to 0% for $0 for 2 years, and then with a build up to the 2 million. So it would start to the 2 million mark again. It would do 500, million and a half, 2 million, and then continue on. So doing that, OPEB would be 60% funded in 2038, which is 5 years longer. So the option here is if you chose to do that, this would be 5 years longer to get to this mark versus we would get to it in 10 years. But again, this is really showing you the revenues are still above the expenses. These are still balanced budgets all year out. The only change starts to come in here where you see the line, the fund balance line here. So again, this is a percentage, and the fund balance totals are the green bars. And so what this shows you is that as we get out in the fiscal year 33, we're really not able to grow the fund balance much anymore. And the reason for that is because the expenditures grow every year. So every year with expenditures growing, you have to continuously increase the fund balance to still have a percentage of that. And so what happens here is we start at 15, and we pretty much fluctuate between 15 and 13 the whole time. Still a good space to be, still way better than the city was many, many years ago, and still sustainable. So it's just really a policy decision, and I wanted to bring it forward as far as if council wants to move forward with some changes and wants to be able to fund public safety and parks in a way where we are in a space where revenues aren't growing as much as they have in the last few years, this would be an option and still continue with a balanced budget. So, and then my last slide for the city portion here is just to to highlight the fee schedule again, the only changes from the May 3rd meeting were the business license fees that were increased 10%. They were previously at the 6.2%, which was the cost of the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, and the business license flat fees actually are trending behind where they could potentially be based on the calculation that we do each year. And so the flat fees were eligible to be increased more than just the CPI. And that calculation is based on CPI plus population. And with population growth and the CPI together, they actually should have and could have been increased more over the last few years. And this is the attempt to try to get them to where they should be. So that's the end of my presentation. I did provide all of the additional information in the back. We've discussed everything else as far as the items that were presented previously, the changes in C-tax and property tax and such, so I didn't want to go through all that again, but it is here, and if you have questions, I'm glad to answer those too.
Okay, thank you so much. Before we dive into any questions, Madam Clerk, Mr. Clerk, I don't know if we had it on the record for item L51, correct? So just to reiterate, we're now opening the public hearing.
Yes.
Was any correspondence received?
No correspondence was received.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure that's on the record. Is that sufficient, Madam Clerk? I was going to say Mrs. Clerk. Yes, okay, I just want to make sure that's on the record. Perfect. Item L51. Okay, I'm going to send it to Vice Mayor Reese. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a disclosure on this item. Madam Mayor, fellow city council members, and Madam Clerk, in the interest of full transparency, I am disclosing my law firm, Hutchison and Steffen, represents the Reno Police Protective Association, both supervisory and non-supervisory groups, and the Reno Professional Group on collective bargaining matters. On this matter, I have sought guidance from the City Attorney's Office. Given my employment, I have a commitment in a private capacity to the interests of RPPA and RPAG. Item C2 does not directly pertain to RPPA, RPAG, or their respective collective bargaining agreements, but I understand that today's potential action could potentially increase the funding for the police department and may impact the RPPA and RPAG by potentially increasing their respective memberships. Until the presentation, I did not expect the City Council would be providing additional information directing regarding the police department budgets, and given the uncertainty around this and given a potential motion, my commitment to private capacity and to the interests of RPPA and RPAG would be clearly and materially affected by the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position to warrant abstention under NRS 281A.420 subsection 3. Madam Clerk, please accept, or Mr. Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item, and I will leave the room. Mr. City Attorney, is my disclosure sufficient at this time?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Sorry, I have a question. Mr. Reese is not participating in the budget adoption?
No, he's not.
What is the vote on a budget adoption?
It's a standard vote.
Okay, thank you. Same for redevelopment? Okay. I don't know if he recused on.
Okay, well, let's worry about ourselves.
Question?
Go ahead.
I mean, is it time for questions?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. I just have a few questions. So earlier today, we had a public comment from a member of the solar community. And I had an opportunity to meet with him. His name was Travis Miller and Mr. Pingree over the fees for solar. And he pointed out that the way things are going, he was very supportive of the fact that we're moving away from, quote, evaluation method and more to a dollar per kilowatt kind of method. And I guess we're just starting. It sounds like that's included in today's budget, although I'm not sure. And we also made a commitment that Mr. Pingree is going to come back and going to be evaluating that impact, and maybe at the first amendment to the budget, propose a different fee schedule. And I just wanted to confirm my understanding, I guess, on the fee. Is that correct? And the reason I'm pointing this out is that I think that I just got a notice from Suzanne Groman today that Reno is in the top. I want to get this right. Let me just get this right before you answer, if you don't mind. Well, I may not have it at hand, but anyway, we're 66. Could you just say it better than me?
So we found out,
Top 40 greenest
well,
cities.
So we're in the top 40 greenest cities, but we found out late yesterday that we are also in the top 6 cities in the country with respect to greenhouse gas emissions per capita.
So we're very high.
We're very low in
Oh,
terms of
I thought you
greenhouse.
said very,
Well, we're at the top of the list, which means we're low. It's like a golf score.
okay, gotcha. Very good. Well, we want to maintain that standing. So I want to continue, and I'm sure the council does under our sustainability, to support the solar industry. So I don't think we want to do anything accidentally. I think Mr. Travis brought up the point that everyone is getting on this. It's not just a license from the city, but it's also, and this is a building fee, it's also from the HOAs, it's also at Tahoe, they're exerting their fee structure, so it starts to add up. And I just want to make sure we take a look at it. I'm fine with what we have in the budget, but I want to make sure I know what it is. If you could
Chris Pingree,
address that.
Director of Development Services, for the record. Part of this, that's the solar reconfiguration of how we're going to attack that is not part of this budget. What we're going to do is we're working behind the scenes to evaluate all the data, put everything together in order to find a cost recovery piece that works for the department in order to process all of the paperwork, do the inspections, do the plan review, and then we'll bring that back forward during next year's budget with a fee schedule, with an itemized flat rate fee, is the intent.
Okay. I thought that you were thinking about doing that as soon as the first quarter in the budget amendment process.
I can't
Or
commit
a
to
hope.
that date, but
Yeah.
we're hoping to bring it forward as soon as we can.
Okay, I think that's a really good way to go. I mean, what you proposed on the phone sounded very rational to me. But in today's budget, how the building fees, I thought it was interesting during the conversation, we found that some of the building fees seem low, $40 or $80 for a thing. And then others seem high. And I know your goal is cost recovery for the work to review that thing, right?
Correct.
So what is it today just on this solar? How are you doing it now?
So solar, all of our new building construction is calculated on a valuation-based system. So that valuation is assessed by contract value, basically all of your labor and materials, everything that goes into a contract is assessed. A valuation, and that permit is based on the valuation of that contract amount.
Okay.
And so it goes into a chart, and there's, it breaks it down to where it's meant for new construction and new buildings, not so
Okay.
much for one-off electrical panels or a
Right.
solar panel.
So does this basically say the value of the solar system sitting on your roof or on the ground? That's what you're after?
Valuation of what it costs for all of the parts, the materials,
Yeah.
the labor, everything that goes into that system.
Okay. And then presumably over time it depreciates because, these things have a life. But at the moment it's built, this is what it is.
Correct.
right?
And that's
Okay.
what the permit fees are built
Well,
on.
I will have more questions later. I see I'm over my time, but thank you so much. I just wanted to get it on the record, make sure we understand and know that we may have a change coming. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Vicki. I have a couple questions, and I might need Chief Nance up here too, so I'll just give her a minute to get up here. I guess my number one priority for this budget is to see public safety police officers walking downtown. I don't know if this reflects that, but I wanted to ask Chief Nance what you would need and if this budget allows for that with these new positions that we're looking at for that activity.
It absolutely does. So, Chief Nance, Reno Police Department, for the record, in case it was needed, it absolutely does allow for that. So, a couple things that are happening in conjunction with this that I'd like to touch on just a little bit before. One is the redeployment model, the deployment model for downtown, what that's going to look like, that's going to start immediately. So we're working on that currently right now, hearing the needs to have more people down there, more visibility, to have more people out of their cars, off their bikes, and meeting with people and being part of that community. So that redeployment model is happening right now. I'm working on it. We should have a plan in place very soon, but evaluating that. Understanding that pulls people from other places. There's only so many people, so we will be moving people around, but prioritizing this right now. What this then ends up doing is helping me to have that kind of issue with that deployment side of it be for a smaller length of time because we're adding and creating new positions. The other.
So real quick, when you
Yep.
say this, I want to make sure that we're talking about the additional 1.5 million for public safety
Yes.
in this new information that we just received. So with that gets us to where we need to be.
Absolutely.
Okay.
It gets me to a much better place to be able to do that redeployment model effectively on the long term and not have it be a short-term solution.
Okay, thank you so much. The other thing, my other question was, and this might be for Vicky, a park ranger and a river ranger. I've heard that we have river rangers, but then I've heard that we don't have any river rangers. We have 2 park rangers. What is the difference? How many do we have, and what are they going to be doing with the
I think that would be a
172,000?
question for our Parks Director here. He'll be right up.
Thank you for the question. Nathan Olliott, Parks and Recreation Director, leisure professional for the record. I can bring that up, right? Yeah. So our park rangers, if you ask me what's the best way for us to kind of turn the tide in our park system, park rangers are a huge part of that. In other jurisdictions, they have the ability to enforce park regulations, just to try to speed this up, park regulations in our parks.
Do we
and
have river rangers?
I'm not aware of that term. I think it's an idea, but we do not have any.
Okay, so we have park rangers. That's what we have.
2 park rangers. This would be adding a 3rd. Sorry.
Okay.
So for clarity, the term river rangers has been used interchangeably with park rangers. We hire them as park rangers because that's the position we have. But in terms of the way we describe them, they move around. And
But we have
monitor the river.
80-something parks. Are they just on the river, or are they on all the parks?
At present, we have one who's patrolling the river, and we have one who is focused primarily over in Paradise.
So this new one, where are they going to be?
It will center and be based out of the Wingfield Park, Barbara Bennett, and West Plaza, and will be close to that space most of the time. Respond to things at Believe Plaza and things like that, but we'll stay in that area to try to really focus to turn that area into a place that can be activated.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Okay, so here's the thing. I stress this, and the city manager knows this. I've been a broken record. We need, and I hate to say extensive river rangers, but we need river rangers along the river if we want to keep it clean, sustainable, and safe. Again, I'm going to say safe. And that goes with whether it's keeping the trash or people, doing things in the river that they shouldn't be doing, those kinds of things, or if, especially like with flooding, there are so many reasons that we need river rangers. And now I feel like it's just too fragmented with having one in a park. That doesn't make any sense to me. I will let the council know, I've been pushing and pushing for this for a very long time. I had commitments from Sparks and the county, and neither one of them came to fruition and seemed to sort of turn their back on this initiative when we did have a commitment. They have not done that yet. And that's always hard when the city is doing something sort of on their own. And remember, this all connects together. The river connects together. The other pieces of that, I'm very disappointed. And Councilwoman Dewar, I think you're going to step up, make it happen, and sort
Are
of
you
change.
disappointed in me, or are you disappointed in
No,
the flood?
disappointed. I didn't mean it like that. I'm disappointed in the flood project.
Exactly.
And I know you are too, because we struggled with this.
Both myself and Miguel, just so we can address this, brought this up at the last
you.
2 flood meetings. And we have asked our staff to meet with flood to work through this issue, right, Miguel? So they are supposed, I mean, I don't know who in the room is handling that right now,
Because
but
that's a critical component as well. And I would also say there's an argument to be had for even RTC, RCVA. I don't know why it's so difficult for everyone to understand that we should all be taking care of the river together. There is not one main funding source, and I think that that is incredibly problematic. I hope at at some future date, there will be more of a federal conversation when it comes to our river. I'm incredibly frustrated because I think it is such a valuable gem that we have that most cities don't have. We're so lucky to have it. But yet we're not actually doing the things we need to do to sustain it and to make it the best it could possibly be. And it's incredibly frustrating. I appreciate, City Manager, your willingness to invest in it, but I don't think that it's going to make a difference when it's utilized like this. So I would like to figure out a better way that's going to make it much more sustainable or have more teeth. I don't know what you want to, how you want to implement that. But this isn't going to work with just one. So I'm not sure how we, I'm not sure how we proceed. Anyway, I just want you to know. I'm very frustrated. It's not your fault. This is a regional issue. So anyway.
Well, I could
Okay,
add
go ahead.
something. So that was my next item to talk about as well, was park rangers and river rangers. So just for context, once upon a time, we had 1 to 2 people called river rangers, and all they did was they worked the river, and they were in the, they mostly dealt with trash and people along the river. Those were the 2 issues that they dealt with. This translation to different terminology is fine with me, but they still needed to understand what your initiative was. Mine too was to get more eyes on the river. So to that end, again, Councilmember Martinez and I spoke with Cynthia Esparza over in Clean and Safe to get with Flood and work out these details so that they could provide money to help fund this. So there's that. I mean, that's one thing. The other thing I wanted to say is, last time we talked too about park maintenance and with the 88 parks and the fact that there's, I think, 12 people or something that do all 88 parks in terms of bathrooms and cleaning and checking things out. Just today, for our council meeting today, we got more letters to you about Damani Ranch Park, more. And there have been coming in for a year. And so we had, when I think we talked about ARPA, we talked about, was it that we said you were going to get some extra money for park maintenance? And I wasn't sure what's in the general fund budget versus what's in the ARPA budget for park maintenance.
Yes, Nathan Elliott, Parks and Recreation Director, for the record. I believe the ARPA funding was to fund a park planner.
Yes.
Which we do hope will take some of the project weight off of some of our management staff so that they can more effectively maintain the day-to-day.
Okay. So, but I thought I also heard there was like about $1 million that was unspecified, is what I recall, Mr. Manager. And again, it was for parks maintenance. Maybe it was in the last budget discussion we had.
We have 700,000 of that 5 million is for parks maintenance.
Of which 5 million?
Of the 5 million on slide. On your total capital slide, it's slide 4. And so where you see general facility maintenance, 700,000 of that is for parks maintenance. Previously, we've only funded 400,000 in the years when we could.
So it's almost a doubling.
Yes.
So at our last meeting, I had asked that Damani Park be considered. And I mentioned it can't get money from RTC, residential, or RCT, residential construction tax. It's maintenance issues, bringing back the grass, et cetera. So I wanted to just make a note of that during this final budget discussion, that I'm really hoping we can take some strides this year. I was really appreciative that our Parks and Rec director went out there and looked at it with myself and a resident, but she was just one of many. We could have brought 30 people, but that would be overwhelming for just a brief visit. And the last thing I wanted to mention in my second 3 minutes here is that I appreciate the extra $5,000 in council funds, and I just wanted to talk to my colleagues. It sounds like rather than make an appropriation to boards and commissions, we're giving us a little extra money. And I just wanted to challenge each of us to see what we can do to support our commissions. I happen to have urban forestry, historic resources, and I want to your point earlier, Madam Mayor, I want to be able to do what we did this year, next year. And so I'm going to be putting, a good portion of that money to that. And the same thing, I hope all of the commissions have recognition ceremonies. It's really important. Sometimes they feel a little underappreciated. And I think anything we can do to thank them for their service to the city, some of them 8 years, the Planning Commission, for example, 8 years, and so on, is to the good. That they know that we are hearing them, listening to them, and want to support them. So thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus, 3 minutes.
Yeah, well, I hope, because this, in evaluating our city manager, the most important jobs we do all year up here, I hope adequate time will be given so I can present my 4 areas of focus. I feel like I want to center the conversation onto where I feel it needs to be, which is balancing the overall long-term fiscal health of the organization. And to that end, I'm incredibly disappointed to see Mr. Manager and his team come forward at this point with add-ons to what we've been talking about all budget cycle and saying, oh, we're going to take it over out of OPEB. OPEB is a debt. It's a debt, for simplistic terms, that we owe to our employees. When I came on in 2012, we had a real problem with OPEB. We did a lot of work on OPEB. This is the 2014 analysis that set the foundation for how we were going to get ahead of that debt obligation because we were behind. We were in fiscal stress. And to have this come in at the last moment of, oh, we're going to pivot off of our OPEB fundamentals for these add-ons, which we'll have to carry over year of year, is just crazy for me. With 3 new people who, we haven't sat and talked about OPEB. There's not a foundational understanding of this body of where we were on OPEB, what we were told to do with it, what we in good faith did over the years. I'm stunned. And it's also a warning sign that this council really does not understand where we're headed. You know that we have had 2 months, maybe even 3 now, of missed sales tax projections. This is a time to clamp down on your budgeting. It's not the place I want to be. I want to add staff all over the place. But, we've had some growth. We've brought in budgets. We were fair to our employees on the last bargaining agreements. We had this federal money coming in, but the tide is turning. The tide is absolutely turning. This is not how you go. I'm really disappointed that the go-to for these desires is probably one of the most complicated areas of our budget that we've never discussed. I know we've had a redo of the actuarial table since the first one we did when we set up our fundamentals, but I'm just stunned. So with that, I'll move on to my next focus area, which is the business license memo that came in since we were here last time. And what I'm interpreting is the council has had a policy of increasing business licenses to CPI. But through some analysis of, I guess you said, population growth, we're going to jump those across the board up to 10%. I'm having a hard time with that. I know the desire to bring in more revenue, but, I said early on in our first session is I drew on the experience that before I came on council, there was a grand bargain, if you will, of the alcohol licenses and where we were going to get. And then we also did work here at one point on the warehouses. And since then, we've been CPI, but now we're going to go up to 10% because of population growth. Someone who has an office of insurance brokers or someone who retails sneakers, it doesn't matter to them that we got an extra 3,000 people moved to Reno, That's not material to them. So I find while you can do it and you have the latitude to go into that increment, it's hitting businesses. Obviously if sales tax isn't doing great, there's some out there in the business community who aren't doing great either. I really want to do the business license work off cycle from the budget. And I made that very clear. I think there's different, just like we did warehouses and alcohol, we should do different ones. So.
Oh, does that mean it's a minute over? Oh, okay, Councilman Breckus, we're going to move on.
Yeah, let's just shut down discussion on budget
Councilman Breckus,
parameters.
excuse me.
Okay.
You know the rules.
Oh, yes, I do know the rules.
You do know the rules, so it needs to be fair to everyone to have their
yep,
turn
yep,
to speak.
yep.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you respect that. Okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
Okay, thank you.
Did anyone else?
I do, but go ahead. Well, okay, my last thing I wanted to ask about was really our police. And I am very pleased to see that the creativity that's being focused on figuring out how to get to the council objectives, which was to increase safety. Now, unlike my colleague, I did not know that it was just about downtown. I thought it was patrol generally. And so I'd like to have a better understanding of that. Since I've been here, the last 9 years, when I first got here, I heard that we had 2 officers on patrol for the entire area south of California, all the way down to Mount Rose Highway per shift. So that's 6. And at some point, about 2-3 years after that, it was increased to 3 officers on patrol in that area I just said, from California down to Mount Rose Highway. Similarly, Ward 4 had 1 at that time, and it was increased to 2, when ours was increased to 3. Mr. Manager tells me it's more now, and I haven't kept up with the right numbers. But I wanted to just make sure we're talking apples and oranges, and I understand the terminology, and I'm using, the right words. So could you just tell us a little bit more of your vision? It's 5 officers. Are you thinking they'll all go downtown, or what are you thinking?
So, Catherine Ann's, Chief of Police. So I have a couple things that I can talk about on this. One is the most current bid that we just did, which is how officers determine what shifts they're going to be on for their deployment. In looking at that, there's 3 different teams for each shift that overlap. The teams are generally made up of about 8 people. And so South would have, for each shift, you would have about 8 people plus a sergeant. And some of those have overlap days. The schedule's quite confusing. I barely have my head wrapped around it. So in-depth discussion, I'm going to need a help with also. But the shifts overlap, the days that they work overlaps, and then you have these specific teams that are assigned north, central, and south. And then they're deployed in that region depending on the need. The envision of what's happening now and some of the changes encompasses a lot of different things. One is, what are we looking at in downtown, and is what we're doing downtown working, and should downtown be encapsulated in the entire central district, or should we refocus a portion of that into the downtown area? So that's more what I'm looking at here. Adding these people in, some of them will be specifically redeployed into downtown, absolutely, with that downtown employment or redeployment that we're working on already. Some of my vacancies that I currently am holding are in my CAO team, where we can fill those as a priority. So my priority is to fill uniformed positions before non-uniform positions at a rate of about 2/3, 3/4 to 1/4, depending on what it looks like. And uniforms include patrol, our downtown enforcement team, traffic, bikes, all of the things that make up people that actually are going to handle the problems, not necessarily just investigate them later, which is also equally important. So this is a totality growth, but the bigger part of this is that redeployment in the downtown, and how are we doing it? Are we doing it effectively? I would argue that we are not, that there's better mechanisms out there. There's better policing models that we can look at to say, how does this work? What do we need to do? And that's what we're working on currently.
Okay, well, maybe not for today, but the 8 people, I mean, I'd just like to know, are some number of those are wear uniforms and are out in the field, and maybe some are back in the office supporting those people, or?
Sorry, the 8 people for what?
Like South, you said we have.
Oh, no, those are all uniform personnel. That's the bid personnel that are working on the streets. That's the teams that are bid. Per shift, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Dewar, good question. All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Eber.
I have some questions for Vicki. So I am just trying to get some history here. During the last economic downturn, how many people did the city have to lay off? Do you know?
I don't know. That was prior to my time here with the city.
Okay. Are we taking into account with OPEB, like what kind of increases are happening with like medical costs and things like that? Like, is that included in our projections with what we need to fund our OPEB with?
Yes, we do. We update the actuarial report regularly, and so we keep up with what that total liability is out for the future. And it obviously depends on how many retirees we have, what benefits they have, and such. So it does fluctuate, and it fluctuates too based on how the money that we already have accumulated, which is about $20 million, how that performs as well.
Okay, so if there was like a huge downturn and we're not able to do a lot of things, we have to lay people off, like what impact will that have to the OPEB?
As far as this OPEB,
Yeah.
this is a long-term liability that is kind of, I like to look at it as an insurance policy for the city. So right now, we are funding all of those benefits out of the general fund. It's approximately $7 million. So we continue to fund that whether we fund this or not.
Okay.
What this does is once we reach that 60% mark, we won't have to do the pay-go anymore out of the
Okay.
general fund. So it will free up a significant amount of money out of the general fund because all of those benefits will now run out of the trust. And there will be enough money with the ongoing money continuing from the investments and such that we won't have to fund that anymore.
Okay. Okay, I do have a couple more questions. Were were provisions made for estimated new hires for these contributions? Like if we're hiring more people and we're not really contributing, if we do this, what kind of impact?
Depends on the positions. Current positions that are hired generally don't get retiree benefits. Usually the retiree benefits are going to the employees that have been here 20, 30 years. Those are some of the things that have been phased out over time. And so the police and fire, their plans have changed quite a bit, whereas in police, the new hires now contribute a portion to OPEB, and they do that in addition to what we put forward with the general fund. So the benefits have kind of changed over time.
Okay. And just a real quick question, why did we go by pay-as-you-go and not annual required contribution? You know?
Because that was all the money the city had at the time.
Okay.
They could only afford to pay
Okay.
go, kind of like
Got
going
it.
paycheck to
Okay.
paycheck.
Any questions, any more?
That's it for now.
No? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to send it over to Councilwoman Taylor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Vicky, again, thank you for all the work on this. I have questions. So before 2016, was anything put into OPEB?
No.
So
No, they had not started funding. They started, as Councilmember Brecka said, they started in 2014, starting to talk about how can we fund this in the future? How can we get off of this pay-go? Because what happens when you're on that pay-go, say you do have a downturn, you have something that happens, and you still are required to pay this. And
So as little as 7 years ago, this wasn't
Correct.
funded. So I guess we owe a thank you to the old members on the board or on
Absolutely.
the council for doing this. My other question is, I look to you for what is financially responsible. If we were to say we're not going to fund this at $4 million this year and do these other things, is that irresponsible as a council, or how would you present that?
Well, being from the finance side of it, I would always say that you need to fund your liabilities and move forward with that. But I do understand that your needs aren't necessarily all financial. And that's what I was saying with the balancing of the needs of public safety or parks or such may be such that we're at a point where we draw it back a little bit. And so it doesn't mean that you're not funding it ever again. It just means that maybe you cut the funding to it a little bit, so it takes you a little longer to get there.
Are we creating a liability for ourselves in the next year or 2 years?
It just creates it a little bit longer.
It's just a
that's
little
all.
bit longer of where it's
So if
gonna
you
be.
went with that mid one, which I did the 10-year, you would be looking at, instead of reaching that 60% mark in 10 years, you reach it in 15 years.
Okay, but we're not putting our employees in danger
No.
or, okay.
No.
My other question is, what happens next year with these positions? Are they sustainable? How would we be able to fund them?
Well, the hope is that our revenues increase a little bit. I mean, we obviously think the economy may come back a little bit, and we work that in. We've had a lot of big hits this year, and that's one thing I want to bring up this year. A lot of the reasons that we don't have a lot of funding this year are because of the PERS increase. That PERS increase was so large that it took away any opportunity we had to really add like we have in previous years. And so we won't have that PERS increase next year because it's an every other year thing.
Okay.
And so the other thing is if we end up with more revenues or such, we can always come back and put more money to OPEB. You know,
Sure.
one-time funds you can put toward it. As far as your question
Can I
is-
ask you one quick question, because I only have 20 seconds left?
Absolutely.
Another one is, on the 1.1 million for managing unrepresented compact issues, what is that? I am not sure what that means. And I know you explained it, but I need a
Yes.
little bit more
Well,
depth, please.
the unrepresented group is just that. They're unrepresented. So when you have represented people within bargaining groups, they're going to get COLAs, they're going to get additional benefits, they get more sick leave hours, more vacation hours. Their benefits will change as they bargain for those. And you can have the same position that exists as represented and unrepresented, and what that creates is a disparity between those two.
So this helps create equity?
Correct. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Vicki.
Okay, hold on 1 second. All right, just want to make sure. How many rounds, can you tell me how many rounds everyone's had? I want to make sure we're being fair.
Of course, we have 3 for Councilmember Dewar, 2 for Taylor, 1 for Breckus, and 1 for Ebert.
Okay, what about me?
You had 1 too.
Okay, thank you so much. I just want to make sure. So with that being said, I'm going to, and I know Councilwoman Breckus wants to go next, but I want to make sure she's had 2.
She's had 1.
She's only had 1? Okay. You go, Councilwoman Breckus, and then I'll.
Sure. I know
I'll
you're
go
not
after
going to
you.
waive the rules for this.
Councilwoman
year-end
Breckus, I'll
effort.
go right after you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm asking for all the time that I need on this important matter. I've expressed my concern that we're adding on top of the 6.2% business license increase across the board, as I understand it, an extra 3.8%. That doesn't seem to be concerned to other people. Maybe we won't hear from it. I feel it's unfair budgeting. We left in May 4th. It was going to be at CPI. A memo came, said we had room, but that doesn't mean we need to take that room and have that impact to our business community. I think those should be off-cycle conversations if we pivot from what we've done in the past. With the OPEB, I'll just mention to Ms. Ebert's inquiry, it was a third of the workforce that got laid off. And it was devastating, and I think impacts are still seen and problematic in this organization. But what I am hearing is we're not going to pay OPEB trust to do add-ons. I mean, that's what that slide was. The time to not pay the OPEB trust is when you have a contraction, not for add-ons. It's when you're having revenue deterioration. Okay, last emergency, last source to go to. The fiscally responsible thing to do right now is, because OPEB keeps growing, it keeps growing, it's a magnifying thing, is to put the money into OPEB, as we said, bring back here an understanding of the current actuarials on it, because it's been a while, and anything less is very problematic to me. I want to go into the position control. And I brought up last year how over at the county commission, if the manager wants to change a social service worker 1 to a social service worker 2, it goes on the agenda as a separate item, and then the commission votes on it, as a change. And I've asked for those kind of council controls on the positions. Now, we have an org chart with all the positions on it, but we had that last year. And what magically appeared, all of a sudden, an announcement, we have a 3rd city manager. We don't have a budget for a 3rd city manager. I don't know how that 3rd city manager position got created. It was augmented later, I presume. Likewise, we had a city economist. We didn't even have a city economist in the classification schedule. So the movement that the manager's doing, and some manager, do you still understand, Mr. Manager, that you could, say, create a 4th city manager, assistant city manager position, or a position we don't have, like a city magician?
So I think what I would say, despite the snark, is that we do use working titles. And so the urban economist is a senior management analyst that we're using a working title to better describe the work he's performing for our organization. The 3rd assistant city manager was the chief of staff position that was budgeted for, but we've repurposed to better fit the needs of the organization.
Let's
Okay,
say,
Councilman Breckus, your time is over.
let's
Right.
cut it off then.
you.
Thanks.
Thanks so much. All right, anyone else have any questions? Okay, I just want to say this. Vicki, I think you do an amazing job. I am so impressed.
Thank you.
Purpular? Purpular, you are. I have to tell you, I'm very, very impressed. The other thing is, for those that weren't sitting here, Councilwoman Breckus and myself, and then later Councilwoman Dewar.
Well, 2014 I was here.
Walked into, honestly, a mountain of debt. It was very, very extensive. And the whole entire time, we really had to pull back on so many needs. And it's been so challenging, so tough. Like every time I turned around, it was just like, I felt like it was just scraping pennies. But one of the things that was super important to me is to bring on more police officers every single year. I think we accomplished that except for maybe 1 or 2 years. One was during COVID, and then there might have been one other year, but it was always been really, really important to me. A safe city is a prosperous city. And so I guess where I'm a little concerned, if we deviated from that, as you heard from maybe some council member had a different suggestion for you, would that be impossible to bring on more officers? And one of the reasons why I think it's also challenging is that we have a lot of officers that retire, correct? And so I guess my frustration is in the decade that I've been here, we have never been able to catch up to the levels of police officers that we really, really need to. And I didn't want to bring this up to Chief Nance because she's so new, and I think you're doing a phenomenal job so far, but you are new, and I didn't want to lay that on you, but it was always something that I expressed every year. And so I'd love for you to talk a little bit about where we need to be, sort of what levels, because everyone will bring it back to like, oh, this is 1989 levels or whatever. What do we have to do to get there? And does this concern you, the levels that we're at now? I think downtown and even Midtown, where you have the majority of tourists and you have the majority of people walking and outside and businesses, lots of people congregating, that they absolutely need dedicated walking teams. And remember, your officers are not there just for crime. They're there to help assist people, whether it's with directions or help an elderly woman across the street. Our officers do a lot of really, really good work and services. So I want people to remember that, because everyone's like, oh, no. Sometimes they hear that message too, but they're so critical. So I kind of need to know where your vision is, where you want to go, where do you think this council should take you? Because we want you to be super successful. So what does that look like? And I'm afraid if we have that recommendation, we don't get these officers and the critical needs that we need to have a safe city. And now more than ever, it is important. But I feel like this is where we have failed, honestly, as a council, that we have not pushed this level of public safety that we need to. So give me your expertise.
So it's very refreshing for me to hear somebody that talks about the idea of growth in the same manner that I do. We can't grow all in one. I can't, even if you today said we're going to give you 100 police officers, I could find work for them and stuff for them to do, but hiring them at that rate is not physically possible, given a lot of constraints that happen. So this building growth that we're doing and doing it in a proportionate manner, where we're building with sworn officers, we're building their supervisors, command staff, and then with our professional staff also to support their efforts, allows me to grow the agency in a proportional manner while still continuing to provide additional services. So for me, where does that growth take us? We have to take in accountability the ever-growing population, the size of the city, and the drive that they have to do on a daily basis, which sometimes people forget about how big this is. And so if you have them broken up into different districts, those districts can create a lot of mileage on cars and a long response time. So this growth is the exact way that we should be doing it. We should be doing it in a very slow and steady manner so that we can deploy properly and effortlessly almost. So this allows me to say, yes, I need more people in downtown, 100%, but I'm able to also still provide services in other places. And then to look at our overall deployment strategies and shift schedules. You're right, I am new. It's been 3 months. It hasn't even been 5 months. Oh my goodness, it's only been 3 months. So with that, I haven't had even a chance to look at what does scheduling look like?
Right.
How do we do these things? So as that changes and grows, this proportionate growth will continue to allow us to provide that police service that you need and provide the training for my officers and a variety of different training that we're even bringing in now, procedural justice training, more implicit bias training in a different manner, how education with the city attorney's office on how we enforce laws that maybe weren't enforced the same way before. How do we do all these things in a fair and just manner and really develop the police department with that growth being controlled? So this is perfect for me. Next year, I might come back and say, hey, this is how much money you have. This is how I want this to look. I want X number of sworn officers, but maybe I need more professional staff. Maybe 10 should be 15 next year because I've hired and my academies are full. I don't know that answer because I can't see into the future, but I do like the growth of this and the way it's grown proportionately.
Okay, thank you so much. Vicki, maybe you can answer the same question to the pieces that you can answer.
Well, I think thank you, that was one of the questions that came up from Councilmember Reese, or Vice Mayor Reese, at our last meeting on May 3rd, and that's what kind of prompted this whole thing of how can we fund more of what the council's priorities are and what the needs are for safety and for parks. And in this particular case, this is the only real way that we can do that this year. It is ongoing funds. They are ongoing funds. They're not at risk. They're at the same risk as any other funds that we have because they're ongoing funds that we're putting toward this. And the council has an opportunity here to move forward and progress through this as we see how the economy is going to do. It's not like we're adding 20 people. We're not adding 20 police officers. It's not, we're not going gangbusters here or anything. And certainly these positions, a lot of them wouldn't even start until January 1st. So say we see some things that happen in the economy, we could redirect and we can change things as we go throughout the year with the budget. So if we see things in the fall, not anticipating the flattening that we anticipate and it's more of a downturn than what we see, we can obviously go back and look at it that time too and come back to council and talk to you about it.
Madam Mayor, a follow-up.
Go ahead.
And I'll only take 1 minute. One of the ideas I was wondering about, to your point, Madam Mayor, is that we never can get a full complement. And I just wondered, what I usually see to address that issue is overfill. So you create more positions because you know you're never going to fill them. And you also know that you're going to have retirements, you're going to have people out sick, you're going to have people with family emergency, people have to go on family leave. There's all of this. So you can never have the approved number, 350, I think, or something like 356, something like that. And I just wondered, can that play a role in trying to get us back up to speed? And while she's coming up, my other question was just, I wondered about the park rangers. I feel like they should have law enforcement training personally, so.
What's that? We don't technically have any overfills for police anymore. We did a few years ago when we had 6.
Okay.
And during that budget cycle, it was determined instead of having them as overfills, we just turned them into permanent positions versus overfills. The overfills became a challenge because moving them into permanent positions, it became very hard to track with police because they're such a big group. And so what we've tended to do is just go for a new position as they need new positions versus the overfills because
Well, we're
they're
always
very
going to
hard
have this
track.
feeling
But I
that we're
don't
not
know
there.
from the operational side how that.
Yeah.
It's interesting because when we have the vacancies and we're filling an academy currently, which is why this isn't going until January, we're filling an academy, we're hoping we get up to our full staffing, but we will lose people through that academy and retirements and things like
Exactly.
that. Then as we move into the next academy, we're filling that. And so the goal for me is to have those academies fully staffed so that when we do have losses during the year, we're operating it at a normal loss level so that we can still operate and function and then fill the academies on the back end. So that's where the overfill side of it comes in. We're operating in filling
You
those.
will
on a
sort of
continual
do
basis.
it. You're
Yes.
doing a version of it.
Yes.
Or you're planning to going forward.
Yeah, we're a little bit off on that currently. We're a little bit shorter than I want to see moving into this academy, but I think by the January academy we'll do that. And we're also working on hiring laterals. I'll say that again, anybody that, we want to get the laterals in also, which can also balance some of those positions and not have to wait for an academy.
So in this case, just so I understand, you would, let's say, have 10 positions in the academy with the idea that you would maybe only hire 7?
No, we would have.
Because you'd have some attrition through the academy and so on.
We hire up to the full amount of people that we can
The
through
10.
the academy, knowing that we might lose some still.
Okay, I think I understand.
Okay. All right, I think we have to move on, Mr. Clerk. Where are we at with our rounds? Does everyone have
For rounds, we have
equal time?
4 from Dewar, 2 from Taylor, 2 from yourself and Councilmember Breckus, and 1 from Ebert.
Okay, we'll do one more, even though we extended an extra one to Councilwoman Dewar.
I got a 1 minute.
Okay.
Sure.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead.
You really can't spend too much time going over your budget. I want to ask about the, you said the positions are neutral, other than this, decision to do what people think they want to do with the OPEB. The positions that we left here on May 4th are general fund neutral, but I want to understand a little bit more about that paramedic reimbursement, because I've asked and asked and asked about a fee schedule for those paramedics. And presumably those fees are somehow how you get the money in then from the federal program, correct?
Yes, the federal program does have, we have a contractor that actually fills out all that paperwork. It's very complicated. It's based on a percentage of your department, how much is paramedics, how many service deliveries you go on and such. So it is a very complicated calculation that comes from the feds.
Yeah, and I've been asking and asking to see how much we charge, a sample bill, nothing's come forward. But for me to see, to understand how that program works, part of the fiscal responsibility I want to do, here at this table in the seat that I've been entrusted with. But tell me this, do you have any actuarials and like models that you've created on these positions?
As far as funding for the future?
Yeah, like this program and how you can project. You want to bring on what, two paramedics with this program?
3 in this budget.
3, and you already have some, right?
Yes, that is correct.
So how many do you have? Like 3 others? I hear some have left
3.
actually and gone back.
We have 6 right now.
Yeah,
Okay,
I heard
so we have 6.
some left. So maybe you have 6 and
Yes.
3, so 9. So you got 9
Yes.
paramedics.
Correct.
They're all going to be funded through this federal program.
Yes.
And you have a model somehow that shows the fees and then the reimbursement rates and how those are going to be absorbed?
We know how much those paramedics cost us as far as salary and benefits. And we actually receive more than that back from the government because it's based on the percentage of your department that does these calls and such and the total amount of your department. So there's some additional kind of overhead calculations if you look at it that way. So this program more than pays for these positions. As an example, the payment that we got for fiscal year 22, we got $3.3 million.
Yeah, and I do remember that. I'm just really want to do my job.
So we've done projections out with the money that we have received from the program, assuming that that money would be used for those positions only.
Yeah, and what would make me feel comfortable about the ones you already have and the ones going forward, if somehow you had it, and I don't know how you want to isolate it within the budget, but, provide to me the assumptions of the program so we know, have confidence that it's not a general fund impact. I've been asking, for kind of pieces of information on that program for a while. None has come through this whole process. I'm disappointed about that, but I want to make sure, because if that program doesn't stay for us, we have a big step forward to absorb those safer funded firefighters.
We do. That funding runs out in October of 24.
So it'd be a real bad deal if, a stress to that budget and really take fire to a place where it's crowding out other budget departments is if, that October 24, we got to swallow all those guys on, those people's positions on, which we, I think I supported that. That was methodical. But then you've got these other 9 hanging out there on a federal program. And, I always wanted the comfort and the confidence to know what assumptions you were relying upon. And I feel like I haven't seen that. And so that's a problem for that budget area for me also. Thank you.
Minute over. I want everyone to know I'm letting everyone have some time. You know what? I'm always curious because we really have not had this conversation, and I think at some point we should have this conversation. Probably should do it with the city manager in the room. But looking at other things like, it's so hard the way in which Nevada is structured because we're robbing Peter to pay Paul all the time. I don't think people really realize how creative Nevada has had to be with their budgets to make it work.
Absolutely.
Right? Like, no one can understand this
Absolutely.
unless you're a local government in Nevada. But one of the things we haven't talked much about, and it might be a conversation at the legislature, I'm sure it gets highly, highly political, and this will be very unpopular, and I'm sure any lobbyists on Zoom, their ears are going to perk right up. But looking at some of the larger property in the city where they do not pay property tax. And I'm like the airport, the university, Renown, those kinds of things. And they use our services to a pretty big extent some of the major issues have happened on some of those properties. Is there ever a conversation about that, what that sort of looks like? Or is that something that we would have to do at the legislature?
Well, the specific property tax code is, I believe, part of the federal tax code. So that's more difficult for us. But the broader conversation about inequities in regional service delivery and the manner in which citizens, the city of Reno, pay into the property tax system, and then that money gets redistributed through all the many agencies that provide services throughout the region. That's work that we're presently doing in the Office of Policy and Strategy. Specifically, the urban economist is spearheading that work, and we should have significant information to present to you later this year, and that can sort of kick off the strategic planning process and how we might want to go about reframing our goals as it relates to fiscal stability and fiscal equity.
Right, and I also think there's a big public safety component, actually. There really is, right? So I'm glad we're having those conversations. I just wanted to bring it up because it's not something that it's always like the elephant in the room on some of those properties. So anyway, okay, thank you so much. It's just something that I've had in the back of my mind for a long time to ask you, Vicki, and just kind of see where we're at with that. Okay, moving on. We good? Ready? Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I motion to approve a resolution adopting the.
Oh, hold on one second. Councilwoman Ebert, did you
Sorry.
need?
Yeah, I just have another question, and I'm sorry, but
Okay, go ahead.
what happens if we do have to lay off, a lot of people again? I don't know if it'll be a third of the city staff or whatever, so we would have a much larger need for the funds in the OPEB account.
And we still haven't brought back, am I right? We still haven't brought back the levels in which that we had to lay off. I mean, we were still playing catch up.
I believe we were. I think we're still under
We're
in
still
some of the
playing
areas.
catch
Yes.
up. Okay.
So, how do we make up that shortfall if that ends up being the case? We had to lay off a lot of people. We have, a lot more expenses coming out of that account than we expect. I mean, I know we're getting more conservative with our forecasts and projections, but what happens? I mean, where do we pick up the slack if we, don't have enough funds in that account?
Sure. Well, we definitely have different options. First, we budget very conservatively. I wouldn't stand up here and I wouldn't tell you something that was not true as far as would this be feasible or not. This is feasible. This is ongoing money. It's just a different choice. We reach a certain point a little sooner with one choice than we do the other, but the goal is still to get there. So that's not an issue. We do have other funds. We have a stability fund where we have $3 million in there for if revenues at some point weren't where we thought they were going to be, we can go to that. We also have ARPA funding that we set aside that council you approved, so that I believe that was right around $5 million. We're not anticipating having to use any of those funds because we are budgeting conservatively. And so if for some reason our revenues went to a point where we needed to do everything that we could go to the OPEB trust if we needed to. Those are the funds for the city to use in the event that we needed to. There's $20 million in there. We could. That's not what our goal is. That's not where we would go. But these are buffers for the point where you can figure out what to do if we ever got into a position again where a third of the workforce was to be laid off. The other thing is building that fund balance. We were down to less than 1% at one point during the recession, which is about $2 million. We're up to $34 million or 35. Let me see, get the number again so that you're just clear on where we're headed and where we're going, because we're really building in those fail safes, just like you would in your own personal life. So you wouldn't live paycheck to paycheck in your personal life, which is where we were. And now we're building in those areas where we can see when things are coming and we can prepare. And that's really what the sustainable budget is all about.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I make the motion, I just think I'm so appreciative of you and your team and everybody at the City of Reno for taking the time to go through this budget. I know I needed a lot of extra help, and I know a lot of work went into this, and everybody has done a fantastic job. So I am super honored to make the motion to approve a resolution adopting the fiscal year 23-24 final budget and fee schedule for City of Reno, Nevada.
Second. I have a
Can I
motion.
ask for one
Oh,
clarification?
go ahead.
Do you want to adopt the extra items or no?
With the extra items.
Okay, with the items as listed on page 11?
With the items listed on page 11.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect. Thank you for the clarification.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
can we have discussion?
Hold on one second. Hold on. I have a motion and a second. Discussion. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this is the 11th year that I've done budgeting, and this is the first time I voted against the budget. I don't think this is a budget for the economic times we are projecting. Now is the time for the discomfort of disciplined budgeting to avoid what this organization experienced in the last economic downturn. This is the time to poise this city organization to weather slow growth or even declining revenues, to allow this organization to be well poised. And it is not a budget that I can support. I vote no. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. All right. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, but
Yes.
I just want to make clear for the record, I was just trying to keep up with this is for just the fee schedule, correct? So those additional changes go to the budget.
No, this
Right.
is the budget.
It's for both.
It's for both, okay, just wanted to make sure because I
Okay,
just
so
heard
one
the
is the fee schedule, one is for the budget, just so everyone's clear.
Yep, thank you.
But
Mike.
question, are there two resolutions or is it one resolution?
It's one resolution.
One resolution.
Correct.
Okay,
Okay,
thank
so
you. I
Councilwoman Breckus will be
apologize.
voting against both. All right, here we go. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Great job. Okay, great job. Okay. Mr. Clerk.
Okay, so with that, there is no public comment registered, and looking for a motion to adjourn the Redevelopment Agency Board.
Okay.
Second,
I needed-
we haven't adopted the resolution.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
So, okay, bring us back. We are,
So we need to move on to the RDA budgets, please.
Okay.
okay, do we have any public comment on this item, Mr. Clerk?
We have no public comment on this
Thank
item.
you so much. Okay, sending it right back to you, Vicki.
Thank you. Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance, for the record. We're moving into the redevelopment area agency budgets. And again, this will be much more brief than we've had in the past because we did go into a lot of detail on this. We spent almost a day on RDA and talking about the development areas. So RDA 1 includes the parking garage downtown, and as we talked about, it has a limited amount of motor vehicle property tax, privilege tax that goes into there, $128,000. And then it has parking gallery rent. This is in the general fund of RDA 1. And then the expenses you see in here are just for the repair and maintenance of that garage. This RDA 1 area went into effect in 1983, and it expires in 2043. When you look at the debt service for RDA 1, we had a lot of conversation previously about this as well. We're almost to the point, if you look at ad valorem tax line, we're at $2.7 million projected for next year, and our principal and interest payments are 2.8. So we're almost at a point where it's catching up to be able to pay for the debt service within here. And that is one of the reasons that we did have to loan some funds from RDA 2. And this fund will be able to pay that back once the debt service is paid off. That debt service on these bonds ends in 2027, which is 4 more years. So in that 4 years, we do anticipate being able to pay a portion of that 1.2 million back and continue paying it, and then it will be debt-free after that.
And Ms. Van Buren, are you gonna, I was just gonna say, are you gonna take these separately?
I was just gonna do RDA 1 and 2 together, and then you could take
Okay.
2 motions,
Okay.
I guess. If that works.
Well, I'd like to do this. I just had a question on your
Absolutely.
previous page.
Okay.
On the one where the fund is coming in.
Mhm.
So we have the parking garage, if I'm reading this right, is almost doubling or more than doubling in income?
It is, and there's a reason. The reason is because we did not record the revenues appropriately in fiscal year 22. Fiscal year 22 was only at about 600,000. It typically runs about 900,000. So we have recorded those revenues, corrected that. So you see that extra revenue showing up in the estimated column for this current year. It really should have been recorded as of last year.
Last year being?
Fiscal year 22, because you see that's only 600,000. Fiscal year 21 was lower because of the economy and the
okay.
pandemic, yes. But it typically runs between 800 and 900,000 a year.
Okay, yeah, that was confusing.
Yes.
But then you expect it to settle back to the
Yes,
900
correct,
because of this
yes.
budgeting challenge.
Yes, we did not book it by year end as we
And
should
the
have.
other thing, I just wanted to make sure I understood. On this page, you have revenue and expenses showing that their expenses are a little over, right? Or is that for the next fiscal year? Well, both 2022 and 2023.
In this one, we typically budget the amount of rent for the same as the services. We don't generally need it, but we generally budget a little more in case there are some larger repairs that are needed at the garage because we do have to pay for those. So
But
we
what
want
I'm
to make sure we
saying
have
is-
enough budget capacity.
What I'm saying is, it looks like expenses are greater than income.
They are, but we have beginning fund balance too. So as a total revenue, it's considered our beginning fund balance plus
Okay,
the
so you wouldn't
revenue.
consider
Yes.
this one a balanced budget?
I would, yes, because these aren't ongoing expenditures in here. You don't have personnel in here. You don't have ongoing costs in here like personnel.
Okay.
And so for this particular case, this is managed similar to a capital account where you have funds you don't use from the prior year. You may reinvest them in
Okay.
another year so you can have expenses that sometimes exceed in any particular year, yes.
Okay, and you're gonna do redevelopment 2 next?
Yes.
And I'll hand it back to Mayor.
So redevelopment 2 is that area around the city. It has seven different little locations. During our last presentation on RDA, we had 2 full-time positions that were anticipated for this, a revenue and compliance officer and a management analyst. This is to really start that program for RDA 2, as we haven't really done a lot with RDA 1 and RDA 2 just because there weren't enough funds coming into RDA 1 to pay for the debt, first of all, after that agreement with the county expired in 2018. That was keeping it whole. So once that expired, we didn't have enough funds between the 2. So that's when 2 loaned to 1. But now you can see the ad valorem taxes, which are the property taxes, they are really starting to take off and grow. 2.5 million in fiscal year 21, and we're up to almost 6 million for next year. And because of this, we have some additional funds that we've carried forward from year to year. So you see a beginning fund balance next year anticipated of $7.8 million. That's because we've been carrying forward the money as it's been coming in, but we haven't been really doing any projects with this. So the intent is these two positions, along with the new Assistant City Manager, Eric Edelstein, will get together a program and come back and use some of these funds to make some progress in the areas that council deems you want to move. So other expenses, I've just budgeted $10 million just to give a good round number, a number that is available. It does not mean that you would have to spend it next year, but it is available to create a program around anything that would not be spent would just roll to the next year and be rebudgeted. In this one, you have the baseball agreement too, and that's $1 million ongoing until 2043. That continues on, but there's really nothing else in here, and that's why this money has continued to grow as those revenues have increased. When you look at the debt fund, there's just a small little debt in here of Cabela's that goes out until the end of this life of Redevelopment Agency 2, and so we only put enough property tax in here just to kind of keep this one balanced and to keep it moving forward to pay that debt. And with that, that's the end of this presentation. And again, in the supplemental are all of the slides where I talked about the different revenues and how they've kind of trended over the years as well.
Okay. All right, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Remind me, do we have any other positions currently funded through any of the redevelopment?
We did not up until this year.
And what do we have this year?
This year, we have these two positions, and we are allocating a portion of Mr. Edelstein's time and also our redevelopment manager, because he is going to be working on this, and we did 25%. We felt like that was, they're probably going to spend more than that, but to be conservative, we just wanted to do the 25.
25% of those two times?
Those two positions, and then these two new positions.
Starting this budget?
Correct.
And what is a revenue compliance manager? I had a hard time understanding what that revenue
I'm going to turn that over to Eric so that he can explain the vision.
Yeah.
Hi, Eric Edelstein, Assistant City Manager for the record. Thank you for the question. So the Revenue Compliance Officer will actually be housed in business licensing, and the plan is for them to be focused in the RDA spaces to work on property analysis, understanding, evaluating current uses, potential higher and better uses, infrastructure needs to create those higher and better uses. I'm sorry, apologize, I'm conflating. The Revenue Compliance Officer is a business licensing position that will be focused on the 1,000 businesses that are located in the RDA space. So providing them general services, connection as a liaison into City Hall, and helping them with their current and expansion needs inside the RDA spaces.
So my understanding is the revenue officers over in business license, they go out and see where a business may or may not be paying the right amount of business license fees. You're explaining something that's maybe a pivot off of that, even though they're going to be in business license, to my understanding, is more like an ombuds person?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what that reference means.
An expediter facilitator of the businesses, maybe?
Potentially, that would be one of the desired outcomes.
Okay.
Is that the typical business license compliance officer has about 4,000 businesses, which would be in their general book. This person would have 1,000 businesses. So we do expect a higher touch and a higher level of service to provide to those businesses in the RDA space.
But the current revenue officers, they're not necessarily assistants. They're more like enforcement. And so are these more enforcement or more business assistants?
Thank you for the question. The compliance officer is the higher of two roles within the business license space. So we do expect that these revenue compliance officers will provide other tech level services to the RDA space, but it would be a more comprehensive service level than is currently offered.
And what about the management analyst position?
So the management analyst, and that's what I conflated previously, the management analyst will be a property analyst that will review all the parcels within the RDA spaces, understand current uses, identify opportunities for higher and greater uses, as well as understanding the infrastructure, current limitations, and potential investments to get those properties potentially to higher and greater uses.
How does a management analyst do those? Isn't that an issue of the private property owner to decide what they want to do with their property?
Of course, ultimately the private property owner can do with their land what they wish and their business and their property. With the incentives that we'll be working to create through RDA, we believe that if we understand where the opportunity for growth is, to then tag with a new program, that there will be incentives that will be interesting to landowners to potentially create higher and greater uses.
Where are these incentives? Like, are they in a document? Who's got have those been adopted? Where are those living?
No, those have not. We're in the process of creating. Again, the redevelopment agency, for all intents and purposes, has been a dormant, completely not operating for about 15 years.
Yeah.
So we are starting that up from the ground floor.
Yeah. Now here's
Okay,
my
Councilwoman Breckus,
okay.
sorry, I'm going to cut you off.
Sorry to
You're
keep going on
125
about
over,
that.
it's okay. Councilwoman Taylor, did you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Eric, I just have a couple quick questions for you. So, how do these two new positions tie to the goals of what your position is? You gave some technical stuff, but how is it going to support you and your team's efforts in the redevelopment space?
Thank you for the question. Ultimately, part of the initiative in starting this up, just to back up one quick second, is to talk about looking at best practices from communities around the country. As Brian McCardle, our revitalization manager, and I have looked around at cities that are thriving in their redevelopment spaces, we found that they all employ similar size markets. Fort Collins, Boise, for example, employ 10 to 12 people within their redevelopment agency space to do the work that needs to be done to spur on real redevelopment. So this is just really a very small fractional starting point to be able to fully understand what is available to us, both in terms of finance, in terms of property, in terms of space, and then build the incentives that can actually be deployed into real programs.
Because we're basically starting from scratch with this redevelopment effort and moving forward, right?
That is correct. Complete restart, virtually brand new.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Dorr? No. Okay. All right. Back to you, Councilwoman Breckus, one more round.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. I know redevelopment pretty well and the history and all in it. And, I don't oppose it as a tool. And I think, we inherited a mess with it and we've made some good decisions, some poor ones, I think, this body since I've been on. But I think while I don't have the revenue concerns, I have the strategy concerns here. So you want a revenue officer, you want a management analyst to work on things that you really don't even have policy direction on. And the policy direction starts here with this body. And I sit through a year of agenda items, and all that goes on with redevelopment agency is, maybe we'll do, some mechanical thing for the parking garage, but adopt minutes. But we're never having a discussion about the overall strategy direction of the redevelopment agency or the plan. And now we're bringing on implementing, more or less entry-level staff to do things that we don't even know what we're going to do. Let's be a little strategic with this tool. Let's hold off on these positions. Let's actually populate our redevelopment agency agenda that we open up every month and discuss a policy framework, a roadmap, what we do and do not know, what we're going to do with these areas. Because at the end of the day, they really are property tax that's being generated for a very narrow purpose. And I think we need to be ambassadors as more and more of that property tax escapes the traditional uses like police and public safety or the school district. And so I think we need to be really good stewards about it rather than bringing on entry-level folks to go do things that we haven't well fleshed out It will be a new day in redevelopment if these projections move forward. So let's make sure we're all on the same page of what our policy is before we start hearing that revenue officers are out there, talking to, landowners in Orange County about what their plans are with properties. So that's my ask. And I think these positions are a little premature to fold in. Thank you.
All right. Any further questions from council? Go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, this is for Vicky. So on page 8 of the slideshow, or the slide deck, sorry.
Yes.
So, or it says NV land payment, baseball, what is that for?
That's the baseball agreement. When the baseball stadium was built, we have an agreement and we pay a portion, we pay a debt payment on that. It goes out until 2043.
Okay. And what is the debt that we're paying on that for?
It's for building of that stadium.
Okay, so we're paying for the stadium?
Not sure. Not sure we're paying for that, but it was an agreement with baseball.
Maybe the city attorney's office would
That
like to
one
weigh
maybe
in.
you could help with that.
All day long.
Okay, all right.
If I could, Madam Mayor.
Sure.
So just kind of the quick 20-second background. So we did the baseball stadium deal in 2007. That was refinanced later, came back in front of this body in 2012. There was a tax dispute, there was a settlement agreement, and then there was to settle the whole matter going forward, the city entered into an agreement with baseball whereby we pay essentially $1 million a year over the next 30 years. At the end of that term, the stadium becomes ours. So that's kind of and again, that was tied back to the original financing of the stadium and the fact that we had the Great Recession, and that kind of put a big hole in the financing of the stadium that was relied upon, be it like property tax and whatnot. And if you need any other briefing, I'm available at your.
Okay, so you said it's paid off in 2043?
Yes, that is
Okay,
correct.
so at that point, then the city of Reno then has the stadium?
Yeah, at that point, it gets turned over and it becomes a city asset.
Okay. Then my other question, and it's in that same area, it says, loan to RDA 1 and debt service fund, other expenses. On fiscal year 23-24 projected, what is the $10 million for? Why is that so much higher than previous years?
Thank you for that question. That's the accumulation of the funds in here from the property taxes increasing from the time that this started up until now. So you can see in 21, we were at $2.5 million for property tax, and it's really grown since then. And as City Manager Edelstein said, we really haven't done anything in this space because we did need to make a loan to RDA 1. And for the last few years, we were trying to figure out how are we going to pay the debt in RDA 1 because there wasn't enough property tax coming in there to pay that debt. And so it turned out we ended up loaning some money from RDA 2, but they've both actually come online to a point where they're really producing a lot of property tax in there, much more so than what we anticipated. And so it's just an accumulation. Will you have that much next year? No. You probably have around 6.5 million, maybe if you have 6 next year.
Okay.
But this is an
Projected
accumulation.
Expenses. Okay, thank you. Oh, one more question. So that gap then, what do we do with that gap between the 6.5 and the 10 million?
Well, we don't have to spend that 10 million. That's just set up so that you can determine a plan for the future. So if you determined a plan and you wanted to spend on new businesses or other things, that would be the amount of money you have this current year to create a plan to move forward. Next year, we would base that based on the revenues coming in, and if you didn't spend this 10, it would roll back into it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Seeing if there are none? Okay, at this time, do you want to continue to keep going?
I'm finished
You're
with
good?
my
You're good?
presentation.
Okay.
I'm to the motion.
All right, well, good. Then you don't need to keep going. nor do we want you to keep going. Just kidding. Okay, give me a motion.
Madam Mayor, thank you again, Vicki and your team and Eric for all of your help on this. And I propose approval of the resolutions adopting the FY 23-24 final budgets for Redevelopment Agency Number 1 and Redevelopment Agency Number 2 of the City of Reno, Nevada.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion from Councilwoman Taylor.
Second.
I have a second from Vice Mayor Reese. Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm not going to support for the reasons I mentioned of adding these entry-level positions to do things to implement policy that the council hasn't set up. You know, I think that's just not going on a good path. But here's an irony alert. That $10 million that's kind of parked over there, that could be used for public safety. Wow, you could have taken that money to use all those add-ons you wanted and still maintain your fiscal responsibility to our long-term obligations like the OPEB, but that pass was taken. So thank you. Maybe that'll be given some thought in future budgeting. Thanks.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay.
I said aye, by the way.
Hold on, before they escape, there's another person we need to recognize. We all celebrate Van Buren Fest, of course, but none of it would be possible without Lindsay Hatfield.
Yay, Lindsay. She's embarrassed over there. I see her. Good job. Thanks for coming and being so supportive of Vicki. Okay, where are we at?
Now looking for a motion
I'm
to
looking
adjourn.
to you, Mr.
Yes, sorry, I got ahead
Clerk.
of myself, but now we're looking for a motion to re-adjourn the redevelopment agency board.
Okay.
So moved.
I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar, a second from Councilman Reese. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, back at you, Mr. Clerk.
Now we are returning to the council agenda with item D. D is in David, D1, Development Services.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, at this time, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not have any public comment.
Okay, thank you so much. Then I'm going to send it over to you, Angela.
So I'm glad we took our break, because that took about 2 hours. Maybe hour and 3/4. So I don't think it would have
Well, when I
been
heard
the
it was
10
a
minutes.
15 slide presentation, I thought, oh, you're probably right. Thanks for the suggestion. Good job.
Yeah, you bet.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Angela Foose, Assistant Director for Development Services. The item before you now is related to the police impact fees, and specifically the capital improvement plan. We're going to walk through some of the history, and then I will kind of explain to you where we've been over the last 3 years, how much money we raised through this police impact fee, and the recommended motion. So let's just start with the timeline. It was about summer of 2019 when you, as a city council, made a recommendation to buy the RGJ building, and the purpose was to convert that into the new public safety center. Several months later, it was October of 2019, when you then hired an architect to start the design of how we were going to use this space. The next month, November of 2019, council directed staff to come up with an idea of how this police impact fee will work. And just so you know, impact fees are something that are regulated through state law. This is something that many communities use to help pay for new growth. And then it was in May of 2020, so 3 years ago this month, when council adopted that police impact fee. So we started charging. Anytime somebody came in for a building permit, starting in May of 2020, we started charging a fee with every type of building permit. So whether you're a house, an apartment building, an industrial building, there's a fee associated with that that goes into this separate fund. We call it the Police Impact Fee Fund. And then it was about a year and a half later when we actually got to the nuts and bolts of what it was going to cost to build the police station, the public safety center. So again, we'd already started collecting these fees, and it wasn't until September of 2021 when we actually knew the final cost, and we got out to bid and we awarded that contract to the developer that was going to build it. So here we are today, 3 years later, after these police impact fees have been in effect.
Per state law, every 3 years at least, we need to come back to council and give you an update on where we're at. And so part of this is looking at what were our assumptions that went into establishing those police impact fees. Are those still correct? And then how much money have we raised in the last 3 years? So big picture, again, what's changed? When we started this process, we didn't know the cost to build the police station. Now we do, right? That happened in 2021. So a couple of big things have changed. The square footage changed. We added more square footage. We looked, working with our architect and with our police team, figuring out what space did we need between the headquarters and the evidence space. How did we make that work with, again, that existing building? So there's a lot of changes that came out, and again, over that 3-year window, that all happened after we already started charging those fees. So this is a breakdown of what we initially thought of the cost of the police station was going to be, and the fees that we needed to raise in order to pay for that. So one thing to keep in mind with impact fees, and again, that is a state law regulated fee. You cannot use it to pay for existing infrastructure. You can only use it to pay for the new infrastructure. So let's just say you have a police station today that's about 100,000 square feet. You're going to build a new one. You cannot use police impact fees to cover that additional 100,000 square feet that's replacing old with new. It can only go towards the new square footage. So again, it's kind of a complicated math, but at the end of the day, what we found was from 3 years ago to where we're at today, significant increases in the cost to build the public safety center. We also made some significant changes for the better of the project. So there's more square footage. So we actually have more fees that can go to that additional square footage. So what we thought initially was going to be about $2.9 million worth of money that could go to, that the police impact fees could go to pay for that new public safety center, has now grown to about $12.9 million. And again, just looking at the cost, when we started this process back in 2019, we were anticipating more about $33 million to convert that RGJ building into the public safety center. Fast forward to where we're at now, it's closer to $71 million. In terms of how much money have we raised through that police impact fee, the good news is that we are actually ahead of schedule. When we initially were trying to allocate how to come up with this fee, we assumed we'd raise about $295,000 a year. Over the last 3 years, we're averaging about $500,000 a year. So we are above and beyond what we thought we were going to raise. Now keep in mind too, we had 3 years of COVID and post-COVID construction. So our numbers may have been skewed from what the norm was. We had a lot of apartments constructed in the last 3 years. We also saw a huge increase in industrial development, right? As we were all home and shopping online, the industrial sector really boomed. The sectors that went down were the commercial, the retail, the restaurant, the office space. So again, what we saw in the last 3 years is probably not going to sustain. We already are starting to see where multifamilies going down, commercial, retail, restaurants are coming back up. So we're keeping an eye on all these numbers. And at this point, just watching and engaging to see where we're at. So what is before you today is just to update the assumptions. When we have this police impact fee, we have a separate document. It's about 12 pages, and it just outlines how we came to these fees, how much we need to raise, again, the cost of the new public safety center, the square footage of that public safety center. So what we're proposing to you is to just update that CIP program. No fees are being impacted with this. We're just making sure that the fees that we're raising are accurate, reflecting the correct amount of money we need to raise, and reflecting the correct square footage of the building that's been approved and that this council has approved to go forward with construction. So before you is the proposed recommendation, and I'm available for questions.
All right, thank you so much, Angela. Okay, Councilman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have a number of questions. First of all, has the body had much discussion about the fact that the project is escalated from 30, originally, because I went back into the dates you referenced, 29 million, and then it was upgraded to 33 million when we adopted the impact fees to 71 million? Have we had discussions about that funding gap?
You have. In 2021, you approved the $71 million contract, and so you also approved the bond, so those discussions have taken place.
Okay, so it's 71 million now. Now, let me ask you, you say now, originally when we did the CIP, and I've read both plans, dispatch was included. So you captured all the impact fees with people paying for a new dispatch, the proportionate growth of a new dispatch. But now you're erasing that going forward, correct?
That's correct.
Are the people who paid the impact fees for their increment of dispatch getting refunded?
This isn't specific to how much goes to dispatch. It's the overall cost of what we have today, whether it's evidence, dispatch, or headquarters, compared to what we're now building. So if you'd like, I can show you a chart.
Yeah, sure.
Here's
So-
a break.
Okay, so our existing area of dispatch is 7,000, and our planned area is 5,700? So we're shrinking dispatch?
There's three charts here. One is what we have today. That's the existing. Then in 2020, the planned is what the middle chart shows, what we
Okay.
had anticipated when these police impact fees were approved.
Okay.
Actual is what has been approved by this council to actually build the public safety center.
Yeah, it seems to me that if we've captured the impact fees from a certain group of people already for certain things that now we're not building for, there should be some mechanism of paying them back. I also have a question about the headquarters. Now, presumably, because there is a very important geographic component to impact fees. So did you define where the existing headquarters serves?
That was done 3 years ago when the impact fees were adopted.
So say I build an infill development right across, along the river there by the bowling stadium or the auto museum there of new units. Am I paying an impact fee for this? Because aren't I already on land served by the existing headquarters?
Anything in the city of Reno that comes in for a new building permit pays these new fees.
Okay. And then do you have a technical backup on your presumptions of how much, say, each residential and the non-residential use demands of the growth and what the premises of those are based upon?
And again, all of that was adopted 3 years ago when the impact fees were adopted. We're not proposing to change any of those assumptions.
Well, it sounds like you are because you're trying to get more, you're getting $12 million now. You've extended out the period.
Based on the square footage of the building.
Have you ever read the National American Home Builders memorandum on best practices for impact fee development schedules?
No, I have not.
Okay, I think that a lot of the fundamentals, and I brought this up before, that's why I didn't support it, because we're a 130-year-old city, and to build, we have a police headquarters, obviously, and to build an impact fee model under a new headquarters is very problematic. I think it's shown out here, with the changing of your plans. So you've already captured people who are paid for dispatch. Now dispatch isn't going to happen. And
Okay, Councilwoman Breckus, I'm going to cut you off. You're
sure, Madam
47
Mayor.
over.
I'm sure you are. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I want to make sure everyone, you're over. I keep giving you time over. I just want you to know that. So I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm actually giving you more time than everyone else. Councilwoman Taylor. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, that's
Councilwoman
fine.
Brewer.
Could we go to, is it page 10?
Slide 10.
Yeah. And then I want to go back to this chart you just showed. So what I'm missing, I think, I followed along, for example, the issue I'm on is square footage required by new development. So what I don't understand is we have a building, and it's the same building we're renovating. So I wondered how we got twice as much space.
The existing, let's go back, so keep these numbers in mind,
Yep,
right?
I wrote 'em down,
About 9,800 and 2,800.
Yep.
So let's go back to what we have today.
Yeah.
And that column on the left. So our evidence and our headquarters and our dispatch today.
Being in 3 different places.
Uh-huh. So
And
that
I thought
adds
we
up.
were bringing them together under this roof at the RGJ
Correct.
building.
So the square footage of today is about 100,000
of all 3.
of all 3.
Mhm.
If you go to the very far right,
Yep.
What we're building then is the 28,000 square foot for evidence. So we're getting rid of current evidence and
Yeah.
replacing it with new evidence, and same with
Right.
headquarters. So if you add those two numbers together, it is about 20,000 square feet. I'm sorry, 200,000 square feet. So again, from what we took, from what we initially planned, all three, dispatch, evidence, and headquarters, was about 100,000 square feet. Converted it to what we're building today at the RGJ building. The new RGJ
It's
building,
115.
it's going to be about, I'm looking at my numbers here to make sure I'm right. I'm sorry, 114,500. So the square footage that we're replacing is 100,000?
And the
now we have
difference is
114,000.
15,000.
So when we talk, because we took out dispatch, right? Initially, we had planned
Well,
to
this
do
is what I
dispatch.
don't know. This is what I don't know. So are we not combining dispatch at the police station? When you say took it out, are we leaving it where it was?
We are.
We're leaving it at the EOC?
Correct.
Okay, I don't think I really grasped that. So then, okay, but I'll accept that. We're leaving it at the EOC, but you're saying then that frees up more space in the building for other stuff. Is that it? And
Correct.
other stuff is new.
Correct.
And so then it comes under this fee.
Yep.
Is that the?
Only the new piece. So it's about
Right.
20,000 square feet.
Right.
Of new square footage.
Yeah.
That's the only amount of square footage we can use police impact
Understood.
fees to pay.
So going back to your other chart of the 9,800 and the 20,800, I don't really understand still. What you're saying is that's eligible for the fee.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Oh, hold on one second. Councilwoman Liebert, I thought you had your hand up. No, go ahead. Okay. Councilwoman.
Yeah, I mean, the premise of doing impact fees for your single central police facility headquarters, which, you know, we're 100 and how long old city, 120 years incorporation. You know, of course you have a headquarters. So to use it for your impact fees, which are related to new growth, to rebuild your headquarters, was always an absurd premise to me. Impact fees are most usually used for roads or even new fire stations where they are very tied to geography of, you know, growth areas. And bless you. And, you know, it's just, you know, I'll just give an example. You're not going to listen to me. The national home builders, who have a big interest in this topic, and it does impact housing prices or, you know, their business models, misappropriation of impact fees. Impact fees are collected for specific public infrastructure, and the impact fees can only be spent in the facilities for which the impact fees are collected. Okay? Audits of impact fee accounts indicate that jurisdictions often commingle funds and do not spend the impact fees on the infrastructure for which they were collected. So here's an example. An audit of a community's impact fees revealed that while the city's impact fees indicated the city was supposed to be utilizing 49% for water reclamation facilities and 51% for collection lines, the city expended 91% of the impact fees for the wastewater reclamation and 9% for collection system. This is exactly what's going on with this with this headquarters and this change. We say we were going to do this much for dispatch, and now we've erased dispatch. That would not pass an audit of this fee. And I think that we need to put a little hold on this. And like I said before, bring in the defensible backup technical methodology that everyone can see, not the ones that, the answer I just heard is, well, we have the ones from 3 years ago. Well, the ones from 3 years ago were not satisfactory in my view. Now they've even got worse because you're not going to use money collected, you're commingling funds for a purpose that you said before. So I think this is not ready for prime time. I think we should put a hold and that's where I'm at on this. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Are you ready, Councilwoman Ebert? Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that. So we definitely need more police, and the police station needs to be finished. But these developer impact fees, this is from new development. An area for concern in the North Valleys is, response times from first responders. And we have a lot of new development going out there, so we're paying a lot of the new development impact fees. How is this helping my constituents with things like response times and things like that? Like, this is a concern for me that all of these funds, we've now gone from $299 per square foot to $620 per square foot for this police station. So that's a huge increase in money that we're paying that could have gone to maybe a substation in an area that's really, really far away from this police station. If we call 911 out in my area, sometimes it takes a long time to get response out there. So is this, fiscally responsible? Like, could we do more with our money?
I think we have to go back to 4 years ago when this council decided that the existing police station was in very much disrepair and needed to be fixed. So they decided that, two options: you can try and fix what's broken, put another Band-Aid on it, and this council decided that was not the right option. The council decided to buy the RGJ building and move the headquarters. They also said, well, we have kind of this hodgepodge of facilities. What if we put everything in one facility? That makes more sense. So the council decided to do that. Then they said, well, how are we going to pay for this new headquarters? What are the tools in the toolbox that we can use to pay for it? So there was grant money, there was cash through the general fund, and there was bond money. One additional tool that council said, well, why haven't we ever done this, was the impact fee. So this whole concept of how are we paying for this new police facility wasn't solely based on a police impact fee. $71 million is a big chunk. This is 18% of that. That's the $12.9 million. So this is really just one tool in the toolbox. This was never intended to pay for extra staff. Police impact fees cannot be used to pay for staff or personnel. It's for a structure. So I think kind of go back to the root of this, right? The idea from 4 years ago was you guys wanted to put in a new police station. You made that decision. As part of that, you decided how you were going to fund it. This was one tiny piece of the way that you were going to fund it. So what we're dealing with today is not questioning the cost of the police station or why we did this. Those decisions have been made. This has nothing to do with those decisions. The question before us now is, are the assumptions correct? From 3 years ago, we thought it was going to cost $33 million. So we know it's not. We know for sure we're at $71 million. So we need to update those assumptions. That's what we're here to talk about today, is the information from the last 3 years. We now know, because we know what it's going to cost to construct it. We've already approved. Council has approved to put money towards constructing it. So now we just need to update the plan to stay in conformance with state law that says this is adopted, we are charging it, let's make sure that we are charging the right amount.
Okay.
All right, any further questions? No? Okay. One of the things that I do want to bring up, so you're, from what I heard, this is strictly for like construction, okay? Because I think part of her question was, how do we pay for this and the services? That is very separate. So let's make that distinction. But one of the things I think that people forget is that when was that station built, the one that we have now?
I think it was in the 40s.
And I can't even believe we can call it that. It's horrific. Especially if you go and visit, they literally have offices inside cells. But when was that built?
I believe it was in the 1940s.
Okay, so 1940s, I want everyone to think about that. We did not invest in our police station since the 1940s. Well, hello, 2023. Now we're going to pay for all those years that we did not invest in our police station. And now we have to fast forward. I mean, quite honestly, like, it was something that had been overlooked for years and years and years. And it was also incredibly broken, I would say, especially before I even got on the council when it comes to community services. And now more than ever, your police stations, to your point, it all needs to be at one. I mean, we are like all over the city, right, with evidence, and other services. And so, and now community policing has to really encompass that, and that's why you do them under one roof. I love the idea of community or substations. Love, love, love them. I think they are fantastic. And I think you could even do them with a little bit even more of a creative model. It doesn't have to be like a station you have to build.
Yeah, that's what I was inquiring about. You know, this is a lot of money going into one station. So I'm sorry if I wasn't clear on that. Like, I get that we need this one station, but you know, the money,
It sounds like a lot, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But I think when you go back to the 1940s and Reno hasn't done anything to put into police infrastructure, now here we are, and this is what you're going to get. But if you look at all those years that we didn't invest, that's what's so problematic. But I think there should be other ways, and as we move forward, to look at stations throughout the city. And I think now more than ever, your communities want to know your officer's name. They want to be able to drive close to an area to where they can make a police report or they can get a hold of someone. And so I do think that that needs to be, you know, that's a conversation later. But you're even seeing community policing in malls, like outdoor malls, right, that are vacant. You see landlords will donate that space, those kinds of things. And so I just want to remind everyone that this is sort of a result of not investing in our infrastructure for that long. And it's unfortunate. And it sounds, oh my gosh, astronomical. None of us want to spend money. Let's face it. We all say, oh, we could be spending it over here where it would make more sense. But this is sort of the result of when you don't take care of your home. It's like when the roof, you know, comes off later on and you're like, what happened, right? So we didn't prepare or plan, and here we are. So that's
And I think to your point too, so this fee is only going to this building. That doesn't mean that you guys as a council can't say, we want more substations. We
Right.
want to come up with a way to fund substations. Completely separate process. You know, then you can look at grants and bonds and cash and police impact fees, but we can't do that with this one. This police impact fee can only go to this building.
So this specific project. So we would need to
Correct.
go through that whole process again with a new fee to do a substation.
Correct.
Okay.
And again, you know, jurisdictions use impact fees all over the place. We as a city of Reno just have not. You can use them for things like additional parks or fire stations or drainage facilities. And so this is something that I think has been new to the city, new in the last 3 years. And it's a good test to see, you know, how does it work, lessons learned. But it's a great financial tool. Again, it impacts your development community. And so there's this cost between should development pay for itself and how do we make it equitable to everybody? So should all of the taxpayers in Reno go to pay for this? Or should new development go to pay for the new, you know, portion of growth? And so 3 years ago, we went through an extensive process with the development community, got them on board. They supported this. They understand that, you know, development has to pay its fair share. And so they were in support of this. When we came back to them in the last couple of months and said, here's where we're at, we're updating our CIP plan, they were also in support of that. So it's very rare that you actually get the development community in support of new fees. This was one that they were comfortable saying yes to.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor Reese.
Thank you, Ms. Foose. An excellent presentation. Have you read the 1997 APA policy guide impact for fees?
I have not.
So I have, and I wanted to just sort of have a conversation with you about it because I think it's important. I think it's super disingenuous when people sort of make the claim that having read some document and dusted it off the shelves means that the knowledge is superior to that which you possess, which I think is incredibly high. I trust your judgment on these planning-related tools, and we had this conversation several years ago. So the APA, of course, is the body which represents planning associations, right? It's this national body, and it has a bunch of guidelines. And of course, those guidelines on impact fees are the ones that you were talking about. It's balancing those competing things about intergenerational concepts of how do you pay for things over time. And of course, as you said too, most of the times building associations and their policy arms will say that they're not a good policy choice because the building associations exist so that they can avoid paying fees, right? So ultimately, I think it's incumbent upon us to have those solid footing for how we evaluate policy choices, right? And you've given us that tool. And I think that that is true not only when the introduction of this happened, but at this point in time, it's like I don't understand the grousing about the use of the tool. We've already made that choice and that decision. I understand the desire to stretch all of our dollars as we can. I think the difficulty, of course, is that the costs have gone up so dramatically. But now, understanding what the breakdown has been and having met with Ms. Koski about where the costs increase, I understand it. It's something that's happening. But I will say that the APA policy guidelines very clearly say this is a tool. More than 40 of 50 states use them and have laws in place for their enactment because it is one way to try to figure out a method of paying for certain improvements, right? And so again, I'm not a planner. I'm a lawyer by profession. So I try.
on TV.
That's right, and everybody at home can drink now. But I guess ultimately the point is that, you know, whether I've read the APA's policy guideline or you have, or we've dusted off something that we found at the library, I don't think it changes the analysis that the memo has laid out. And I think you did a great job of that. And certainly the presentation speaks to the way in which we're struggling to find creative ways to pay for a thing, right? That's really it. I appreciate that the revenue was projected conservatively, and now we know it's a bit higher. That again speaks to sort of you and Ms. Van Buren and the team on the finance side who think critically about how to project the things. So in the end, again, I know that you're well-read, highly educated, trust your judgment and opinion, and so I thank you for giving us the tool that we have in front of us today, and I'll be supportive.
Okay, wait. City manager, what was it? 81 years. It's been 81 years
Right.
since we invested in our
I did the math too.
public safety infrastructure.
81.
Well, public safety, police infrastructure, okay?
Yeah.
81 years. So there you go. Lesson learned,
Yeah.
don't do that, maybe, right? You have to invest every year.
Yeah.
So, okay, Mr. Clerk, where are we at?
Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Go right ahead.
I move to approve staff recommendations.
All right, thank you. I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second.
Madam Mayor?
Discussion, Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not going to support, and, you know, a lot of the dialogue about, well, it's been 81 years since we invested, and look at how bad it is, and blah, blah, blah. That is making the case against using impact fees for this purpose, because it can't be used to rectify deficiencies in your existing infrastructure. So that's a narrative that's particularly problematic. And so, again, I won't be supporting this and think, if anything, the case for the impact fees for this purpose are being, which were not good before, are being made worse by this updating of this police impact fee capital improvement plan, in addition to the tremendous cost overruns. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, and
Madam
I
Mayor?
actually see it quite differently. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Councilwoman
I was
Dewar.
just going to say that I think this particular impact fee, I think Ms. Foose explained, it's only for new stuff. It's not
Only new.
replacement.
Yeah,
So I think it is appropriate use. I mean, I think the 80 years is just to give us context. Is for both new and replacement. We haven't replaced the existing police station. We built it once. Usually these things have a lifespan, and it hasn't been replaced in 80 years. That's coming from a separate pot.
Correct.
Correct? That's coming from grants, cash, and bond.
Correct.
This fee, the impact fee, which is 18% of the cost, is only being applied to new stuff.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to get that on the record because I got confused for a minute, so thank you.
and thank you for clarifying that, because I believe, like Councilwoman Dewar does, that I see it the opposite way than Councilwoman Breckus. I would also say, I would like this council to be seen as supporting our men and women in blue. I think it's important to support our police, our public safety. Like I said, a safe city is a prosperous city. And I think that this is another piece that they have to be successful. And the community has to have, quite honestly. If you went to the station, it was horrific. Actually, I think there's, I don't know, Angela, how many seats would you say you could sit in that little what do we call that? I don't even know what
The
you
foyer
want.
when you walk in.
Yeah, what,
The waiting room?
the waiting
The
room.
waiting room, not many,
Like 4?
probably.
I think it's like 4. I remember having to go and do a report there, and literally, and it was raining that day, and there was like 5 of us outside waiting to make a report. And I just thought, oh my gosh, this is like horrific for the community. Like, what kind of police station is this? And I think they've had a very, very, very challenging time. So I think the infrastructure is so critical. So thank you so much. All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Good job, Angela. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Moving to item D2, David 2. And this is a staff presentation by Nick Ciccone, who is
Is he on
going in
Zoom?
remotely, yes.
Cool.
We're getting him queued up.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Nick Ciccone, Legislative Relations Program Manager for the record.
All right, Nick, thank you so much. Hold on one second before I let you chime in. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We have no public comment on this item.
Okay, Nick, we're going to let you take it away. Are you currently in the legislative building?
I am not in the legislative building. I decided to escape to the Carson City office so that I had some peace and quiet over here.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. And I just want to say you're doing a tremendous job. I've had a lot of people compliment on all the work that you've done. Anyway, the floor is yours. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Could you go to the next slide, please? So today is day 108. The next major milestones are coming up this Friday with second House passage. And then we are just 12 days away from Sine Die, which is on June 5th. Legislation so far that's been introduced, there's been a little over 1,000 bills, with roughly 800 of those still alive and roughly 300 of those that have failed to meet the deadlines and have died subsequently. Just to chime in here, since we're talking about key dates and milestones, I will say that today the Senate and the Assembly did pass some of the major budget bills that have been coming before them. Those did pass on party line votes. And I do know that the governor has stated that he will veto the budget if they do not address his priorities. So major themes with local impacts. This is probably very familiar with you because I have been talking about it quite a bit. And I hope to just give you updates again on the status of the bills that we have been monitoring. So with respect to the bill that expands affordable housing projects that are eligible for property tax exemptions, that is still in Ways and Means. I'm working closely with some affordable housing developers and some other local governments, as well as the Nevada Housing Coalition, to make sure that gets a hearing. But as I stated before, we've only got 12 days left. In order for them to work session or get the bills that are in Ways and Means through, they do have to first approve that education budget. So we'll continue to monitor that and at least make sure that that gets a hearing so we can continue to push that important measure through so that we can make sure to bring more affordable housing projects to our community. Assembly Bill 396, we're continuing to work on that. I don't have any major updates to share other than I have flagged it again for Speaker Gager to let him know that that's a priority for us to receive $8 million for our rental assistance program. Assembly Bill 408 did pass out of committee last week and is continuing to move through the process. I believe with some of the amendments that addressed some of the tow companies' concerns, that bill will pass out with a bipartisan vote in the Senate this time. So not too much to update here. All of these tenant protection bills are still alive. As you know, they don't necessarily have direct impacts on the city, but they are alive and continuing to move through the process. And that does include all of the tenant protection measures that we have been following so far. Assembly Bill 213, which is the Majority Leader's housing and land use bill that addresses affordable housing and some of the processes for development services. That bill is still alive and just waiting on a floor vote. Senate Bill 318, which I had talked to you all about, the sewer surcharge for affordable housing services. That bill died, I believe, in first House passage. To give you an update on Assembly Bill 298, which presents a pilot rent stabilization for seniors. That bill is continuing to move through the process. It did pass out of the Senate yesterday. But on this side, on the Senate side, they did pass on a party line vote. I'm not sure of the status of where that will go, but just as a reminder, that was a pilot rent stabilization for seniors. It would cap the amount of rent increases that landlords could pass for a year from July 1 of this year to December 31st of next year for individuals that I believe are 62 years or older. Assembly Bill 416, that is in Ways and Means. It allows for property tax exemptions for ADUs that are using housing choice vouchers in order for the tenant to pay the rent to that landlord. Senate Bill 371, that is continuing to move through the process. It has not yet been voted out of committee and was granted a waiver by the Assembly. It is currently sitting in Assembly Government Affairs. And then Senate Bill 426, that is in Finance. I know they had the hearing on that the other day, but that is just directing the State Housing Division to work on cost of living increases that are allowed by tenants or by landlords and would cap the price that a landlord could increase the rent. Senate Bill 155, we have been working closely with the ACLU on this measure, but it looks to copy some of the work that we've done, the great work we've done through the community court program at the city of Reno. I worked closely with them and made sure with the Assembly Government Affairs chair to make sure that continued moving through the process. Senate Bill 400 provides an additional funding source for supportive housing. I opposed that measure as it was amended immediately prior to the hearing. Since then, it has been amended further. And from what I can read and what we are seeing before us, it outlines the fiscal work group that would distribute these funds. Specifically, it outlines who would be on those fiscal work groups for Southern Nevada, but does not provide who would be on those fiscal work groups for Northern Nevada. Additionally, it only allocates $1 million to our area, the Reno, Washoe, Sparks area. So we have concerns about that, given that the total fund would be $30 million and we would be getting a disproportionate amount of that money. Assembly Bill 2 is live. It actually was just signed by the governor, so that will go in effect in October, and our maintenance and operations and Department of Public Works will be able to use non-flashing blue lights on their vehicles. Assembly Bill 52 clarifies that bodies that are not composed of elected officials and do not deliberate to a decision are not necessarily covered by open meeting law. It makes changes to administrative actions taken by public bodies and adds remote technology for public bodies to take actions under open meeting law. Assembly Bill 104, we testified in support of that bill. It would give an additional BDR for cities. We could use it twice every 10 years. That bill died. I believe the concern there was that there are a large amount of bill draft requests that come from both cities, the state, as well as legislators. And so it's continuing to move through, or it is not continuing to move through the process and has died. Assembly Bill 131 was voted out of the Senate unanimously the other day. Assembly Bill 219, which makes other open meeting law changes with respect to additional public comment being necessary if an agenda item is pulled and pushed to another day, another public comment period would be needed. And for contested cases, we would be required to have a physical location where the public can provide public comment, and requires that clear and precise instructions for remote participation be included on agendas. And so that bill is sitting on the governor's desk waiting to be signed. Assembly Bill 258, that's nonprofit confidentiality. We've continued to relay our concerns, but there are punitive damages and criminal damages for city employees that might accidentally leak or not leak, but accidentally provide nonprofit information about an individual in a public records request. Senate Bill 11 is continuing to move through the process. I know it might end up in Senate Assembly Ways and Means because there is a fiscal note attached to it by the Department of Public Safety. Senate Bill 81 is also continuing to move through the process. I believe it has one small amendment that would just allow the minority party leaders to appoint a minority party individual rather than allowing the majority leader to appoint that individual to sit on the county growth planning reporting board. Senate Bill 92, the sidewalk food vendors bill, is continuing to move through the process, as well as Senate Bill 169, which we testified in support of, which would just require that we have heat mitigation elements in our master plan. Senate Bill 208, the battery charge fences ordinance requirement, that bill would require us to enact or create ordinances related to battery charge fences. We had requested an amendment that just made it more clear where those battery charge fences would be allowed, and they did accept our amendment. Senate Bill 496, that bill is still alive. Our concerns with that, just from a perspective of understanding and knowing what might come to Northern Nevada. As I'm sure many of you have seen, Jeremy Renner has been involved in those conversations and talking about the need or the ability for Northern Nevada to qualify for those film tax credits. So I did participate in those meetings just to understand if there were going to be any financial implications for the city. And that's my report for today. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
All right, thank you so much, Nick. All right, Councilman Breckus, you have any questions? Go ahead.
I don't.
You don't? Oh, okay. All right, any other council members? Seeing there are none. Nick, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Keep doing a great job down there. I'm getting, like I said, rave reviews about you. So thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Motion to accept the
Okay, I
report.
have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar.
Second.
I have a second from Councilman Martinez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, great job, Nick. Thank you so much. Take care. Okay, moving on. Mr. Clerk, where are we at?
Thank you. That concludes our department items. So we'll move into item E, Edward, ordinances, starting with E1 to be introduced by the city attorney.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We have no public comment on this item.
Okay, I'm going to send it right back to you, Mr. Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance introduction, Bill number 7241, ordinance authorizing the issuance by the city of Reno, Nevada of its general obligation limited tax capital improvement refunding bonds additionally secured by pledged revenue series 2023 in the maximum aggregate principal amount of $28 million for the purpose of refunding certain outstanding obligations of the city and providing other matters relating thereto.
Okay, any questions on this
Yeah.
item?
I do have questions.
Do you need a staff presentation?
I don't think I do. I just need to ask Ms. Van Buren some questions. 'Cause
No worries.
This is follow-up. We're following our two-step process on this one. But the questions are, one, as you go forward, does this bond ordinance give you approval to push out the maturity of these bonds from what the bonds to be refunded currently expire at?
Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance. Thank you for the question, Councilmember. It does not. These bonds will still have the same maturity end date, and it's June 1st of 2032.
Okay, I saw what I thought maybe could be conflicting in terms of other efficiencies, economic efficiencies, but then the date. And then the other question is, it's a tough bond placement world out there right now. At what point, well, I guess there's two questions. Is one, does this approval to go forward lapse at any time for you? And two, at what point will you not go forward?
It does, and we have criteria that are set up in our investment policies as such, so we have to meet a certain minimum percentage return in order to make it feasible for us to do a refinancing. In this case, we received 3 bids. In this case, 2 of the bids did meet that criteria. One did not. The lowest bidder was Wells Fargo, and that's what we're presenting as going forward with Wells Fargo. We would not lock a rate until after the ordinance adoption.
Okay.
And if for some reason the rates go crazy at that point, we could decide to delay and wait for the rates to go down to a place where we could get them, and this would be valid until November. So we could
Okay.
wait for the
Okay.
rates up until the point of November
Okay.
to make the
Okay.
best sense.
I didn't realize that the process, the approval giving you so far to advanced to get bids already. So that's further along than I thought. So, okay, thank you for that. I'd like to be kept apprised of how things are going. I'll probably ask you to come up for the adoption. When is adoption going to be?
For the ordinance adoption, if approved by council to move forward for the second reading, it would be on June 7th.
Oh, you can make June 7th.
And
Okay.
then if the rates, depending on if the rates are good and we go ahead and lock in, it would be closing on June 13th.
Okay.
Is the
Okay.
anticipated schedule.
Okay, so if I don't see it back on the agenda June 7th, it probably means some rates went somewhere.
Well, we need to go ahead and lock that in, and then from that point, we would have until November.
Okay,
Too.
thank you.
Any additional questions?
Mr. Vice Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion to refer this bill for second reading and adoption.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Dewar, a second by Ms. Taylor. Any additional questions at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
F1. F1.
Okay, and that concludes our ordinances, and moving to item F1.
All right. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We have no public comment on this item.
Okay, I'm going to send it right back to Mr. Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance adoption, excuse me. Yeah. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6653, ordinance of the Reno City Council providing for the levy and manner of collection of assessments for the City of Reno, Nevada Neighborhood Improvement Project, otherwise known as the Downtown Reno Business Improvement District, ratifying, approving, and confirming all other actions previously taken by the City Council, the City of Reno, and the officers of said city directed toward the acquisition and improvements of said project in the district, together with other matters properly relating thereto, Ward 5.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to send it to you, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 6653.
All right, thank you so much. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those
Aye.
opposed?
Post.
Motion carries. Okay, moving right along. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We have no public comment on this item.
Okay,
Ordinance adoption, case number LDC 23-00048, Shepherd of the Mountains. This is ordinance number 6654. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning Districts, rezoning a plus or minus 2.06 acre site from single-family residential, 3 units per acre, SF3, to public facilities, PF. Site is located on the northeast corner of Lakeside Drive and West Peckham Lane. The subject site has a master plan land use designation of suburban mixed use, SMU, Ward 2.
all right, thank you so much. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thanks. I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance or adopt ordinance 6654 for Shepherd of the Mountains rezoning.
Okay, I have a motion. Second. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right, sending it right back to you, Carl, or Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item F3, ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6655. Ordinance to amend the Reno Municipal Code, Title 6, Chapter 6.06, Section 6.06.170, making it a misdemeanor to knowingly attend an unpermitted motor vehicle race, contest, or exhibition as a spectator.
All right, thank you so much.
Madam Mayor?
Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks so much. As you know, I've been pretty passionate about this issue, but I do think interesting or concerning questions were raised about spectators, their intent, the possibility of arresting the wrong person. I wondered if our chief, Nance, could come up and just speak to us about that issue. And we heard from Mr. Shrimp earlier today. We've heard even from myself, personal concerns, and from Ms. Brecka said another time, so
Absolutely. So, Catherine Nance, Chief of Police, to talk about the concerns and the questions kind of involving the ordinance, I think a few things that's important to remember is that the definitions of each participating act is clearly defined in the ordinance. So it's very much so actively involved in participating in the sideshows is what we are looking for. We are aware that people do get caught in these, that general public can just happen upon something and have no intent. The goal here is that we understand what this actually looks like when a sideshow is happening. The officers on the street are very well educated in what this is, and our intent is to stop the spectatorship as it promotes or encourages the illegal behavior.
Okay.
So it is very, very specific in the idea of how we will go out and enforce this. Our ordinances match up with Washoe County and Sparks. And we have a very low number of citations that we've issued for this same ordinance in the past. It's just a movement of the ordinance to a different space.
I think you said that we had arrested last year, I think, 29 people for spectating.
We have had 40 citations issued for spectating. Of those, some of them, they went to different places. Some went to community court, some went to Jan Evans, some went to the Reno Municipal Court. Of those, we had some that were dismissed for a variety of reasons, and then we had convictions. And just to note, like some of the convictions in the Jan Evans Court, we had 6 that were $75 fines, and 1 was a $50 fine. So we are talking talking low-level offenses here. We're not talking about prison time or anything like that. We just are talking about addressing a specific issue.
And then how would we address the concern? And it's throughout America, concern about arresting people of various colors or different persuasions, more so than others. And how do we make sure that we don't have bias in who we are arresting for this? I mean, the speaker today brought up the point that myself or the mayor could drive up on this and would not be considered to be spectating, but someone else, a younger person or, a person who was not white might be. Do we have any response to that?
We have to always address that there is racial disparities in many different aspects of the judicial system, both from, even starting before the judicial system in education, in police contacts, and arrest and convictions throughout everything. It's there and it exists. So how we have to work on that is in a totality approach throughout the whole organization. One of the things that we're bringing in, and it's going to start very soon here, is we're working on both procedural justice and implicit bias training, both in accordance with what the legislature has mandated, but really in a bigger sense of that word, to really understand what biases people might have. The commenter made the comment on it. We all have to acknowledge that they exist in our world. But how do we get through that? And that's that fair and impartial policing. Some of the ways that we do that in the very basic is we're not stat driven. Yes, citations and arrests, those are good to have. They happen because that's the enforcement side of police work, but not mandating that, if there's a sideshow, you will go out and make X number of arrests. That's not the goal. The goal is to identify if a crime has occurred, if a person has committed that crime, and then act accordingly based on that. And then trust that our judicial system is going to hold us accountable that we've actually proven that that crime happened and that the person responsible for that crime is the right person that we have. So it's a checks and balances that fall in line. We are one part of that, but we are definitely striving and improving both our community policing and that implicit bias side.
Okay, I really appreciate you addressing that on the record because it's a very important conversation.
Absolutely.
As you pointed out, we have implicit bias in everything, and whether we recognize it or not, and I'm really glad you're on the case, trying to root that out and make people more aware of it so that they do have more equitable policing. And so we do a better job.
I think that this should be a conversation we have not in just a sideshow ordinance, but in all laws that we're enacting and that expectation that we put back and how we're policing in all places in those organizations.
And then if we find that this is too loose, that we're indiscriminately arresting people and maybe many of them are getting thrown out from court, maybe that's a time to tighten up the ordinance.
Absolutely, and this is a continuing evolution of things that happen. As we've said, sideshows are new. They're relatively new in the law enforcement world and in the legal world and how we're developing legislature around it. It's just coming into our legislature right now on what sideshows are going to look like. So when that law passes, we look at our ordinance, we get through the sideshow season, that's terrible, let's not use that again. And we work through that. What do we actually need to help us be more successful next year? Where are the gaps? Where are the holes? How can we bring this back? And if there is an issue with our convictions or if there is an issue with our citations or enforcement, we need to address that. And those are things that we can absolutely do.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Perhaps, Chief Nance, my question is for Mr. Sudi. So I'd like to sort of understand, and this is going to be a painful, like, law school exercise between two lawyers, but you have specific intent crimes and you have general intent crimes, right? And so the concern that I think is being raised is a good one. We are having some very important discussions about policing and race in this country, and we have been having those, I think, for the last probably 5 to 10 years. Important concepts. But in this particular case, I want to just step back from that concept and just ask the question about the way in which laws are designed, and in this case, this ordinance was designed with that concept of specific intent crimes versus general intent crimes. So is someone who just happens to be in the wrong place at the wrong time who we're looking to grab up in this ordinance?
So Brian City, Deputy City Attorney for the record, and funny you asked that question because I anticipated a question like that, so I had to actually look up the case because this is law school. It's U.S. versus Bailey. It's a U.S. Supreme Court case. It's from 1980. The Supreme Court basically held that general intent corresponds with knowledge of a crime, whereas specific intent refers to the purpose behind committing the crime. So knowledge of the crime, this is what we're focusing on with this particular law. Now, this has been in existence for 20 years. So this has been a general intent crime for 20 years. The concerns of how it's applied show over 20 years we don't have that right now currently, right? Which means our police force have done a good job because they could go out to any specific speed race at the time. Now we're talking sideshows, and anybody who was there could be caught up in that law. That is what a general intent crime is. Stop signs are general intent crimes. Vehicular manslaughter, which I would consider a much more intensive crime, in essence, is a general intent crime. So majority of all of our laws are general intent crimes. Specific intent is really limited to very limited crimes such as felonies of murder, sexual assault, where, like, once again, the purpose behind committing it. And that's what the law will dig into, is why is the person committing this crime versus this is just a crime, don't do it. And that really is probably the generic explanation between the two. But I anticipated that question coming up, so I had to look up the case because I hadn't seen it since law school, which has been a very long time.
Well, not as long as it's been for me, but I guess ultimately, I think the concern is well raised, but the answer is also equally persuasive, right? I think ultimately what we're trying to accomplish and what we will in this upcoming season related to sideshows and will be that. And so ultimately, of course, there's always a balancing of competing needs and interests. And I think our enforcement mechanisms are like that. We are not looking to introduce people who would not otherwise be introduced to the criminal justice system in any way. That's not the goal of this body. What we're trying to do is ensure the safety of the public and to ensure the safety of this community. And it's compromised at this point in time. And I think Councilmember Dewar and Madam Mayor have been very much leaning into this idea that we have some obligation to keep safe this community by making this consistent with the existing law and sort of, I suppose it's an update more than anything about where it lives in the various code. It's not a change in the way we're going to enforce it, really. It is just giving us and our police officers the tools that they need to make sure this community is safe. So I was going to ask a second question about mala in se versus mala prohibitorum crimes, but only just because I wanted to harass you and give you the opportunity to show off your acumen and chops. But in any event, you've answered my question. I thank you for it.
All right, any further questions? There are none. Councilwoman Dewar.
Sure. It would be a pleasure to make a motion to for the second reading of the ordinance adoption of the street racing sideshow spectating issue.
All right.
F3.
Thank you so much.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar, a second from Councilman Devin Reese. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries.
All right. Mr. Clerk,
On to item F4.
F4. Let's return the page. Okay. Any public comment on this item?
There is no public comment on this item.
Okay, I'm going to send it back to, I believe, Mr. Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6656. Ordinance to amend Reno Municipal Code, Title 8, Chapter 8.12, Section 8.12.170, making it a misdemeanor to knowingly attend an unpermitted vehicle race, contest, or exhibition as a spectator.
All right. Councilwoman Dewar.
sure. Motion to pass item F4.
All right, I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar.
Second.
A second from Councilman Reese. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That closes out our F items, and moving to item H1.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to ask council members, do you have any comments or announcements regarding city boards and commissions? If you
I
do,
do.
please weigh in at this time. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
As you all know, I am the new liaison, I took it this last time, to the Arts and Culture Commission. They met recently, and I'm still trying to understand a lot of their operations. And I think we're gonna have some appointments on the agenda next time. But they have adopted an equity grant program, which they're describing the parameters of. But within the bucket of the budget that we give to them, they'll have a new program to encourage underrepresented groups to apply and have the opportunity to get some of the arts and culture grants. The city attorney's office has told them that they have to bring that to the council for approval. And so you may be seeing it soon. I raised the question, and really what I'm trying to do is just understand the operations in which, the parameters in which they operate, why they need to bring that forward for approval, but per the reading of the city attorney's office. But then they adopted a city artist program and advertise and appoint someone the city artist, and that doesn't come to the council for approval. The program didn't, nor did the actual appointments, and they've had 2 now so far. So I'm trying to figure out and asking questions of anyone who will have conversations or, just raise it, bring it back to y'all about some of these operations of how they, things get done there. So I just wanted to share that with the body. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah. Over on the flood project, Flood Management Authority, one of the things that they have to do is adopt a plan periodically. It's called an NRS 377B plan, which is required by state statute if we're going to do something, spend 1/8 cent sales tax on anything or move forward with a project. The staff have not brought forward for many years the current plan. What they've done is take the map book, which shows what the plan is, off the website. So for several meetings, I've asked that the map book get put back on the website with the idea that the map book explains what the project is. A lot of people are very confused about what the project is. There's nothing like a picture to tell a story. What they've done in response is, I guess they've amended the map book and dropped out some projects, maybe added some projects. So at our last meeting, they presented that. I'm going to have a special briefing with them this Friday. And then I expect they'll be coming back to get the new map book adopted. So I wanted to let you know that this is, I'm not sure how it's changed right now. I'll know more by next week. But there could be a change. And once I understand it better, we'll bring it back and let the board, this council, know what's going on there.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We are going to, we as in Jackie and Naomi, Neoma, and all of the people are going to activate West Brick Park with a whole bunch of activities. We're super excited about it, or West Street Park, whichever you want to call it. So tomorrow we're going to have an ice cream social between 2 and 4. Come out and get some ice cream. Thank you.
Ice cream.
2 to 4.
Cool. Again, tell us where it's at. right in, is that in, it's in the
West
circular
Brick,
park?
right behind the movie theater.
Yes, so
And
it's a circular park,
it's a circular park.
and from 2 to 4.
2 to 4.
Okay.
It's
I
going to be
love it.
fabulous. And
That's
we're going to do a whole bunch of fun things
Okay, I
there.
love it. Okay, fantastic. Anyone else? All right. Seeing nothing else, we're going to move on. Where are we
Megan,
at?
did you have something?
Mr.
We are in closing
You have to
public
just raise
comments.
your hand.
All right, so I'm going to send it back to you then. Thanks.
Okay.
Oh, Miss Ebert, go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert.
I just wanted to say we also have for Older Americans Month, we have an ice cream social at Talega's Paradise Park Activity Center next Tuesday from 11 to 1 a.m. So it was really great turnout on Monday.
11 to 1 p.m.
Oh, I'm sorry, 11 to 1 p.m. Sorry. Yeah, we get a little crazy over there. Yeah, I invite you all to come. It's a great turnout. So thank you.
And I think it's your nice way of saying, hey, all you older folks can get over there. Good job. All right, thank you so much. All right, Mr. Clerk, I'm sending it back to you for public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we have one public comment registered in the room. We'll welcome Brianna Rea Dean.
All right.
Good afternoon, guys. My name is Brianna Dean. I am from Proctor R. Hug High School.
Welcome.
Thank you. I have come to speak to you guys about an issue that is in other states that I do not want to come here, and that's affecting a lot of us here anyway. So it is about the transgender youth and the banning of the laws and stuff going on in other states of like Missouri and especially Texas and Florida. And I know that they have banned a lot of issues of like how they made it legal for them to like legally kidnap them or legally like kill them in some states, and like they've made it legalized in like schools that they can like the teachers or staff members can out them to their parents, and that makes me feel really scared of like that like some students aren't really safe with their parents when they like have like I'm transgender and my parents are very supportive of that, but point being of like
But not everyone's are, right?
Yeah, not everyone is, and that's a problem for when it gets outed to everyone else, and then they're like having issues. And I know at least about 5 to 10% of us feel very suicidal and unsafe, and just in that general. And then with these continuous like laws of being banned from being of our own care and being able to be ourselves, makes it feel worse for us and makes it more like horrible for us to have dysphoria and not be able to be happy with ourselves when we should feel safe in our own community and be pleased with ourselves. And that is really affecting for everyone around us, which is really horrible.
You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Keep going.
So from my own personal experience, I would like you to know that I don't really worry about getting harmed or anything and to go into public and getting attacked verbally, because I have been in my own school, and just for the fact that I am trans and I am like gay in that a sense, and they attacked me because I am that a sense, and I want to feel safe in my own school and be able to like roam the halls and not worry about being attacked for the fact that I am trans or something. And I have been attacked at my own work for that same sense, and they're like, well, you shouldn't be this, you're just a disgrace to the world and this and that. And I want, all of us in our own community to feel safe, even in the other states, but I want it to be a really safe space here in my own community, to know that, we can feel safe here and be ourselves and not have to worry about anything, and we can get the care that we need.
Wow, future mayor, you're doing so good.
Thank you.
You have about a minute, so let's hear it.
My recommendation is that you guys can help, especially for allies and stuff, and for us in general, is to help with the gender affirming care elsewhere and keep us safe here in this estate, and help for the youth and the adults, because it's not even just us as the youth. We can also help with adults as well and get the care that they need for top surgeries, testosterone or estrogen or whatever else they need for the care, that we can get their care for them, and they can be heard as they are transgender or non-binary or whatever they need, and they can have that care.
Anything else?
Nope.
No, there you go. Good job. Good job. Is this the first time you've been to council?
Yes.
I am very impressed, and you're very brave.
Thank you.
Do you know that public speaking is the #1 fear? It's public speaking, flying, and the dentist.
Yeah.
So congratulations.
Thank you.
I think you did a fantastic job.
Thank you.
And I think to your point, you're so lucky to have supportive parents
Yeah.
where a lot of other kids don't.
Yeah.
And so it's nice to see you giving them a voice too.
Yeah.
So
I'm trying to make it
great
heard.
job. And we try to work a lot with our center and being really supportive where we can. And Councilman Reese is an incredible activist. What's that group that you work with out of DC?
Yeah, there's a couple of different groups that would be able to help you, the Victory Fund, but your advocacy is very important to this community and to our country, especially right now. So thanks for coming. I wonder if Councilmember Martinez had any openings on the Youth City Council, because we have a Youth City Council. Might be a great fit for you if you're interested in helping drive the choices that we make here in this city. So there is a Youth City Council, so maybe stop before you leave and the clerk can connect you with how to be involved in that group.
Okay.
Be pretty cool.
I gotta tell you, wow, times have changed since I was in high school, and it's so tough. It's
really
so
is.
tough. I thought it was tough then.
Yeah.
It's super tough now, and kids are so mean.
Yeah, it's very tough.
and so hurtful. And I know now more than ever, teenagers are really struggling with anxiety and depression, and
have,
those we've got to
a lot of anxiety
start
disorders.
addressing.
Yeah.
Those aspects of it to make sure that. You have people that you can talk to, people that you can trust, people that are always available, especially I think for your age group. It's a huge age group. We're seeing some really alarming statistics.
Yeah.
So what you're doing is by being here and sharing that, you're telling other teenagers, be you.
Yeah.
So
thank you for your
thank
time,
you
though.
so much.
Thank you.
And yes, get on, Miguel, do you have anything on Youth City Council? Think about that. Or you can run for, student body president? There you go.
There are openings, so we do welcome your application if you're interested in participating.
Yeah, good. Well, and thank you so much. Thank you, Mom. Thanks for bringing her down. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. And for the record, we received 9 comments which were general in nature or not directly associated with an agenda item after 4 p.m. on May 23rd. These comments were written correspondence received via our Reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office. Copies of these comments have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on the Reno.gov meeting portal. They represented 9 in favor. And we also have 1 voicemail that we'll play for you now.
Hear it.
Hi, my name is Geraldine de Avila. For the record, I am providing public comment for agenda item B12 as a private citizen. I was a cast member in the 2017 Vagina Monologues play put on by Latino Arts and Culture. By participating, I learned a lot about violence against women and girls. Not only did my knowledge increase about feminine violence, but cast members were also provided with a safe space to talk about our own experiences with violence and have discussions that helped feel like we were not alone. Thanks to this play, I made friends along the way, connecting me even more to my community. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That concludes our closing public comment, and I'm ready for a motion to adjourn.
All right, Councilwoman Eber, I'm going to send it to you.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thanks, everyone.